This is Audible.
Ah, Fasin. I understand commiserations are in order, Yusol said, floating up to the Bubble House's reception balcony from the Poaphlius. Nuan, Fasin, and Hatherence had watched the ship motor out of the dim haze, hearing its engines long before they'd seen it. Your sympathy is noted, Fasin told Yusol. He'd got Hatherence to call the Poaphlius the day before and order it back from its hunting patrol. The little ship returned with a modest number of trophies strung from its rigging, various jalmica bladders bobbing like grizzly balloons on sticks, 3 gas-drying root-hugger hides, the heads of a brace of gracile tumbalines, and, patently, the most prized, mounted above the craft's nose, a dweller-child carcass, already gutted and stretched wide on a frame, so that it looked like some slightly grotesque figurehead flying just ahead of the ship. Fasin had sensed the Colonel's e-suit rolling fractionally back when she'd realized what the new addition to the Poaphlius's nose actually was. What is your state of mind, Fasin, now that you have lost so many of your family? Yusol asked, coming to a stop in front of the seer. Are you decided to return to your own people? My state of mind is calm. I may still be in shock, I suppose. Shock? Look it up. I have not decided to return to my own people yet. There are almost none to return to. We are, however, finished here. I wish to return to Munain. He'd told the Colonel that morning that he'd discovered something, and they needed to leave. What have you discovered, Major? May I see it? I'll tell you later. I see. So where next are we bound? Back to Munain, he'd lied. Munain? Our captain will be pleased, Yusol said. They left that evening. Nuan and Livelido seemed relaxed, positively cheered that they were departing. Yusol had returned with news of the war in which 2 important dreadnought actions had already taken place, resulting, in one engagement alone, in the loss of 5 dreadnoughts and nearly 100 deaths. The zone forces were retreating in 2 volumes at least, and the belt certainly had the upper grasp at the moment. Fasin and Hatherence recorded short messages of gratitude for Jundrians to read at his leisure. Nuan asked them if they wanted to take any of the books or other works from the house. No, thank you, Fasin said. I found this humorous thesaurus, the Colonel said, holding up a small diamond-leaf book. I'd like this. Be our guest, Nuan told her. Anything else? Diamond-based works like that will burn up in a few decades when the house has dropped further into the heat. Take all you want. Of a kind. This alone is most sufficient. The gas clipper regatta, Captain Sline said. He scratched his mantle. I thought you wanted to go back to Munain. There was no reason to let our hosts know where we were really heading, Fasin told Sline. You are suspicious of them? Yusol asked. Just no reason to trust them, Fasin said. The regatta takes place around the Storm Ultraviolet 3667 between Zone C and Belt 2, the Colonel said. Starting in 16 days. Have we time to get there, Captain? They were in Sline's cabin, a fairly grand affair of flickering wall screens and antique furniture. The ceiling hung with ancient ordnance, guns, blaster tubes and crossbows, all swaying gently as the Poaphlius powered away at half-throttle from Valsier's old house. So far, Fasin had told Hatherence where they were really going, though not why. Sline let himself tilt, looking as though he was about to fall over. He did some more mantle scratching. I think so. I'd better change course then. Leave the course change for a little longer, would you? Fasin asked. They were only a half hour away from the Bubble House, though you might go to full speed. Have to anyway, if we're going to get to that storm in time, Sline said, turning and manipulating a hollow cube floating over his halo-shaped desk. The largest screen, just in front of him, lit up, with a chart of the volume, and quickly became covered in gently curved lines and scrolling figure boxes. Sline peered at this display for a few moments, then announced, Full speed, we can be there in 18 days. Best I can do. Sline gripped a large, polished-looking handle sitting prominently on his desk and pushed it, with a degree of obvious relish, if also a little embarrassment, to its limit. The tone of the ship's engines altered, and the vessel began to accelerate gradually. We might contact Munain and hire a faster ship, Yusol suggested. Have it rendezvous with the Poaphlius en route and transfer to it. Sline rocked back, staring at the older dweller with patterns of betrayal and horror, non-mild, spreading across his signal skin. 18 days will have to do, Captain, Fassin told Sline. "I don't think we need be there for the very start of the tournament." "How long do these competitions last, in generality?" Hatherans asked. Sline tore his gaze from an unconcerned-looking Isul and said, 10 or 12 days, usually. They might cut this one a little short because of the war. We'll be there in time for most of it." "Good," Fassin said. "Stay on your current course for another half hour, if you please, Captain. Turn for the storm, then." Sline looked happier. "Consider it done." Sline took advantage of a wind river, a brief-lived ribbon of still faster current within the vast, wide jet stream of the whole rotating zone, and they made good time. They were challenged twice by warcraft, but allowed to continue on their way, and slipped through a mine net, a wall of dark lace thrown across the sky, dotted with warheads. Dreadnought catcher, nothing to worry them, Sline assured them. They had, tens of meters to spare on almost every side. The screwburster Poaphilius got to very near the bottom of the storm called Ultraviolet 3667 within 16 days, arriving more or less as the regatta began. "Keep clipped on! Could get a bit rough!" Isul yelled, then repeated the warning as a signal, in case they hadn't heard. Fassin and Hatherans had come up on deck when the Poaphilius had started bucking and heaving even more than usual. The gas around them, darker even than it had been at Valsir's house, though less dense and hot, was fairly shrieking through the ship's vestigial rigging. Ribbons and streaks just seen coiling briefly round the whole vessel, were then torn away again as the ship plunged into another great boiling mass of cloud. The human and the Eurolith, still within the relative calmness of the companionway shelter, exchanged glances, then quickly put the crude-looking harnesses on. The colonel's fitted well over her e-suit. Fassin's tied tight enough, but looked messy, not designed for his alien shape. Sline had insisted that everybody should wear the things whenever they went on deck while the Poaphilius was at full speed, even though both Hatherans and Fassin, in the unlikely event that they were somehow blown off the deck, could easily have caught up with the ship under their own power. "What's going on?" Hatherans shouted as they neared Isul, clinging to the rails near the bow harpoon gun. "Going to shoot the storm!" Isul bellowed back. "That sounds dangerous," Hatherans yelled. "Oh, assuredly." "So what does it entail exactly?" "Punching through the storm wall," Isul shouted. "Tackling the rimwinds. Should be spectacular." Ahead, a great dark wall of tearing, whirling cloud could be glimpsed beyond the tatters and scraps of gas that the ship was stabbing its way through. Jagged lines of lightning pulsed across this vast cliff like veins of quicksilver. They were still making maximum speed towards the wall, which seemed to stretch as far to each side as they could see, and up forever. Downwards was a more swirling mass of even darker gas, boiling like something cooking in a cauldron. The wind picked up, thrumming the rails and rigging and aerials like an enormous instrument. The Poaphilius shuddered and buzzed. "Time to get below, suspect," Hatherans shouted. A Jolmica bladder blew off a nearby railing. It looked like it had been the last one left, smacked Isul across his starboard side, and was instantly lost to the shrieking gale. "Could be," Isul agreed. "After you." They watched from the ship's armoured storm deck, crowded in with Sline beneath a blister of thick diamond set at midships, looking out across the deck, and watching the Poaphilius's nose plunge into the storm like a torpedo thrown at a horizontal waterfall of ink. The ship groaned, started to spin, and they were all thrown against each other. They disappeared into the wall of darkness. The Poaphilius shook and leapt like a dweller child on the end of a harpoon line. Sline whooped, pulling on levers and whirling wheels. Stuck in the far reaches of the overloyed space, Sline's pet children whimpered. "This entirely necessary?" Fassin asked Isul. "Doubt it," the dweller said. A big flat board covered in studs above Sline started to light up. In the darkness it was quite bright. Hatherans pointed at it as dozens more of the studs lit. "What's that?" "Damage control indicators," Sline said, still working levers and spinning wheels. They all rose to the ceiling as the ship dropped sharply, then crashed back down again. "Thought it might be," Hatherans said. She was thrown hard against Fassin in a violent turn and apologized. When the glare started to get too distracting, Sline turned the damage control board off. In the worst of the turbulence, one of Sline's pet children threw itself at its master and had to be torn off and smacked unconscious before being thrown into a locker. It was unclear whether it had been desperately seeking comfort or attacking. Isul was sick. Fassin had never seen a dweller be sick. stuck to the ceiling again, coated in a greasy film of vomit, Slyne cursing as he tried to keep hold of the controls, his pet children keening from all sides. Somebody mumbled, "Fuck, we're going to die." They all denied responsibility afterwards. The Poaphilius burst out of the torrent of storm cloud into a vast and hazy calm and started to drop like a lump of iron. Slyne drew in gas to whoop, but caught some of Usul's earlier output and just spluttered. Coughing and retching and cursing Usul's lineage to some point only shortly after the Big Bang, he got the ship level and under control, contacted Regatta Control, and limped — the ship had lost all its rigging, railings, and 4 of its 6 engines — to the lower marina and a berth in a storm repair facility. Looking up into the colossal bowl of the circling storm and on into the haze and the star-specked sky beyond, tiny shapes could be seen, slow circling against the brassy glare of light. "The pickup fleet and relaying craft are all in orbit," Hatherance told him. They were in a steep-pitched, multi-tiered viewing gallery packed with dwellers, protected by carbon ribs ready to be explosively deployed should a competition craft come too close, and attached to the Dzunder, a click-long blimper riding just inside the storm wall boundary. The gallery was a relatively safe place to watch gas clipper races. Giant banner screens could scroll up on either side of the fan of dent seats to provide highlights of other races and relay events too distant to witness directly. "The pickup fleet?" Fassin asked. "That is as it was described to me," Hatherance said, settling into her seat alongside his. Dwellers around them were staring at them, seemingly fascinated by their alienness. Usul had gone off to meet an old friend. While he was with them, dwellers only glanced at Fassin and Hatherance now and again. With him gone, they stared shamelessly. They had both got used to it, and Fassin was confident that if Valseer was here and looking for him, he wouldn't have too difficult a job finding him. "How big a fleet?" Fassin asked. "Not sure." There were hundreds of accommodation and spectator blimpers within the storm's vast eye, scores of competing gas clippers and support vessels, plus dozens of media and ancillary craft, not to mention a ceremonial and war-neutral dreadnought, the Puisiel. This was decked out with multitudinous bunting, lines of ancient signal flags, and festoons of dweller-sized balloon flowers, just so that there'd be no possibility of anyone mistaking it for a dreadnought taking part in the greater and fractionally more serious competition taking place beyond the storm. The side screens lit up, and they watched some early action from a race which had taken place the day before. Around them, 1,000 dwellers hooted and roared and laughed, threw food, made spoken kudos bets that they would later deny or inflate accordingly, and traded insults. "Any other news from outside?" Fassin asked. "Our orders remain as they were. There have been more semi-random attacks throughout the system, nothing on the same scale as the assaults on the Seer assets earlier. The defensive preparations continue apace. Manufacturers continue to make heroic efforts. The people continue to make great but willing sacrifice. Morale remains most high, though unofficially people would seem to be growing more frightened, some rioting. Deep space monitors have picked up still ambiguous traces of a great fleet approaching from the direction of the E5 disconnect." "How great?" "Great enough to be bad." "Much rioting?" "Not much rioting." The blimper powered up, distantly revving its engines. A ragged cheer resounded around them as the dwellers realized things were about to start happening. "Well, Major," the colonel said, signal strength low in the clattering hubbub of noise. "We are finally off the ship Poaphilius. We are alone. I think it unlikely we can be overheard, and I have built up an extravagant desire to know quite why we are here. Unless you have, in the course perhaps of your studies, discovered that you are an insatiable fan of gas clippering." "According to Oazil, Valseer is alive." The colonel was silent for a while. Then she said, "You tell me so, do you?" "Of course. Oazil may be mad or deluded or a fantasist or just a mischief-maker, but from what he said, he knew Valseer, or had at least been instructed by Valseer on what to ask me to make sure I really was who I claimed to be." "I see. So, his turning up at the house was not chance." "I suspect he'd been keeping a watch on it, or somebody had, waiting for us, for me, to turn up." "And he told you to come here?" "He did." "And then?" "Valseer will find me." Another cheer went up as the Dzunder began to pick up speed, becoming part of a small fleet of similar spectator craft flocking through the gas towards the starting grid of gas clippers arranged a couple of kilometres ahead. This would be a short race, only lasting an hour or so, with turns around buoys set in the storm wall. The races would grow longer and more gruelling as the meet progressed, culminating in a last epic struggle all the way round the vast storm's inner surface.
So Valsier knew you were, or might be looking for him, and had put in place arrangements to... That is interesting. Any contact so far?
Not yet, but now you know why we're here.
You will keep me informed.
Yes, though you will understand if I have to go off by myself at some point, I hope. Your presence might make Valsier or whoever nervous. The blimper picked up more speed, still heading towards the storm-inward side of the starting grid. The slipstream started to blow away balloons and trays not secured.
Nervous? You think this is all that serious?
What do you think?
I think Oazil is probably one or several of the things you thought he might be. However, we are here now, and if he was telling the truth, no doubt you will be contacted. Of course, the other possibility is that we might have been getting close to something of interest back at Valsier's house, and this was simply a method of getting us out of the way. What exactly did Oazil say to you?
Fassin had kept a record of the conversation he'd had with the wandering dweller deep beneath the house. He signalled it across to Hatherans. The fleet of spectator craft passed by the starting grid like an unruly flock of fat birds. Another great cheer sounded. The gas clippers stayed on the starting plane, awaiting their own signal.
Still, little enough to go on, Major, Hatherans told him. You should have shared this with me earlier and let me decide on the correct course of action. I may have been overly indulgent with you. Your loss is still something I appreciate, of course. However, I fear I might have been guilty of dereliction.
I won't report you if you don't, Fassin sent without humour. The gas clippers, the larger, plural, crude versions of the single-dweller stormjammers, were sharp, angular-looking things, all jag-sails, keel-load and high gallants. 50 metres long, 50 metres in most directions, bristling with glittering sails like enormous blades. They looked like the result of some monstrous permanent magnet being thrown into a hopper full of exotic-edged weapons. Pennant sails carried identifying marks, little flowers of colour within the silvery blades, all bright beneath the glittering point of light that was a lubis. It was not possible to sail in a single medium. True sailing required a keel, or something like one, in one medium, and sails, or something like them, in another. In a single great stream of gas, you could not sail. You flew. On the edges of two streams, the boundary between a zone moving in one direction and a belt moving in the other, you could, in theory, sail if you could build a ship big enough. The dwellers had tried to build ships on that scale that would stay together. They had failed. Instead, stormjammers and gas clippers exploited the titanic magnetic fields that most gas giant planets possessed. Flux lines were their water, the place where their steadying keels lay, with a colossal magnetic field trying to move them along one course and the planet-girdling atmospheric bands of a dweller-inhabited gas giant expecting them to move along with everything else in a quite different direction. The possibility of sailing arose. And by sailing with sails dipped into the inside edges of giant storm systems, the sport could be made satisfactorily dangerous.
We must hope that this was not a ruse to get us away from the house, the colonel told Fassin, and we must hope that Valsier will indeed contact you, if he is alive. We were given no hint that such might be the case.
She looked at him.
Were we?
None. Almost the entire fleet of spectator craft had passed the starting grid. The gas clippers shook as one, then, bewilderingly quickly, when one knew they had no proper engines, they swung away towards the massive wall of dark, tearing cloud that was the inner limit of the giant storm, peeling and jostling, weaving and carving through the gas as they fought for position, using the light breezes and simple gaseous inertia of the medium to allow them to steer while they rode their lines of force towards the storm wall.
They never did find a body, though. This is right?
Hatherans asked. That's right, Fassin told her. Lost in a squall that could tear apart a stormjammer, he wouldn't have had much of a chance, but he might have lived.
Yet there is no water or the like. They cannot drown, and it is not too cold or hot. How do they die, just in a strong wind?
Ripped apart, spun until they lose consciousness, and then just whirled round too fast to hold together, or left in a coma that means they do drop into the depths,
and they do need to breathe. If the pressure is too low, they can't. The gas clippers swung at the storm's inner surface, half disappearing as their extending blade sails cut into the stream of gas. They accelerated hard. Even with their head start and their bellowing engines labouring, even taking a shorter, inner curve route, the spectator craft began to lose ground to the small fleet of speeding gas clippers. "Is it possible that Valsier somehow arranged the accident?" the colonel asked. Possible. He might have arranged to have some friend, some accomplice nearby to rescue him. It would make surviving likely rather than not. "Do dwellers often fake their own deaths?" "Almost never." "So I thought." The group of gas clippers was level with the centre of the greater fleet of spectator ships, and the shouting and hollering in the spectator craft rose still further in pitch and volume as the whole mass of gas clippers and their accompanying squadrons of blimpers and ancillary vessels seemed to move briefly as one, the dark storm wall of vertical sea, troubled and tattered, tearing past in front of them. A vast, slanting band of shade rose up to meet them all as they moved into the shadow of the storm, the hazy point of Alubis eclipsed by a roaring circlet of dementedly gyrating gas 100 clicks high and 10,000 kilometres across. "Fassin! Made any bets yet?" Isul said, settling into his dense seat alongside. A pet child in a waiter's uniform floated with a tray at his side, held back until the older dweller settled into his seat, then left the tray with its drug paraphernalia clipped to the seat and retreated. "No, I'd be relying on your kudos, wouldn't I?" "Oh, I suppose you would," Isul agreed, apparently only now thinking this through. "Obviously, I must trust you subconsciously. Most odd." He flipped to one side and started rummaging through the various drug works he'd brought back. "How was your friend?" Hatherance asked him. "Oh, in very good spirits," Isul said, not looking at her. "Father died yesterday in action. Stands to inherit kudos points for bravery or something." He kept on rummaging. "Sworn I got some fever brain." "Good to know he's taking it so well," Fassin said. "Ah, here we are," Isul said, holding up a large, bright orange capsule to take a good look at it. "Oh yes, Fassin. Bumped into some youngster who claimed to know you. Gave me this." Isul dug into a pocket in his forebreech and came out with a tiny image leaf, passing it to Fassin. The human held it in one of the gascraft's fine-scale manipulators and looked at the photograph. It was of white clouds in a blue sky. "Yes, colour's all wrong, obviously," Isul commented. "Couldn't help noticing." Fassin was aware of the colonel looking at the image too. She sat back, silent. "Did this person who claimed to know me actually say anything?" Fassin asked. "Huh?" Isul said, still studying the finger-sized orange lozenge. "Oh, yes. Said to take good care of that thing, and that they'll be in the Stern Viewing Gallery restaurant if you wanted to see them. Alone, they said. Bit rude, I thought. Very young, though. Almost expect that." "Well, thanks," Fassin said. "Nothing," Isul said with a wave. He popped the giant pill. "With your permission, Colonel," Fassin said to Hatherance. "Granted. Take care." "Excuse me," Fassin said as he rose from his dense seat. Isul didn't hear. Two of the leading gas clippers were having a private duel, swerving dangerously close, weaving in and out of each other's course, trying to tangle field lines, steal wind, and so eddy-wake the other into dropping behind or crashing out. And Isul was floating high up out of his seat, shouting and whooping with all the other spectators, not yet in their own little narcotic world. The dweller, a youth by his simple clothing, and certainly looking at least that young, intercepted Fassin on the broad central corridor of the Dzunda, falling into pace with him as he made his way towards the rear of the ship. Fassin turned fractionally towards his sudden companion, kept on going. "Siatak," the youth said. "Yes?" "Would you come with me, please?" Fassin followed the young dweller, not to the Stern Viewing restaurant, but to a private box slung low beneath the blimper. The captain of the Dzunda was there, talking to an old dweller who looked to be at least early sage in years. The captain turned when Fassin and the youth entered, then, with a small bow to Fassin, left with the youth, leaving Fassin alone in the round diamond bubble space with the aged dweller. A few screens showed silent views of the race. A float tray to one side carried a large Narsin sensor, grey-blue smoke uncoiling from it, filling the cabin with haze and scent. "Is it you, old one?" "I am still me, young Tark,"
the familiar voice said. The dweller flitted up to him. If it was Valsir, he was no more shrunken, but rather more dark than the last time Fassin had seen him. He had lost all the life charms and decorations, and was dressed now in severely formal, almost monastic yellow part robes.
"You have the token I sent."
Fassin handed over the little image leaf. The dweller looked at it, rim mantle rippling in a smile.
"Yes, you still wear us away, don't you?"
He handed it back.
"Take good care of that. And so, how was Oasil? I take it he found you at the house, and you're not here by coincidence."
He was well. Eccentric, but well. The old dweller's smile grew, then faded.
"And the house? My libraries?"
They're sinking into the depths. What's left?
"What's left?"
A bit was missing.
"Ah, the study."
What happened to it?
"The cloud tunnel started to get too heavy to maintain. I had the house decoupled. I cleared the study first. The tunnel section fell into the depths."
And the contents? The old dweller rotated back a fraction, creating small royals of smoke in the haze.
"You are still testing me, aren't you, Fassin Tak? You're still not prepared to trust me that I am who you think I am."
Who do I think you are?
"You're, I thought, old friend Valsir, once churl, now acting like a sage child, and hoping for the confirmation of my peers if I ever get to come out of hiding. Do you think I will ever get to come out of hiding, Sir Tak?"
"That depends." Beyond the old dweller, the gas clipper race continued, well ahead of the labouring blimper. Screens relaying signals from camera jets showed the action in close-up. The sounds of distant cheers came through the open diamond-pane windows of the private box. "Why did you go into hiding?" The dweller switched to signal whispering.
"Because I thought to skim through what I'd traded you for the expressionist paintings you had brought. I read a certain note at the end of a certain volume. Which reminds me that I must apologize. It was not my intention to seem to fob you up with 3 different translations of the same volume instead of all 3 parts of the one work. However, read that note I did, and came to the conclusion that what was being referred to was the sort of information that people die for, and most certainly will kill for. I decided to disappear. I became dead."
"Sorry I doubted you, Valsir," Fassin said, moving forward and holding out 2 manipulators towards the old dweller.
"Suspicious to the last,"
sighed Valsir, ignoring the left manipulator and shaking the right with his own extended right hub arm.
"There, how humans greet. Are you satisfied now, Sir Tak?"
Fassin smiled. "Entirely. Good to see you again."
"You must feel emotional pain, then. I feel sorry for you."
"I'm trying not to feel too sorry for myself, which is helped by getting on with what needs to be done." Fassin had told Valsir about the attacks on Third Fury and Sept Bantrabal. Valsir had related his life since they had last met, a time dominated by the dweller list in a way that even Fassin's hadn't been until recently. Most of that period he had spent in hiding, after arranging what looked like his own death, with the help of Gzesif, the dweller captain whom Fassin had seen briefly earlier. He was an old storm sailor, a jammer hand and clipperine, with a collection of trophies and medals that outweighed him. Retired now, pursuing more contemplative course, content to take charge of a blimper now and again, just to stay part of the whole storm-sailing scene.
"And what needs to be done, Sir Tak?"
"I think we need to find that 3rd volume. Do you still have it?"
"I do not. However, it is not the 3rd volume itself that is of consequence in this matter."
"Then what is?"
"A note. A brief appendix."
"Do you have that?"
"No."
"Do you know where it is?"
"No."
"Then we may all, to use a human term, be fucked."
"I do know the direction it went in."
"That could help."
"You agree that it may be that important? That we may all be fucked without it?"
"Oh, we may very well all be thoroughly fucked with it. But without it, while people think this thing exists, they will do terrible things to anybody who gets in their way or isn't being what they regard as 100% helpful. My minder here an Uralith ocular colonel, tells me there's a fleet of Mercatoria warships over Nascaron. The excuse is they're here to help pick up me and her, but I think they might have another purpose.
Military intervention?
The instant they think there might be a firm lead towards the list.
Well, we must try not to furnish them with one. I must also try not to furnish my fellow dwellers with an excuse for regarding me as the most terrible traitor for even thinking of passing on anything to do with the thing in question to alien powers, even if my own studies and those of many others indicate that the data being sought is hopelessly out of date or a fantasy or both. However, I do need to tell somebody which direction to point in, or I may have to stay dead forever.
Fate seems to dictate that it's me you tell. Where do I go?
Ah, now then, I must explain. When I realized what was being referred to in the note in the first volume, I naturally looked for volume 3. Well, at least I did so after spending some days in a state of horror and rage, realizing that, through no fault of my own, save the usually harmless hobby of bibliophilia, I had potentially unleashed something capable of destroying much, starting with my own quite happy and content life. This episode over, I devoted myself to my search and discovered the volume eventually. I have never had such cause to curse my own lackadaisical approach to cataloguing. The relevant piece was in the form of a separate folder attached within the appendices. I myself took the original of the folder to a friend and fellow collector in the city of Dilt, in the South Polar region, contained within a safekeep box which I asked him to look after for me, and not to open. In the event of my death, he was to hand the safekeep box on to somebody he in turn would trust not to open the box. A family member or some other trusted person would appear in due course, carrying an image leaf with a particular image in it, the one you now carry. They were to be given the box.
So would your friend in Dilt have known of your death? I didn't.
Perhaps, perhaps not. He is an antiquarian data collector like myself, but a recluse. He may have heard through mutual acquaintances.
Right, Fassin said. So I must make for Dilt. What was your friend's name?
Chimilinith.
The name was barely out of Valsia's signal pit when Fassin registered a neutrino burst. Any particular part of Dilt? He asked, starting to look round in more detail.
Chimilinith tended to move his house around, but I imagine the locals will know of him.
Okay. So did you take a look at this data? What did it look like? The diamond bubble private box was nearly empty. Just the two of them, the float tray and bowl. He'd scanned them automatically when he'd entered, and they were just what they appeared to be, no more. And the screens, which also seemed perfectly standard. Who'd be using neutrino comms? From where? Why the sudden burst just then?
It looked like algebra.
Fassin scanned Valsia's simple clothes. No hint of anything high-tech there. The most sophisticated thing in his robes was the weave itself. Algebra? He asked. There was nothing on the inside or the outside surface of the diamond bubble itself. He scanned the access tube. Clear.
It looked like alien algebra,
Valsia told him. Fassin looked up at the undersurface of the blimper immediately above, then swept for anything in the clear gas space outside within the same radius. Still nothing. Something further outside, then. Alien? He asked, distracted. There seemed to be nothing nearby. There was the Desunder, then nothing for 100 meters or so until the next blimper, then the other spectator and ancillary craft beyond, with a single accompanying dreadnought, Puissio, a few clicks further up in the atmosphere, easily keeping pace with the spectating fleet. Then the gas clippers themselves, currently starting to round the Stormwall buoy, which marked this short race's first turning point.
Alien symbology, though not entirely. I thought I recognized some of the symbols. They looked like a form of translatory 4, a pan-species type, so-called universal notation, dating from perhaps 2 billion years ago, invented by the Wappled, long-extinct invert spongiforms, though with elements of ancient dweller icons. I would have made notes, but I thought better of committing any of it to a form I could carry around save what exists, necessarily sketchy, in my own mind. Hence, I have not been able to work on it since. Fassin was taking in what was being said and recording it on the gascraft systems in case he wanted to review it later, but he was still frantically scanning the volume all around them for some sort of bug or surveillance device. Another burst of what certainly seemed like neutrino comms registered on the little gascraft's sensors, a sudden pattern in the general wash of near-massless particle chaos. The first burst had come immediately Valsier had spoken the name of the dweller he'd given the folder to. Could it really just have been coincidence? But how could anybody have overheard? They were communicating by whisper signal, coherent light beams flickering from one surface-sunk transceiver pit to another. There was no way to intercept what they were saying unless someone dropped a mirror or some sensor into the beams. Could it be him? Had the gascraft itself been bugged? Had Hatherans put something on him? He scanned and system-checked, finding nothing. The blimper above them ascended quickly and steadily as the gas clippers roared up the sheer face of the storm. The Dzunder rose into direct sunlight. "So just a field of equations?" Fassin asked the old dweller. The drug fume haze in the private box was suddenly lit up, resolving into tiny individual particles of vapour, a tiny fraction of them glinting and glittering. Possibly just the one long one. Horrified, Fassin sucked a little of the surrounding vapour into the Arrowhead's high-res analysis unit. "One piece of algebra?" he asked. The results coming from the gascraft's high-tech nose looked bizarre, surface receptors seeming to change their mind about what they were smelling. Fassin toggled the analysis down another level of detail to electron microscopy. "Possibly," Valsier replied. Outside, towards the storm wall, a few tens of meters away, something showed, briefly caught in the slanting sunlight and taking just an instant too long to adapt to the new lighting conditions. The results from the Arrowhead's internal electron microscope were for a moment baffling. Then Fassin realized what his analysis unit was looking at. Nanotech. A thin soup of tiny machines, receptors, analyzers, processors and signalers, small enough to be suspended in the atmosphere, light enough to float in the midst of the drug smoke like particles of the fumes themselves. That was how they had been bugged. There was something in the gas between them, riding right in the middle of their signal beams and capable of picking up their meaning. Nothing as gross as a mirror or some photon microphone dangling from a wire, just this, just these, just stuff that was supposed to be banned. "Valsier," he said urgently, "who brought this drug bowl in here?" He turned up visual magnification, staring hard at the point in the open gas outside, where something had shone in the sunlight an instant before. There! He up-magged again, almost to the point of graininess. "What?" Valsier said, sounding confused. "Well, it was here when I—" A rough sphere, 40 meters away, barely 10 centimeters across, almost perfectly camouflaged, like a disk of clear glass in front of the real view. Hint of a comms pit, a tiny crater-like dish pointing right at them. Fassin swung round to put himself between the tiny distant machine and the old dweller, then went right up to him, comms pit, like amorous dwellers kiss-signalling. Valsier tried to rote back. "What the—" "We've been bugged, Valsier," Fassin said. "Watched, listened to. The bowl smoke is part nanotech. We need to get out, now." "What? But—" Another burst of neutrino comms. Now that he knew where to look, it was definitely coming from the camouflaged sphere outside. "Out, Valsier, now!" And another burst, this time from above, high above. Valsier pushed Fassin away. "The bowl smoke! Get out!" Fassin said, pushing the old dweller towards the access port in the top of the diamond bubble box. Outside, the little sphere was rushing towards them. Fassin got underneath Valsier and forced him upwards. "Fassin! All right!" Valsier started to rise under his own power, entering the vertical access tube. The little sphere burst through the diamond bubble, shards spraying. It came to a stop just inside the jagged hole, still disguised, just a blur in the air. "Major Tak," it shouted. "This is General Linosu of the Shirvalti Ocula. This device is under the control of the Nascaron Expeditionary Force. Don't be alarmed. We're coming down to—" The voice cut off as the little sphere was pierced by a hair-thin line of cerise light. The noise resounded, sharp and sudden round the diamond bubble enclosure. Debris flew from the tiny machine, rattling against the far side of the private box. Fassin whirled to see Hatherans dropping down round the side of the Dzunder, carapace silvered. The laser beam had come from her. The little spherical device dropped its disguise, revealing itself as a mirror-finished machine with stubby wings. It had a tiny hole in one flank, a much larger one on the far side, producing smoke. It rolled over in the air, made a crackling noise, then dropped to the transparent floor. Above him, Fassin was aware of Valsier hesitating in the access tube. Slipstream wind whistled in through the hole in the diamond bubble. The colonel swung quickly in towards them. "You all right, Major?" she signalled, stopping immediately outside, buffeted by the slipstream. She tipped to look at the device lying rolling on the clear, curved floor of the box. "Shit," she said. "That looks like one of ours." There was a white flash, as though from everywhere at once, blinding Fassin for an instant. As the light faded, Hatherence was already falling away, tumbling like a dropped stone through the gas. Something moved, faster than the gas clippers, across the storm wall face, carving in towards the blimper. When the colonel had fallen 20 metres below the private box, a line of searing yellow-white light flicked into existence between the incoming machine and Hatherence's e-suit, which erupted in fire and blew apart. The fast-moving device looked like a small gas craft or missile, sharp and finned. Its exhaust flared bright as it powered round. Fassin looked down to see Hatherence. She was a dark, ragged manta shape, falling, whirling downwards amongst the smoking debris of the destroyed e-suit. She seemed to twist in the air, flicking round, something glinting in a stubby tentacle. A violet beam lanced towards the finned craft, missing by a metre. Another white line from the machine speared the colonel, obliterating her in a sun-bright burst of light. Valsier had cleared the access tube. Fassin blasted up it like a shell up a gun barrel, letting the pulse of downdraft tear the diamond bubble box out in a convulsive explosion of wreckage that whipped away from the Desunda and followed the remains of the colonel and her e-suit towards the storm's concave base and the depths beyond. Valsier was waiting in the broad corridor above. "Fassin, what is going on?" "How do we get off this thing?" he asked, taking the old dweller by the hub arm and leading him towards the next vertical access. "Do we really need to? Something's attacking us, Valsier." "Are you sure?" "Yes! So how do we get off?" "What's wrong with roting?" "Bit vulnerable. I was thinking of a craft." "Well, I'm sure we can arrange a taxi, or one of the blimper's own skiffs. I'll ask Captain Gzesif." "No," Fassin said. "Not Captain Gzesif." "Why not?" "Somebody had to put that drug bowl there." They got to the vertical. "But—" Valsier hesitated. "Wait, what's that noise?" Fassin could hear a deep warbling sound coming from various directions. That could be an alarm. He indicated the tube above. "After you. Let's move." They were halfway up the vertical to the central corridor when the Desunda lurched. "Uh-oh," Valsier said. "Keep going." When they got to the main concourse, the alarm noise was louder. Dwellers were shouting at each other, picking up dropped trays, food and drugs, and staring at some of the wall screens. Fassin looked too. "Oh, fuck," he said quietly. The screens showed confused pictures of the surroundings, not all the cameras and screens now focusing on the still continuing gas clipper race. One camera seemed to be following a slim, finned craft, the one which had attacked Hatherence as it circled the blimper. Other screens showed ships, dozens of dark ships, dropping from the sky. They were gas-capable Mercatoria spacecraft, some as little as 50 metres long, others 3 or 4 times that size. Soot-black ellipsoids with thick wings and sleek but rudimentary tailplanes and engine pods. They were diving towards the blimper fleet, 2 or 3 peeling off every vertical click or so to circle, guarding. Much higher above, another snatched camera angle, drifting out of focus then snapping clear. More slick shapes gyrated above the high haze layer like scavengers over carrion. Another screen's view spun, then settled, jerking on the spectating fleet's accompanying dreadnought, the Puisiel, whose turrets were swinging, gun barrels elevating. A yellow-white beam flicked on and off, boring straight through the warcraft, making it shudder and sending shockwaves running along its outer fabric. The beam hit the storm wall beyond at almost the same time, raising a dark puff of vapour like a bruise, quickly whipped away. The gas clippers seemed to have disappeared. "What in all the gods' farts is going on?" Valsier asked. They had come to a stop, transfixed by the screens like most of the rest of the people in the concourse. The Puisiel's turrets and guns continued to swing round for a moment, then came to rest, seemingly pointing in random directions. "Oh, don't," Fassin said. The dreadnought's guns flashed, gouting fire and smoke. Smaller shapes dropped away from it at the same time, half obscured by the wreathing broadside smoke clouds, and then pulsed fire and smoke from their rears and started curving up and out towards the dropping spacecraft. Screens blinked. The dark, descending spacecraft glittered with light.
Midway between the Puisiel and the scatter of black ships, piercing white lines ended in sudden detonations, filling the gas above and around the spectating fleet with black bursts of smoke. A screen swung to show one turning spacecraft, dropping, trailing smoke. Dwellers started yelling. Trays, food, drugs, and pet children were sent flying. Carapace skins blazed, naked signals of excitement and fury, and whiffs of warlust filled the air, as though a series of tiny scent grenades had gone off along the concourse. A black dot, trailing a haze of exhaust, sailed in towards the crippled spacecraft, but was picked off from above in a blast of light. Then something still smaller and faster darted across the screen and hit the ship, detonating inside and tearing it entirely in half. The two torn sections flew down towards the depths, dangled on elongating strings of smoke. The other missiles were picked off even more easily, swatted like slow insects. Fassin started pulling Valsia away. Dwellers all around them howled and barked at the screens and started taking bets. Distant concussive thumps and longer roars sounded throughout the concourse, bringing the long-delayed battle sounds to accompany the near-instant visuals. Dark glitterings everywhere. The dreadnought lit up all along its length, speckled with fire. The beams lanced it, plunging on into the storm wall, freckling bruises across the stir of dark gas. About a third of a last broadside, most of it aimed at where the fallen spaceship had been, punched out from the Puisiel a fraction of a second before the first beams hit. The great vessel shook like a leaf in a storm, then started to drop even as further rays riddled it. A final beam, less bright, much broader, punched through the whole central section, folding the craft about its middle and sending it flowing and spiralling downwards. A few tiny double discs drifted away from the stricken warcraft and rotated away or just fell, some trailing smoke. Some were hit by further beams of light, vanishing in miniature explosions. "Valsia, move," Fassin whispered in the sudden silence. "We have to get away. Just get to the outside." They were almost level with the 45 degrees up access tube. Fassin nudged Valsia towards it. This way. He didn't even know if they really should get away. Maybe they were still somehow safer here in the blimper. At least closer to the outside, they might have more choice. Valsia allowed himself to be pushed towards the slope of the access tube. The lowest part of the fleet of dark ships was now almost level with the top of the spectating fleet. Howls started to fill the concourse. Fassin and Valsia were being held back from the tube entrance by a stream of dwellers coming in the other direction. Fassin continued to push the old dweller, though they both kept looking back at the screens. One of the dark ships circled gradually closer to the storm wall. Near its closest approach, a gas clipper came hurtling out of the dark curtain of whirling gas, blade cells extended like a frozen, gleaming explosion. It rammed the dark warship amidships, hammering into it and pushing the two craft across the sky in a single, tangled, flailing mass. Still locked in their terrible embrace, the two craft started to fall away with everything else, heading for the foot of the storm's great dark well and the hot crush of gas beneath. More screams and barks of joy echoed round the concourse. Another camera, another screen. A section of the storm wall was bulging. Dark gas streaming around some huge, rounded cone, forcing its way through the storm as though it wasn't there. A huge dreadnought flowed out of the storm, trailing streamers of gas like vast banners. Shrieks of encouragement and great air-quaking cheers resounded down the wide tunnel of the concourse, making it resonate like a vast organ pipe. The new dreadnought silvered in an instant, white beams scattering off it as it flew into the clear gas heart of the storm's colossal eye. "Fuck me," Fassin heard himself say. They were waiting for them. The silver dreadnought powered straight towards the fleet of dark ships, which, after starting to close in on the spectating fleet, were now swinging and swivelling to reconfigure and face the new threat. The dreadnought raced forward, fire bright around its propellerless tail, guns firing and flashing. Its silvery skin, reflecting sky, storm, and dark depths, sparkled with jagged scintillations, bouncing beams off in random directions like bright thrown spines. Two more of the dark ships detonated and fell, sending the dweller screams in the concourse and the bets towards even wilder heights. The dreadnought tore onwards, shaking under the weight of fire falling upon it. A missile from the fleet of Mercatoria ships slashed across the view, was missed by a fan of interceptor fire from the dreadnought and slammed into it. There was just the hint of the start of an explosion, bursting the dreadnought apart as though tearing open the wrapping round a piece of star. Then the screen went utterly white, before hazing out completely blank. Lights in the concourse flickered and went out, came back, then faded again. The warbling sound, there but effectively unheard all this time, cut off, its absence in the sudden silence like a hearing loss. The Dazunda quivered like a struck animal. Other screens wavered, went black, filled with static. Some screens, now providing the only light in the concourse, remained working. Gradually, more light filled the long tube as low emergency lighting strobed on, caught and held. A low muttering sound of dweller trepidation and resentment started to build. One camera swung to show the huge rolling mushroom cloud filling the space where the dreadnought had been. A few tiny pieces of wreckage fell, far away, thin claws from a tumorously bloated fist. The dark ships started to close in again on the spectator fleet, currently composed of vessels commanded by two sorts of captains, those who thought it best to clump together and those who regarded scattering and even taking their chances with the storm winds as the safer bet. The stampede of dwellers from the access tube, which Fassin was trying to push Valsir towards, was slowly forcing the two of them back into the centre of the concourse. More people were flooding into the wide space from every other access point. Somebody was screaming, "Look! Look!" One distant screen image was suddenly repeated across several more. At first, it looked like a replay of the entrance of the first dreadnought, the great nose bulging out through the curtain of streaming cloud, dragging gas like long flags of war. Then the view pulled back, and the screen showed the storm wall bulging in another place, then another, and another, and another, until a whole vertical forest of the great ships was visible, hurtling out of the storm and towards the great column of black circling spacecraft, hanging like a giant pendulum over the spectating fleet. The Dazunda shook, rippled and screamed like something alive as the shockwave of the earlier nuclear explosion seemed to pick it up and rattle it. Dwellers swung this way and that across the concourse, banging into each other, walls, floor and ceiling, filling the gas with oaths and debris. Another pair of screens cut out, but enough remained to show the closing fleet of mercury-coloured dreadnoughts, livid with fire, outgoing and incoming. Lasers sheened off, fans of interceptor projectiles, and beams combed the gas and sundered, darting, twisting missiles. Two more of the dark ships, then a third, exploded or crumpled and started to fall or spiral down. But two more of the giant dreadnoughts disappeared in massive, screen-hazing detonations. A couple more dreadnoughts were suddenly caught in a fiercely bright beam from immediately above, from out of the clear yellow sky. The beam fell between them, making each massive ship wobble as if stumbling in the gas. Then it split into two parallel shafts, each violet rod narrowing in an instant and chopping through its targeted dreadnought like an axe through a neck. The concourse, half dark, filled with wild scents and the frenzied bellowing of dwellers, unsure whether to wail laments or shout huzzas, lit by the spastic, spasming light of the battle views swinging wildly across the screens, achieved a sort of chaotic transcendence, as very loud but defiantly soothing-sounding music started to play, product of some confused automatic guest management system, waking to insanity and trying to spread tranquility. "What?" Fassin heard a nearby dweller say, quite quietly, but distinctly through the pandemonium. "The fuck is that?" Another dark mercatorial ship, another silver dreadnought, ripped to shreds and blossoming in nuclear fire, respectively. Another pair of dreadnoughts, shaking in the first beamfall of the violet ray, flicking from on high. And on the screen opposite, looking downwards into the wide bowl of the storm's dead heart, a huge, darkly red glowing globe was rising from the sump gases of the storm floor, dragging a great flute of gas after it, like some absurdly steady fireball. It was kilometres across and striated, banded like a miniature gas giant, so that for one crazed instant Fassin thought he was watching the palace of the Hyacon Ormilla floating smoothly upwards into the fray. A crumpled scrap falling towards this apparition, a ruined and smoking Mercatoria spacecraft, appeared to lend a scale to the huge sphere, seeming to be about to fall just behind it, making the quickly rising globe 3 or 4 clicks across. The wrecked ship fell in front instead, and up to that ready estimate by a factor of 2. A couple of filament-thin yellow-white beams suddenly joined with the massive globe and seemed to sink into it without effect. The violet beam from high above swung onto it, spreading briefly as though to measure the full 7 or 8 kilometres of its diameter before starting to narrow. A pattern of black dots appeared on the surface of the giant globe. The Dazunda shook again and again as further blast waves crashed into it. Fassin stared at the great rising sphere, even as dwellers on either side thudded into him, and he lost his hold on Balsier.
There were maybe 50 or so of the black spots, spread as though randomly across the upper hemisphere of the huge globe. One appeared to be in the centre of the rapidly narrowing, focusing violet beam. Just as that ray grew too bright to see the ebony dot at its centre, it seemed to pulse and spread. Then it disappeared, just as each spot suddenly became the plinth for an intensely bright, thin column of pure white light. The beams lasted for an eye blink, disappearing almost as soon as they'd been produced, only their image lasting, burned into any naked eyes and insufficiently buffered cameras trained on them. Silence, even as another manic convulsion shook the Dzunder, making the whole concourse ripple and creak. More screens went out. The loud, soothing music cut off. 2 remaining screens nearby showed the dark ships, whole squadrons of them, entire flocks of them, reduced for most of their length to sparkling wind-blown ash, only the long needle noses and tailed, finned rears remaining intact to fall like meteors, unreeling, scrawny trails of smoke into the storm's tenebrous depths. The nearest screen showed the camera swinging across the sky, searching for an intact Mercatoria ship, only to find further drifts of smoke, new clouds of ash already drifting on the wind. The other screen's view pivoted to the sky, where something glowing yellow was fading and disappearing as it cooled, at first still keeping station with the scene directly beneath, then starting to drift away to the east. The huge sphere was still rising, though slowing now, coming gradually level with the remains of the spectating fleet. The remaining 24 or so mirror-finished dreadnoughts were decelerating, heaving to on one side of the clumped and scattered ships. A bellowing roar of utter and unexpected victory built quickly in every dweller throat along the length of the concourse, swelling to a clanging, thunderous cacophony of mind-splitting, thought-warping sound. Then a series of crashing, titanic shockwaves pummeled the Dzunder like a gale whipping a flag. A barrage of noise like a troop of titans clapping entirely drowned out the hollering dwellers. All the screens went dark. The blimper Dzunder lurched for one last time, then started to fall out of the sky. Those dwellers not already heading swiftly for the exits immediately began to do so, the ones near Fassin sweeping him along with them, up the access tube he'd been trying to head for originally, out via a wide funnel port into a viewing gallery, through its massively shattered diamond roof, and out into the bruised and battered skies of Nascaron.
You mean some of your ridiculous fucking fairy stories about secret ships and hyperweapons are actually true?
Fassin said.
Well, Isol said, looking round, so it would appear.
They were somewhere inside the Isot, the enormous spherical ship which had destroyed almost the entire Mercatorial fleet, space-based command and control, plus heavy weaponry bombardment backup included, in the space of about half a second. The Isot was something called a planetary protector deniable. Not that Fassin, or apparently anybody else rescued from the destroyed and damaged ships of the spectating fleet, had ever heard of such a thing. That, as Yisul had pointed out, was a pretty unarguably convincing brand of deniability. There had, of course, been rumours and myths concerning secret dweller martial capability, and the general lack of wisdom of getting into a fight with such an ancient and widespread species for as long as people could remember. But, as most of these myths and rumours seemed to be spread by the dwellers themselves, as a rule, nobody ever really took them seriously. The dwellers spent so much time huffing and puffing and telling people how completely wonderful and brilliant they were, and yet seemed so self-obsessed, so inward-looking and so careless of their distant fellows, so unconnected not just with the rest of the civilized galaxy, but with their own vastly scattered diaspora. They were inevitably dismissed as vainglorious fantasists, and their vaunted ships and weapons, at best, a sort of folk memory of earlier magnificence long lost, entirely eclipsed. Even now, having just seen the results of the Isot's intervention with his own eyes, or at least through the little gascraft sensors, Fassin could not entirely believe what he'd witnessed.
Well, this is a strange place to be, Valsir said, looking about the spherical space he, Yisul, and Fassin had been shown to.
They had rendezvoused quite quickly in the general gas-borne confusion of survivors from the Dzunder. Fassin's arrowhead-shaped craft, though smaller than all the surrounding dwellers, was a sufficiently different shape for Valsir and Yisul to spot him quite without difficulty and head in his direction.
"Why is everybody else giving me such a wide berth?" Fassin had asked when they'd each drifted up to him in the after-battle calmness. It was true. All the other dweller survivors were keeping a good 50 meters or so away from him.
Worried you're going to be a target, Isil had said, checking his various pockets and pouches to see what he might have lost in the excitement. Around them, various long, smoky columns were drifting in the breeze like anemic stalks rooted in the dark storm base far below, and great dumbbell-shaped clouds, all that was left of the nuclear explosions, were twisting and slowly tearing apart, their round, barely rolling heads still climbing into higher and higher levels of atmosphere, being caught in differential wind streams, and casting vast hazy shadows across the again quiet skies of the storm's eye. Hovering to one side, the vast banded sphere, which had risen from the depths, floated like a miniature planet caught in the eye of the great storm. To one side, in the storm wall, the gas clipper fleet seemed to be trying to regroup. Tumbling out of the sinking Dazunda with the rest of the survivors, only a lifelong exposure to Dweller insouciance, both congenital and feigned, had prevented Fassing gasping in disbelief at the sound of various people around him quite seriously discussing whether the gas clipper race would just continue, be restarted or declared void, and passing opinions regarding the status of already existing bets in the light of this suite of likely choices. The less damaged spectating and other craft were picking up the various free-floating dwellers. Ambulance skiffs from the surviving craft in the Silver Dreadnought fleet and hospital vessels from the nearest port facilities were rescuing the more seriously injured and burned individuals. Fassin had indeed been targeted, but not by weaponry. A trio of skiffs had emerged from the giant sphere and made straight for the little group formed by Fassin and his two dweller friends. They'd been taken aboard, and the skiffs returned immediately to the enormous globe, ignoring the outraged yells of the dwellers, who until moments before had been studiously avoiding Fassin. The lead skiff, crewed by a jolly pair of remarkably old-looking dwellers. They didn't volunteer their names, ranks, or ages, but they each looked at least as old as Jundrians, had deposited them somewhere deep inside the giant spherical craft, way down a dark tunnel into a broad sphere of reception space, complete with washing facilities, and what Yusul had taken one look at and sniffily dismissed as a snackateria. Before they'd left again in their skiff, it had been one of these unnamed dwellers who, in response to a question of Fassin's, had told them the name and category of the great craft they'd been brought inside. Fassin had warned him that his gas craft had been in contact with Mercatoria nanotech and he might be contaminated, which did not surprise or alarm anybody aboard as much as he'd been expecting. The skiff's crew scanned the little gas craft and told him, well, he wasn't contaminated anymore. "Where is your little friend, the very Reverend Colonel?" Isil asked Fassin, making a show of looking around the reception space. "She jumped out of her seat and raced off just before all the fun started." "She's dead," Fassin told him. "Dead?" Isil rolled back. "But she seemed so well armed." "She shot what turned out to be a mercatorial device," Fassin said. "One of the first of their craft on the scene seemed to assume this meant she was a hostile and wasted her." "Oh," Isil said, sounding downcast. "That was the Mercatoria, was it? Not these disconnected people? You're sure?" "I'm fairly sure," Fassin said. "Damn," Isil said, sounding annoyed. "Might sort of look like I've lost a bet in that case. Wonder how I can get out of it." He floated off, looking deep in thought. Fassin turned to Valsier. "You sure you're all right?" he asked. The old dweller had looked a little shaken when they'd rendezvoused in the gas above the sinking blimper, though, apart from a few carapace abrasions picked up in the welter of people rushing to escape the sinking ship, he was uninjured. "I am fine, Fassin," he told the human. "And you have lost your colonel friend, I heard." Fassin had a sudden reprise of his last image of Hatherence, that dark manta shape twisting in the air. To a dweller she would have looked like one of their young, firing a hand weapon at the craft that had ripped her out of her e-suit, then dying in the returning splash of fire. "I'm getting used to anybody who gets close to me dying violently," he said. I consider myself warned," Valsier said. "She was my superior, Valsier," Fassin told him. "She was my bodyguard, but she was also my guard in another sense. I'd be surprised if she hadn't been given orders to kill me if the relevant circumstances arose." "Do you think she would have carried out those orders?" Fassin hesitated, suddenly feeling bad about what he'd just said, even though he still thought it was the truth. It was as though he'd insulted Hatherence's memory. He looked away and said, "Well, we'll never know now, will we?" A door in the centre of the ceiling swung back.
They all looked up. 2 dwellers entered. Fassin recognized one of them as Setstein, the self-confessed influence peddler he'd talked to by phone the evening he'd slipped away from Yusul's house in Houseskip City. The other dweller looked very old indeed, dark and small, barely 5 meters in diameter, and dressed in high-coverage clothes that probably concealed only a few remaining natural limbs and perhaps some prosthetics.
"Sir Fassin Tak,"
Setstein said, Roll nodding towards him. Then he greeted Yusul and lastly Valsir. As the most senior of the 3, Valsir came last and got an even more respectful bow.
"Yusul, Valsir, allow me to introduce the sage Caspian Chosbe Drunisine, executive commander of this craft, the planetary protector Deniable Issaut." "A pleasure,"
said the dark dweller, in a crisp, dry-sounding voice.
"And for us an honor,"
Yusul said, brushing Fassin out of the way to present himself to the fore and execute an extravagantly complete bow,
"if I may say so."
"Our pleasure, pretty child," Valsir half agreed, also Roll bowing, less completely but with more dignity. "Good to see you," said Stein, Fassin said. "And pleased to meet you, sir," he told the older dweller. Drunisine was by far the oldest and most senior dweller Fassin had ever encountered. As a dweller, surviving the perils of childhood first, obviously, rose through adolescence, youth and adulthood to attain the life stages called Prime and then Cuspian and then Sage, what they were eventually aiming for, destined for if they lived that long, was to reach childhood, the state of utter done-everythingness that was the absolute zenith of all dweller existence. The stage immediately before this culmination was the one which Drunisine had reached. Chosbe, pre-child. There was every chance that Drunisine was over 2 billion years old.
"My name is Setstein,"
the other dweller said, coming to rest near the centre of the spherical room with the sage and looking round at the others.
"I'm a friend of Sir Tak's here. You're all sufficiently recovered and or rested, I hope, because we need to talk."
They agreed they were capable of talk. Setstein waved, and hammock seats descended from a ring round the ceiling door, which then closed. They settled in.
"Sir Tak," the ancient dweller said, "we will need to ensure that all record of the battle just finished is wiped from the memories of that little craft you inhabit."
"I understand," Fassin said. He thought about that deniable. He called up everything he'd recorded of the battle in the Storm's Eye and full deleted it. He called up a lot of other stored memories and got rid of those too. "It's done," he said.
"We will need to check," Setstein told him, sounding apologetic.
"Feel free," Fassin said. "I take it we're not supposed to say anything about what happened out there, or about this thing."
"Say what you like, young sir," Drunisine told him. "Our concern is with hard evidence."
"All surviving non-dweller surveillance systems around Nascaron have been removed," Setstein said, talking to Fassin. "All the transgressing ships which had line of sight to the proceedings have already been destroyed. The remains of the Mercatorial fleet are being pursued and dispatched."
"They are being hunted down like dogs, Sir Tak," Drunisine said, looking straight at him and using the Anglish word. "Harried, systems jammed, comms disrupted, fates sealed, all so that no direct evidence of this craft or its capabilities, even that garnered second-hand, can escape. I might add that your own summary annihilation was contemplated."
"I am grateful to have been made an exception," Fassin said. "On none of the ships which were above Nascaron to be allowed to escape."
"None," the ancient dweller said. "Those who start wars have to accept the consequences," Yusul said, rumbling sententiously.
"And after that?" Fassin asked.
"Specify, please."
"Is this the start of a war with the Mercatoria, at least the part within Alubis?"
"I don't imagine so,"
Drunisine said, sounding as though this was the first time the thought had occurred.
"Not unless they choose to invade us again. Do you think they will, Fassin Tak?"
Fassin had the awful feeling that, given the dweller's irredeemably dismissive approach to intelligence, what he said next might well constitute the single most germane piece of information on the matter that the dwellers would have to work with and base their decisions on. "No, I don't. I think they'll be sufficiently horrified at the extent of their losses today to think twice about risking any further craft, certainly as long as they have the prospect of invasion to look forward to. If the invasion fails, or the system is finally recaptured, then there might be some attempt to find out what happened, and no doubt some people will argue that there should be some form of reprisal. Though, in the shorter term, from what little I've heard of the Epiphany 5 disconnect, there's a chance they might want to, transgress too. He looked at Drunasign and Setstein, who remained silent. Though I'm sure you'll be ready for them. More silence. In fact, if the Algebraist Mercatoria work out what's happened here and realize you don't regard this as the start of a war, they might even want to suggest that you and they unite to resist the Epiphany 5 disconnect forces.
Why would we wish to do that?
Drunasign asked flatly. It felt like it had been a long and tiring day. Fassin didn't really have the energy to start trying to explain. From a creature as old and experienced as Drunasign, the question was probably rhetorical anyway. Never mind, Fassin said. Act as though nothing's happened. Signal Glantine and make some helpful suggestions regarding the re-establishment of a new Seer shared facility. That's more or less what we're going to do anyway, Setstein said, sounding amused. Fassin signalled polite mirth in return. He was still struggling to work out what this enormous, fleets destroyed in an eye-blink craft really meant. Who was responsible for this colossal machine? What sort of previously unknown societal structures and prodigious manufacturing capacity within Dweller civilization could conjure up something this awesome? Was it a one-off? Was it unique to Nascaron? Dear grief! Was it part of a fleet? Did this mean that all the Dweller claims about secret ships and hyperweapons were true? Could the Nascaron dwellers just swap the E5 Discon out of the sky if they so desired, saving Ulubis from invasion? Could they feasibly take on the Mercatoria if they could be bothered? Did any of this mean that the Dweller list was now more likely to be genuine rather than some monstrous waste of time or just a joke? How he'd have liked to have had some time alone with Setstein before this meeting, to find out what had happened since they'd talked last. He'd have to ask some of these questions anyway, given half a chance.
We come, then, Drunasign said, to the question of why the Algebraist Mercatoria disconnect thought it might be a wise or profitable idea to enter Nascaron in such a manner and in such numbers in the first place. Any ideas? Anybody?
The ancient dweller looked round at all of them. I think it might have something to do with me, Fassin admitted.
You, Seata?
Drunasign asked. I've been here attempting to track down some information.
And you needed the help of a small war fleet to extract it?
No. However, they might have thought I was in danger.
From whom?
I don't know.
So we are talking about information that the Mercatoria might consider momentous enough to start a war for, when they are already facing an invasion in the next few months or years? This must be information of some importance. Perhaps we can help. What is it?
Thank you. However, I think I may finally be close to finding it.
Ah, Valsia said. About that.
What? Fassin asked him.
All that stuff about the folder and the safekeep box and taking it personally to Chimlinith of Delta?
Yes.
Not entirely true.
Not entirely?
Not entirely.
So how much of it was true? Valsia rocked back a fraction, seemingly thinking. Patterns of surprise crossed his signal skin.
Actually, most of it, he said.
And the part that wasn't? Fassin asked patiently.
There was no folder in the safekeep box.
So Chimlinith hasn't got the information?
Correct.
I see.
I am still waiting for enlightenment regarding the exact nature of this exemplary, if shy, information,
Drunasign said, frostily, looking at Valsia. Oh, shit, Fassin thought. If Valsia tells them what it is, and it really exists, they might just kill us all. Possibly the same thought had occurred to Valsia.
It allegedly involves a method for travelling faster than light, he told the ancient commander.
Setstein's carapace flashed hilarity, quickly damped. Drunasign looked about as thoroughly unimpressed as it was possible for an elderly dweller to look.
What?
He said.
An ancient addition to a still more ancient book, which Seer Tak here traded over 200 years ago during a delve, as the quick call these things. Makes mention of a method of achieving FTL travel without recourse to adjutage and cannula,
Valsia said, using what Fassin recognized as the dweller terms for portals and wormholes.
Fassin thought, and sincerely hoped, that Valsier had put just the right amount of apology and wry amusement into his voice. "Seartag has been sent here to try to find the details of this unlikely technology." "Indeed," Drunesign said, looking at Fassin. "Algebra," he blurted. "Algebra?" Drunesign asked. "The data looks like a piece of algebra, apparently," Fassin said. "It defines some sort of warping device, a way of bending space, conventional to start with, but using this technique to exceed light speed." Fassin made a gesture of resignation. He let embarrassment patterns show on his arrowhead skin. "I was seconded, without any real choice, into a paramilitary part of the Mercatoria and ordered to undertake this mission. I am as sceptical as I imagine you are, sir, regarding the likelihood of it coming to a successful conclusion." Drunesign let the most formal amusement pattern show on his skin. "Oh, I doubt that you are, Sir Tuck." "What's going on?" "I was about to ask you the same question," Setstein told Fassin. "Shall we trade?" "All right, but I asked first." "What exactly do you want to know?" They were still in the reception sphere inside the giant globe. Commander Drunesign had left. 2 adult medical orderlies were dealing with the few small injuries that Yusul and Valsier had picked up during the battle. "What is this thing?" Fassin asked, gesturing to indicate the whole ship. "Where did it come from? Who made it? Who controls it? How many are there in Nascaron?" "I'd have thought the title said it all," Setstein said. "It's a machine to protect the planet from willed aggression of a certain technical type and sophistication. It's not a spacecraft, if that's what you mean. It's limited to in-atmosphere. It came from the depths, where stuff like this is usually stored. We made it. I mean, dwellers did, probably a few billion years ago. I'd have to check. It's controlled by people in the control center, who'll be dwellers with military experience who've sim-trained for this sort of device specifically. As to numbers, I wouldn't know. Probably not the sort of information one's meant to share, really. No offense, Fass, but in the end, you're not actually one of us. We have to assume your loyalties lie elsewhere. Built billions of years ago. Can you still— that would count as a follow-up question, Setstein said, chiding. I think it's my turn first. Fassin sighed. All right. Are you really looking for this warp drive FTL technology data? You do realize it doesn't exist, don't you? It's data that the Mercatoria believe might give them a better chance of winning the fight against the E5 Discon. They're desperate. They'll try anything. And I have my orders, no matter what I might think about the whole thing. Of course I know independent FTL drives don't exist. Will you still obey these orders, given the chance? Fassin thought about Aun Liss, about the people he'd known in HAB 4409, about all the other people he'd ever known throughout Ulubi's system over the years. Yes, he said. Why do you obey these orders? Setstein sounded genuinely puzzled. Your family and Seersept colleagues are almost all dead. Your immediate military superior was killed in the recent battle, and there is nobody nearby now to take their place. It's complicated, Fassin told Setstein. Perhaps it's duty or a guilty conscience, or just the desire to be doing something. Can you still make more of these planetary protection machines? No idea, Setstein admitted. Don't see why not, though. I'd suggest asking somebody who might know, but even if the true answer was no, we'd be bound to say yes, wouldn't we? Was it my call to you that set all this in motion? You're getting a lot of free questions, aren't you? However, yes, it did. Though I suspect that watching dozens of recently modified gas-capable warcraft suddenly parking themselves in orbit around us might have started a few alarm bells ringing amongst us, even without your timely warning. Still, we're grateful. I don't think I'm entirely out of formation in saying that there is a feeling we probably owe you a favour. And if the Mercatoria ever finds out, Fassin said, I'll be executed as a traitor. Well, we won't tell if you don't, Setstein said, perfectly seriously. Deal, Fassin said, unconvinced. The great spherical craft Issaut floated deep within a vast cloud of streaming gas, moving swiftly, seeming not to. It had started to submerge into the storm's curdled floor of slowly swirling gas almost as soon as Fassin and the others had been brought aboard. Sinking, sidling, rising slightly again, it had entered into the Zone 2 weather band, quickly assumed its speed, and was now, in the late evening that was becoming night, 1,000 kilometres away from the storm where the battle had taken place, and adding another 300 kilometres to that value with every passing hour. Fassin, Yusul, Valsir, and Setstaien floated over a narrow platform set at the great vessel's equator near the body of Colonel Hatherance. A weak light and weaker breeze lent an appropriate atmosphere of quiet gloom to the scene. The Colonel's torn, burned body had been discovered, along with hundreds of others, floating at the level at which dweller bodies usually came to rest. Hers had come to rest a little higher than the others, as would a child's. Left to themselves, dweller bodies degassed and gained density, and abandoned to the atmosphere would eventually disappear completely into the depths. The respectful convention, however, was either to keep a dead relative in a special ceremonial chamber at home and let them decay until their density would ensure a swift passage into the liquid hydrogen far beneath, or, if time was pressing, to weight the body and consign it to the depths that way. Hatherance had no family here. There was not even anybody of her own species in all Nascaron, and so, as at least a fellow alien, Fassin had been declared responsible for her remains. He'd agreed a swift dispatch to the depths was preferable to keeping her body and handing it back to the Shrivalti or any family she might still have in Alubis' system. He wasn't even sure why he felt that way, but he did. There was no particular veneration of the remains of the dead in the way of the truth, and as far as he knew, no special meaning amongst Uralife in having their dead returned from afar. But even if there had been, he'd have wanted something like this. For the dwellers, it was probably just administrative convenience, even tidiness to dispose of her now, like this. For him, it was something more. Fassin looked down at the alien body. Thin and dark, something between a manta and a giant starfish lying in its coffin of meteorite iron. Iron had always been, and sentimentally, ceremonially still was, a semi-precious metal for dwellers. That they were burying Hatherance like this was something of an honour, he supposed. In the fading light, her ragged remains, dark anyway, then burned by the beam which had killed her, looked like scraps of shadow. Fassin felt tears in his real eyes inside the shock gel inside the little gas craft that was his own tiny life coffin, and knew that some deep, near-animal part of him was mourning not so much the full and opulent Colonel as all the people he knew whom he'd lost recently, lost without seeing them one last time, even in death, lost without fully being able to believe that he really had lost them, because it had all happened so far away with so much in between them and him to stop him returning to pay any sort of respects to them. Lost in his intellect, but not his emotions, because even now, some part of him refused to believe he would never see all those lost ones again. "I confess," Setstaien said, "I have no idea what form of words one ought to use on such occasions, Siatak. Do you? Amongst some A-humans there is a saying that we come from and go to nothing. A lack like shadow that throws the sum of life into bright relief. And with the R-humans, something about dust to ashes. Do you think she would have minded being treated as a dweller?" Setstaien asked. "No," Fassin said. "I don't think she would have minded. I think she would have felt honoured." "Here, here," Yusul muttered. Valsir gave a small formal bow. "Well, Colonel Hatherance," Setstaien said, with what sounded like a sigh as he looked down at the body lying in the coffin. "You ascended to the age and rank of Mercatorial Colonel, which is a very considerable achievement for your kind. We think you lived well, and we know you died well. You died with many others, but in the end we all die alone. You died more alone than others, amongst people like you but alien to you, and far from your home and family. You fell, and were found, and now we send you down again, further into those depths, to join all the revered dead on the surface of rock around the core." He looked at Fassin. "Siatak, would you like to say anything?" Fassin tried to think of something. In the end, he just said, "I believe Colonel Hatherance was a good person. She was certainly a brave one. I only knew her for less than 100 days, and she was always my military superior. But I came to like her and think of her as a friend. She died trying to protect me. I'll always honour her memory." He signalled that he could think of nothing else. Setstaien nodded and indicated the open coffin lid. Fassin went forward and used a manipulator to close the casket's iron hatch.
Then he lowered a little more, and together he and Stein took one edge of the beer that the coffin lay on. They raised it, letting the heavy container slide silently off over the edge of the balcony and down into the next bruise-dark layer of clouds far below. They all floated over the edge and waited until the coffin disappeared, a tiny black speck vanishing into the darkly purple wastes. "Great cousin of mine, diving deep, got hit by one of those once," Isaur said thoughtfully. "Never knew what hit him. Stone dead." The others were looking at him. He shrugged. "Well, it's true." Valsier found Fassin in a gallery, looking out at the deep night stream of gas, rushing quietly in infrared, as the Issout powered its way to who knew where. "Fassin?" "Valsier, are we free to leave yet?" "Not that I've heard. Not yet." They watched the night flow round them together for a while. Fassin had spent time earlier looking at reports on the storm battle from both sides. The dwellers had high-selectivity visuals which made it look like the dreadnoughts had won the day, not the Issout. The little he'd got from the Mercatoria's nets just gave dark hints that an entire fleet was missing and included no visuals at all. Unseen was pretty much unheard of. It appeared that everybody had instantly assumed there was some vast cover-up going on. Both sides were downplaying like crazy, implying that some terrible misunderstanding had taken place, and they'd both suffered appallingly heavy losses, which was, when Fassin thought about it, somewhere between half and three-quarters true, and hence closer to reality than might have been expected in the circumstances. "So what did happen to this folder?" Fassin asked. "If there was a folder." "There was and is a folder, Fassin," Valsier told him. "I held on to it for a long time, but eventually, 23 years ago, I gave it to my colleague and good friend, Lysikrov. He was departing on a research trip." "Has he returned?" "No." "When will he?" "Should he return, he won't have the data." "Where will it be?" "Wherever he left it. I don't know." "How do I find your friend Lysikrov?" "You'll have to follow him. That will not be easy. You will need help." "I have Isul. He's always arranged. You will need rather more than he can provide." Fassin looked at the old dweller. "Off-planet? Is that what you mean?" "Somewhat," Valsier said, not looking at him, gazing out at the onward surge of night. "Then who should I approach for this help?" "I've already taken the liberty." "You have? That's very kind." Valsier was silent for a while, then said, "None of this is about kindness, Fassin." He turned to look directly at the arrowhead. "Nobody in their right mind would ever want to be involved with something as momentous as this. If the slightest part of what you're looking for has any basis in reality, it could change everything for all of us. I am a dweller. My species has made a good, long, if selfish, life for itself, spread everywhere amongst the stars. We do not appreciate change on the scale we are here talking about. I'm not sure that any species would. Some of us will do anything to avoid such change, to keep things just as they are. You have to realize, Fassin, we are not a monoculture. We are not all perfectly homogenized. We are differentiated in ways that even now, after all your exposure to us, you can scarcely begin to comprehend. There are things within our own worlds almost entirely hidden from most of us, and there are deep and profound differences of opinion between factions amongst us, just as there are between the quick." "Factions," thought Fassin. Valsier went on. "Not all of us are quite so studiedly indifferent to events taking place within the greater galaxy as we generally contrive to appear. There are those of us who, without ever wanting to know the full details of your mission, in fact, knowing that they'd be unable to square knowledge of its substance with their species' loyalty, would help you nevertheless. Others would kill you instantly if they even began to guess what it was you're looking for." The old dweller floated over, came close to a kiss whisper as he said, "And believe it or not, Fassin Tark, Drunisine is of the former camp,
while your friend Iain is of the latter.
Fassin pulled away to look at the old dweller, who added, "Truly." After a few more moments, Fassin asked, "When will I be able to follow your friend Laceycroft?"
"I think you'll know one way or the other before the night is out. And if we both don't at least begin to follow Laceycroft, we may both follow your Colonel Hatherans."
Fassin thought this sounded a little melodramatic. "Truly?" he asked, signalling amusement.
"Oh, truly, Fassin," Valsier said, signalling nothing. "Let me repeat, none of this is about kindness."
Salua's Kihar was not happy. He had his own people in certain places, his own ways of finding things out, his own secure and reliable channels of intelligence, quite independent of the media and the official agencies. You didn't become and stay a major military supplier unless you did. And he knew about as well as anybody did what had happened during the disastrous Nascaron raid, and it was simply unjust to blame him or his firm. For one thing, they'd been betrayed, or their intelligence or signals had been compromised, or at the very least they'd been outthought by dwellers. And because of that failing, which was unquestionably nothing to do with him, they'd been ambushed and outnumbered. Dozens of those heretofore unfucking heard of super dreadnought ships had turned up, when the incursionary force had been expecting no more than a handful at most of the standard ones, the models without the reactive mirror armor, the plasma engines, and the wideband lasers. Plus, the dwellers had simply done a very good job of lying over the years. Years? Eons, presenting themselves as hopeless bumblers and technological incompetents, when in fact, even if they couldn't build anything very impressive from scratch anymore, they still had access to weaponry of serious lethality. The military had fucked up. It didn't matter how good the tool was, how clever the craftsman had been, how well made the weapon was. If the user dropped it, didn't switch it on, or just didn't know how to use it properly, all that good work went for nothing. They'd lost all the ships. All of them. Every single damn one, either on the raid or supporting it from space immediately above. Even a few of the ships not involved at all, those standing guard round Third Fury while the recovery and construction teams worked, had been targeted and annihilated by some sort of charged particle beam weapon, with 2 craft on the far side of the moon, each chased by some type of hypervelocity missile and blown to smithereens as well. Unwilling to accept that they'd made a complete mess of the operation, the military had decided it mustn't be their fault. Kihar Heavy Industries must be to blame. There must, to quote an ancient saying, be something wrong with our bloody ships. The sheer completeness of the catastrophe and the frustrating lack of detail regarding exactly what had gone wrong actually made it easier to blame the tool rather than the workman. All the ships had been made gas-capable by Saluus's shipyards. All had been lost on their first mission using their new abilities, so, according to that special logic only the military mind seems to appreciate, it must be a problem with the process of making them capable of working in an atmosphere that was responsible. Never mind that the battlecruiser acting as command and control for the whole operation, and both the heavy armor battery monitors have been blasted to atoms just as effortlessly as the ships working in the planet's clouds, even though they'd never been gas-capable and were still in space at the time. That little detail somehow got rolled up into greater disaster and conveniently forgotten about in the hysteria. So now they'd lost Fassin, and they'd lost their lead to this dweller list thing. Worse, they had a serious intelligence problem because, basically, they'd been duped. The old dweller Valsier must have suspected something or been tipped off. They knew this for the simple reason that the information he'd provided, almost the last data that had got relayed back to the top brass and Sepecta before everything went haywire, had proved, when checked later, to be a lie. The dweller he'd told Fassin to look for in Delta City didn't exist. For the sake of this, they'd lost over 70 first-rate warships for no gain whatsoever. Ships they would seriously miss when the beyond-us starveling invasion hit home for real. And they'd thoroughly antagonized the dwellers, who'd never been people it was advisable to get on the wrong side of, even before they'd suddenly shown they still packed the kind of punch that could humiliate a mercatorial fleet. As military fuck-ups went, it was a many-faceted gem, a work of genius, a grape-shot, multi-stage, cluster warhead, fractal munition regenerative weapon system of a fuck-up. In fact, it was only that last item on the long list of calamitous consequences,
dealing with the dweller's subsequent actions and signals that had worked out less badly than it might have. Finally, something positive. Saluus was in a meeting. He hated meetings. They were an entirely vital part of being an industrialist, indeed of being a businessman in any sort of organisation, but he still hated them. He'd learned, partly at his father's side, to get good at meetings, working people and information before, during and after them. But even when they were short and decided important stuff, they felt like a waste of time. And they were rarely short and rarely decided important stuff. This one wasn't even his meeting. Unusually, he wasn't in control. He'd been summoned. Summoned! He'd been brought before them. That caught the mood better. He far preferred conference calls, hollow meetings. They tended to be shorter, though not always. If you had one where everybody was somewhere they felt really comfortable, they could go on forever too. And they were easier to control, easier to dismiss, basically. But there seemed to be this distribution curve of meeting reality. People at the bottom of the organisational pile had lots of real all-sat-down-together meetings. Often, Saluus had long suspected, because they had nothing useful to do, and so had the time to spare and the need to seem important that meetings could provide. Those in the middle and towards the top had more and more hollow meetings, because it was just more time-efficient, and the people they needed to meet with were of similarly high stature with their own time problems, and often far away. But then, this was the slightly weird bit, as you got to the very highest levels, the proportion of face-to-face meetings started to rise again. Maybe because it was a sign of how much you'd been able to delegate. Maybe because it was a way of imposing your authority on those in the middle and upper middle ranks beneath you. Maybe because the things being discussed at high-level meetings were so important that you needed the very last nuance of physicality they provided over a hollow conference to be sure that you were working with all the relevant information, including whether somebody was sweating or had a nervous tic. This was the sort of stuff a good hollow would show up, of course, though equally the sort of stuff a good pre-transmission image editing camera would smooth away. In theory, somebody in a conference call could be sitting there sweating a river and jumping like they'd been electrocuted, but if they had decent real-time image editing facilities, they could look the perfect epitome of unruffled cucumber chill. Though there was stuff you could do in reality too, of course. For his 13th birthday, Saluus's father had given his son a surprise party, and later a surprise present in the shape of a visit to a finishing clinic, where, over the course of a long and not entirely pain-free month, they fixed his teeth, widened his eyes, and altered their colour. Saluus had been womb-sculpted for the appearance he'd had, but, hey, a father could change his mind. More to the point, they made him much less fidgety, upped his capacity to concentrate, and gave him control over his sweat glands, pheromone output, and galvanic skin response. The last three not strictly legal, but then the clinic was owned by a subsidiary of Kihar Heavy Industries. All good for giving one an edge in meetings, discussions, and even informal get-togethers, and usefully applicable to the art of seduction too, where one's blatant proximity to and control over astounding quantities of cash had somehow failed to have the desired effect. This was a meeting of the Emergency War Cabinet, a high-level top brass get-together in a click-steep command bunker complex beneath one of a handful of discreetly well-guarded mansions dotted round the outskirts of Greater Borkiel State. A high-level top brass get-together minus the Hyakon Ormila himself, however. He was patently too grand to attend a mere meeting, even of something as important as the Emergency War Cabinet, even when the fate of the system was in even greater jeopardy than it had been before the disastrous decision to go mob-handed into the atmosphere of Nascaron the instant they thought they had a firm lead to the, anyway probably mythical, dweller list. And why did meetings always make his mind wander, and specifically make it wander towards, head straight for, sex? He looked at women he was attending meetings with and found it very hard not to imagine them naked. This happened when they weren't especially attractive, but was inevitable and often vivid if they were even slightly good-looking. Something about being able to look at them for long periods when they were talking, he suspected, or just the urge to shuck off the whole civilized thing of being good little officers of the company and get back to being cave people again, humping in the dirt. First Secretary Hoipslager was wittering. Saluus was confident that he looked like he was hanging on the First Secretary's every word, and that his short-term memory would snick him back in should he need to return his full attention to proceedings, if and when anything else of genuine import stumbled into view. But in the meantime, having already gleaned as much as he felt he was likely to regarding the real state of things from the body language and general demeanour of his fellow meeters,
He felt free to let his mind wander. He glanced at Colonel Somjumyon, who was the only woman at this meeting. She didn't tend to say very much, so you didn't get too many opportunities to look straight at her. Not especially attractive, though he'd been telling himself recently, starting to appreciate women rather than girls and see past the more obvious sexual characteristics. There was certainly something especially exciting about the idea of undressing a woman in uniform, but he'd long since been there and done that and had the screenage to prove it. He thought of his latest lover instead. Saluus thought of her last night. This morning. He thought of her the night they'd first met, first slept together. He quickly got an almost painfully hard erection. They'd sculpted him to have control over this at the finishing clinic as well, but he usually just let things rise and fall of their own accord down there, unless either the presence or the absence was going to be socially embarrassing. Anyway, he'd long since accepted that maybe it was a way of getting back at dear old Dad for forcing all this amendment stuff on him in the first place, however useful it had proved. He still hated meetings. Saluus supposed things had gone reasonably well for him in this one so far, considering. He'd had to agree to a full inquiry into the gas-capabling of the ships they'd modified as part of the general investigation into what had gone wrong, but even allowing for the implied insult and the waste of time just when they didn't need it, that wasn't too terrible. He'd managed to deflect most of the criticism by getting the Navarchy, the Guard and the Shrivalti Ocular representatives to compete for who was least to blame for the whole botched raid thing. That had worked well. Divide and conquer. That wasn't difficult in the current system. In fact, it was set up for it. He remembered asking his father about this back when Saluus was still being tutored at home. Why the confusion of agencies? Why the plethora, he just discovered the word, enjoyed using it, of military and security and other organizations within the Mercatoria? Just look at warships. They were the Guard. They had warships. The Navarchy military. They had warships. The ambient squadrons, they had warships. The summed fleet, well, obviously they had warships. And then there were the engineers, the Propylaea, the Omnocracy, the Caesarian Lustrals, the Shrivalti Ocular, and even the Administrator. They all had their own ships, and each even had a few warships as well for important escort duties. Why so many? Why divide your forces? The same went for security. Everybody seemed to have their own security service too. Wasn't this wasteful? Oh, definitely, his father had said, but there's opportunity in waste, and what some call waste, others would call redundancy. But do you really want to know what it's all about? Of course he did. Divide and conquer, even amongst your own. Competition, also even amongst your own. In fact, especially amongst your own. Keep them all at each other's throats. Keep them all watching each other. Keep them all wondering what the other lot might be up to. Make them compete for your attention and approval. Yes, it's wasteful looked at one way, but it's wise looked at another. This is how the Culmina keep everything under control, young man. This is how they rule us. And it appears to work, don't you think? Saluus hadn't been sure at the time. The sheer wastefulness of it all distressed him. He was older and wiser now, and more used to the way that things really worked being more important than the way they appeared to. Unless you were talking about public perception, of course, when it was the other way round. But they really were facing a mortal and imminent threat here. Was it right to encourage division and enmity between people who, and organizations which, all needed to pull together if they were to defeat the threat they were faced with? Oh, but fuck it. There would always be competition. Armed services were designed to protect turf, to engage with, to prevail against. Of course they'd compete with each other. And if that supposedly fucking enormous and ultimately powerful Mercatoria fleet wasn't rushing towards them even now, would not some of the people in Alubis, maybe quite a lot of the people in Alubis, be contemplating not resisting the Beyonder Starveling invasion at all? Might they not instead be thinking about how they could come to an accommodation with those threatening invasion? Despite all the propaganda they'd been subject to, secret polls and secret police reports indicated that a lot of ordinary people felt they might not be any worse off under the Beyonder Starveling forces. Some people in power would feel the same way, especially if they were being told to sacrifice property and wealth, and even risk their own lives in what might turn out to be a lost cause. Even some of those round this impressively large round table, in this impressively large and cool and subtly lit boardroom resembling meeting chamber, might have been tempted to think about ways to cope with the threatened invasion that didn't involve resistance to the last ship and soldier, if it hadn't been for the oncoming Mercatoria fleet. Saluus supposed they had to assume that the fleet really was on the way.
There were other possibilities, and he'd thought them all through, and talked them all through with his own advisers and experts, but ultimately they had to be dismissed. Whether the dweller list existed or not, everybody appeared to be acting as though it did, and that was all that mattered. It was a bit like money, all about trust, about faith. The value lay in what people believed, not in anything intrinsic. Never mind. After covering the latest intelligence and his own shocking remissness in not making the refitted ships invulnerable to alien hyperweapons, the meeting was finally getting round to something useful. Back to grisly reality.
"The main thing,"
Fleet Admiral Brimiers told them. The Quap commander was keen on main things and in the ends.
"is that the dwellers don't seem to want to continue hostilities."
After their initial furious take-no-prisoners attack and no quarter polishing off of those who'd got away, the dwellers had just as suddenly gone back to their usual show of shucks us ineptitude, claiming it had all been a terrible mistake and could they help with the Third Fury rebuild.
"And thank fuck for that,"
Guard General Thovin said.
"If they did, we'd have absolutely no chance. Facing the Beyond a starveling lot, and the dwellers as well. Holy shit! No chance at all."
Thovin was a dumpy barrel of a man, dark and powerful-looking. His voice was suitably gruff. Instead, only almost no chance, Shrivalti Colonel Somjomion said with a thin smile.
"We have every chance, madam,"
Fleet Admiral Brimiers thundered, banging the table with one tubular armling. His splendidly uniformed and decorated body, like a well-tailored airship the size of a small hippo, rose in the air.
"We need no defeatist talk here, of all places."
"We have 70 fewer ships than we had," the Shrivalti Colonel reminded them, without drama.
"We still have the will," Brimiers said. "That's the important point, and we have plenty of ships, and more being built all the time."
He looked at Saluus, who nodded and tried not to let his contempt show. "If they work," muttered Clerk Regnant Voriel. The Sessorian seemed to have a personal thing against Saluus. He had no idea why. "Now, we've dealt with all that," First Secretary Hoipslager said quickly, glancing at Saluus. "If there are any problems with the ship's construction, I'm sure the inquiry will show them up. We have to concentrate now on what else we can do." Saluus was getting bored. Now was as good a time as any. "An embassy," he said. He looked round them all. "That's what I'd like to suggest. An embassy to the dwellers of Nascaron to secure peace, make sure there are no more misunderstandings between us and them. Attempt to involve them in the defence of Olubis' system, and, if possible, acquire from them, with their consent, preferably, some of the extremely impressive weaponry they appear to possess, either in physical or theoretical form." "Well," Hoipslager said, shaking his head. "Oh, now our acquisariat friend is a diplomat," Voriel observed, expression poised between sneer and smile.
"Needing yet more supposedly gas-capable ships to protect it, no doubt," Brimiers protested.
"Haven't we got one already?"
Thovin asked. Colonel Somjomion just looked at him, eyes narrowed. The meeting only seemed to last forever. Finally, it was over. Saluus met up with his new lover that evening at the water column house on Murla, where he'd first really looked at her in the true light of day and decided, yes, he'd be interested. It had been at brunch with his wife and her new girlfriend, and Fass and the Cigarette twins, the day after their visit to the Narcoteria in Boogie Town. The Rushwing Shumarith rode high in the clear gas spaces between two high haze layers, flying into the vast unending jet stream of gas as though trying to keep pace with the stars, which were sometimes visible, tiny and hard and remote, through the yellow haze and the thin, quick amber clouds scudding eternally overhead. The giant aircraft was a single slim scimitar of wing, pocked with engine nacelles, articulated like a wave, 10 kilometres across, 100 metres long, and 10 metres high. A thin filament forever jetting like a swift weather front made visible across the waste of clouds beneath. Dwellers, hundreds of them, hung from it, each anchored like refueled aircraft by a cable strung out from the wing's trailing edge, riding in a little pocket of calm gas produced by simple shells of diamond, open to the rear, and which to the human eye were shaped like a pair of giant cupped hands. In a long-term drug trance, downshifted in time so that the flight seemed 12 or 60 or more times quicker than it really was,
The vast continents of clouds racing beneath like foam, the wash of stars wheeling madly above, wisp banks whipping towards and past like rags in a hurricane. The wing-hung dwellers watched the days and nights flicker around them like some stupendous strobe, and felt the planet beneath them turn like something reeling out their lives. Fasin Tark left the jet clipper and flew carefully in, matching velocities, then anchored the little gas craft, very slowly, to the underside of the diamond enclosure, holding the sage youth Zosso, a slim, dark, rather battered-looking dweller of 2 million years or so. Fasin slow-timed. The wing, the clouds, the stars all seemed to pick up speed, rolling, racing forward like overcranked screenage. The roar of engines and slipstreaming gas rose and rose in pitch, becoming a high, shrill, faraway keening, then vanishing from hearing altogether. The dweller above him, seeming to jerk and quiver in his little retaining harness, waited for him to sink before sending.
"And what might you be, person?"
"I am a human being, sir. A seer at the Nascaron court, in a gas craft, an Isut. I am called Fasin Tark of Sept Bantrabal."
"And I am Zosso, of nowhere in particular. Of here. Good view, is it not?"
"It is."
"However, I dare say that is not why you are here."
"You're right, it's not."
"You wish to ask me something?"
"I am told I need to make passage to somewhere I've never heard of, to follow a dweller I need to find. I am told you can help."
"I'm sure I can, if I choose to. Well, that is, if people still take any notice of what a silly old wing-hanger says. Who can say? I'm not sure that I would listen to somebody as old and out of things as I am if I was a young travel captain. Why, I think I should say something like, 'What? Listen to that foolish old—' Oh, I beg your pardon, young human. I seem to have distracted myself. Where was it you would like to go?"
"A place that is apparently sometimes called Hoestrum." Drunasign himself alone had come to the quarters that Fasin shared with the two dwellers in the mid-morning of the day after the battle in the storm.
"We have delayed you long enough. You may go. A jet clipper is at your disposal for the next 24 days. Goodbye."
"Now there," Yusul had observed, "goes a dweller of few words."
"Herstrom?"
Zosso asked.
No, I've never heard of it either."
Night swept over them as he signalled, enveloping. "In or near Aeopoline?" Fasin sent. "Apparently," he told the old wing-hanger, when the dweller was uncommunicative for a few moments, "somewhere associated with Aeopoline." All this was on Valsir's advice. Fasin couldn't find any mention of anywhere called Aeopoline in his databases either. He was starting to wonder if the memory-scanning process he'd had to undergo before being allowed to leave the Isot had scrambled some of the gascraft's information storage systems.
"Ah," Zosso said, "Aeopoline. That I have heard of. Well, in that case, if I were you, I'd talk to Quasar and Janath. Yes, you'll need them, I should think. To tell them I sent you. Oh, and ask for my mantle scarf back. Might do the trick. No guarantees, though, mind."
"Quasar and Janath, your mantle scarf back." The old dweller rolled a fraction, jerkily, and looked down at Fasin.
"I'll have you know it was a very good mantle scarf."
He rolled back, facing again into the never-ending rush of cloud and stars and day and night.
"I could do with it up here. It's windy."
5. Conditions of passage. "Where? You want to go where?" "Hoestrum, near Aeopoline," Fasin said. "We know where Hoestrum is. We're not stupid." "Well, I'm not. Janath might be. I entirely fulfilled my Krayat minimum stupidity allocation by associating with you. Forgive my partner. We were asking for confirmation more out of shock at your unspeakable alienness than anything else. So, you want to go to Hoestrum?" "Yes," Fasin said. "And Zosso sent you. Still banging on about that damn scarf. Useful code, though." "Hoestrum?" "Hoestrum. Doable." "Yes, but it's more the why of it, not the how.
The how is easy. The how is easy. Problem is definitely why. As in bother. As in, should we? Well, should we? More rhetorical. Has to be a joint decision. Absolutely. Zosso asks. Zosso does. Do we accommodate? We could just give him back his mantle scarf. Was there ever a scarf? A real scarf? Yes. Now you mention it. Anyway, beside the point. Always a dangerous place to tarry. Zosso, a travel request. This human gentleman in his gascraft e-suit, said Isul, and his friend, not forgetting his friend. And mentor, Isul pointed out. Yes, that too. Do we or do we don't, is the question. Does we does or don't we not? Yes, no. Select one of the aforementioned. Quite. Precisely. In your own time, Isul muttered. They were in a spin bar in Eponia, a globular sticky city in the cold, chaotic wastes of the North Polar region. The borrowed jet clipper had done its best impression of a suborb, skipping nearly into space in a series of bounced trajectories, finally slowing, sinking, and coming to rest by the tenuous cloud-like structure of the great city, occupying hundreds of cubic kilometres of cold, stale gas just 15,000 clicks from the giant planet's North Pole. They'd tracked Quersa and Janath down to a spin bar called the Liquid Yawn. Valsir had demurred, but Isul and Fassin had crammed into a crush pod, been accelerated up to speed, and then, dizzily, joined the two travel captains in their booth. Fassin had never encountered a travel captain before. He'd heard of them, and knew that they were almost always found in the equatorial band, but they were elusive, even shy. He tried to meet with one many times in the past, but there had always been some sort of problem, often at the last moment. The spin bar whirled madly, twisting and looping and rolling at extreme high speed, making the city outside its bubble diamond walls seem to gyrate as though with the express intention of disorientating the outward-looking bar-going public. The effect was intense and intentional. Dwellers had a superb sense of balance, and it took a lot to make them dizzy. Being spun like a maniac was one dweller idea of fun, just because it led to a profound, giddy dislocation with one's surroundings. Taking drugs at the same time just added to the hilarity. Isul, however, it had seemed to Fassin, looked a little grey around the gills as they'd woven their way through the mostly empty spin bar to the travel captain's booth. "You're all right." "Perfectly." "Bringing back memories of heading through the storm wall in the Poaphlius?"
Well, just a little, perhaps."
Quersa and Janath, travel captains, were one. They looked like one big dweller of about adult age, but there were two individuals in there, one in each discus. Fassin had heard of true twin dwellers before, but never met a set. Usually a dweller's brain was housed just off the central spine in the thickest central part of one discus, generally the left one. Right-brain dwellers were about 15% of the total population, though this varied from planet to planet. Very, very occasionally, two brains developed in the one creature, and something like Quersa and Janath tended to be the result. The double dweller wore a shiny set of all-overs, with transparent and mesh patches over the hub sense organs, and a shaded transparent section over the outer frill of sensory fringe. "You'll not be able to see much. That's if we take you at all. Yes, that's if we do take you in the first place. Which is by no means guaranteed. Indeed not. Decision not yet made. Still pending." "Absolutely, but in any event, you'll not be able to see much of anything. Not exactly a sightseeing trip, or a cruise, either. And you'll have to switch everything off, all non-biosystems, at least, if that is, big if, we do take you." "I think we get the idea," Fassin said. "Good. Brilliant."
"When can we expect a decision?"
Isul asked. He turned his right sense fringe inward so that he was seeing with only one. This was the dweller equivalent of a drunk human closing one eye. "Made it. I've made it. You made it?" "Yep, I've made it. It's a yes?" "It's a yes." "You'll take us?" Fassin asked. "Are you deaf?" "Yes, definitely." "Thank you," Fassin said.
"So, where are we going?"
Isul said tetchily. "Ah. Ha! Wait and see." The ship was no joke. 300 meters long, it was a polished ebony spike necklaced with drive pods like fat seeds.
It lay in a public hangar deep under the sticky city, a semi-spherical space a kilometre across, bounded by the hexagonal planes of adjacent smaller bubble volumes. Valsier was bidding them farewell here. The trip would begin with what the two travel captains described as an intense, fractally spiraled, high-acceleration, torque-intense manoeuvre complex, and was not for the faint-willed. The old dweller had invoked his seniority to excuse himself the ordeal.
More spinning around,
Isaul sighed on hearing what awaited them.
My regards to Lacicroft, Valsier told Fassin. You still have the leaf image, I hope.
Fassin took the image leaf with its depiction of sky and clouds out of its storage locker in the little gas craft and showed it to the old dweller. I'll say hello.
Please do. Best of luck.
You too. How do I find you when I get back?
Leave that to me. If I'm not readily available, try where we found Zosu, or perhaps at a storm sail regatta.
Yes, Isaul said, but next time, just don't bring any friends.
The black spike ship was called the Velpin. It burst from the vast cloud of the city like a needle shot from a frozen waterfall of foam, disappeared into the gelid rush of gases forever swirling around the planet's distant pole, and started its bizarre flight, spiralling, rolling, looping, rising and falling, and rising again. Locked into a centrally positioned space which doubled as a passenger compartment and hold, restrained by webbing, Fassin and Isaul felt the ship commit to spirals within spirals within spirals. Tiny corkscrew motions threaded into a whole ramped course of greater coils, themselves part of a still wider set of ever quicker, tighter loops.
"Fucking hell,"
Isaul commented. A faulty screen was set in the far wall, hazed over with static. It made buzzing noises and occasionally flashed with images of ragged, striated clouds whipping past in distorted twists of light and shade. Fassin could see and hear, though both senses were degraded. All the systems in the gas craft had been switched off. Webbed upright, he could see out of the de-opaqued plate over his face. He'd let some of the shock gel drain away so he could see better. The sound that came through the little arrowhead was at once dulled and high. Isaul's voice sounded like squeaks, barely comprehensible. Fassin and Isaul were stuck to the inner surface of the compartment, pinned there by the ship's wild spins.
Any idea why they have to do all this fractal spiraling?
Fassin had asked when they'd both been secured and Quersa and Janath had gone to their command space, a single compartment away.
Could just be pure mischief,
Isaul had said. Fassin looked at Isaul now. Both the dweller's sense fringes were turned in. The ship accelerated hard, executed a broad curve. The screen flashed black, pitted with stars, all revolving frantically, then blanked out. The insane, nested sets of spirals resolved down to a single long-axis spin, as though the Velpin was a shell travelling down the barrel of some vast gun. The ship resounded, with a high singing note around them, and seemed to settle into something like a cruise. The rate of spin slackened off gradually. Fassin watched as Isaul's sense fringes gradually opened. The screen showed slowly spinning stars for several minutes. Then it blanked out again. The spinning picked up once more, and Isaul turned his fringes outside in again. The spin built up until Fassin could feel his whole body being pressed through the shock gel. It was his own coffin, he realized. Of course it was. He was getting tunnel vision now, starting to see the view down that great gun barrel. The view ahead shrunk to a single point far away, way, way in the distance, nothing but darkness and grey beyond darkness on either side. Down that never-ending tube towards the last defined place they were aiming towards, never coming any closer. Fassin woke up, still spinning, but the rate was slackening off again. His nose itched, and it felt like he needed to pee, even though he knew he didn't. This never happened when the shock gel and gill fluid were doing their jobs. He fell asleep. Taints Yerobokin woke up. One of her first thoughts as she surfaced slowly to full consciousness was that Saluas Kihar would not have received the message she prepared for him, that there was still time for more reviewings and re-recordings and revisions, that she would be able to spend more time watching and listening to herself on the recording, and reduce herself to tears every time. Still, time and a chance to confront him, maybe kill him, if that was both possible and something she felt driven to do at the time. She had no idea. Sometimes she wanted to kill him. Sometimes she wanted him alive to suffer the shame of knowing that she had released the story to the news nets. And sometimes
She just wanted him to know that she knew what had really happened that long-ago night in the ruined ship on the high desert. She checked the time, feeling woozily around in virtual space for information. Still half a year out from Ulubis. She would be awake now until the attack itself, one of the first to be wakened for the final run-in, because she represented the closest thing they had to local knowledge. Privately, she doubted she'd be able to offer much practical help, given that she'd last seen Ulubis over 2 centuries earlier, and it might, to put it mildly, have changed somewhat after having been invaded, but she was the best they had. She thought of herself in that respect more as a talisman than anything else, a small symbol of the system that they would be fighting for. If that had been one consideration in her getting a place in the fleet, it didn't bother her. She was confident that she was a good, competent and brave officer and deserved her post on merit alone. The fact that it was her own home system she was riding to the rescue of was just a bonus. The fleet had spread out a little since the battle with the Beyonders in mid-voyage, sacrificing the immediate weight of arms it could bring to bear for a net of forward picket craft which would flag any trouble long before the main body of the fleet got to it. Taints had spent most of the intervening years slow asleep in her pod, but, thanks to that relative security provided by the advance ships, she'd had some recreational and morale time out of the shock gel as well, walking around almost like a normal human being in the spun gravity of the battleship, feeling odd and strange confronted with such normality, like an alien inhabiting a human's body. Clumsy, astonished at tiny things like fingernails and the hairs on an arm, awkward, especially at first, with meeting other off-duty humans, and missing the richness of her in-pod wired-up virtual existence, with the ability to dip in and out of entire high-definition sensoria of data and meaning, like an amputated limb. It would be like that again now, once she had finally come round. Taints wasn't really looking forward to it. When she was stumbling about on 2 legs, she wanted to be back in the pod, synced in. But when she was there, she was forever nostalgic for a normal, physical, one-speed, one-reality life. Blue skies and sunlight, a fresh breeze blowing through her hair, and green grass and flowers under her bare feet. Long time ago. And maybe never again. Who knew? Another of Taints' first thoughts, even when she realized that she was being woken up slowly, without alarms going off, as part of the programmed, pre-agreed duty shift system rather than some fateful emergency that might end in her death at any moment, was that she had not yet escaped into death, that it was not yet all over, and any terrors and agonies that might be hers to encounter before the peace of oblivion were still ahead of her. "First room," Quersa and Janath said. "Where?" Fassin asked. "What do you mean, where?" "You're in it." Fassin had recovered from his blackout once they'd turned his little gascraft systems back on. He still felt disorientated and oddly dirty, a sensation that was only gradually disappearing as the shock gel enveloped him fully again. Isul had seemed a bit groggy too, wobbly in the air when released from his webbing. Now they were looking at the passenger compartment screen, which Quersa and Janath, still dressed in their shiny overalls, had hit with one rim arm and got to work. Fassin looked carefully at the image on the screen, but all he could see was a star field. He could not, for now, work out in which direction he was looking. Certainly not a direction he was used to looking in. He didn't recognize anything. "In it?" he asked, feeling fuzzy and foolish. "Yes, in it." Fassin looked at Isul, who still looked a little grey about the mantle. The dweller just shrugged. "Well," he said, "I certainly give in. Who, what, or where the fuck is Hurstrom?" "A clouder." "A clouder," Fassin said. This had to be a translation thing, or a simple misunderstanding. Clouders were part of the Cincturia, the beings, devices, semi-civs and tech dross that were beyond the Beyonders, way on the outside of everything. Isul shook himself. "You mean a wing clouder, or tree clouder, or sticky clouder, or—" "No, none of the above. Just a clouder." "But," Fassin said. "Up a lane, then," Isul shouted. "Let's start with that. Is that where we are?" "Yes, indeed." "Well, sort of. Depends. It's the nearest place. The nearest system." Isul said. "The nearest what?" Fassin asked, simply not understanding. He peered at the starfield. This didn't look right. This didn't look right at all. Not in any way whatsoever, not upside down or mirrored or backside hollowed or anything. "I think I'm still confused," Isul said, rippling his sense mantles to wake himself up. Fassin felt as though he was at the bottom of that gun barrel again, about to be blasted out of it, or already being blown out of it, up the biggest, longest, most unspeakably enormous and forever unending gun barrel in all the whole damn universe. "How far are we from Nascaron?" he heard himself say.
"Wait a moment," Isol said slowly. "What do you mean, system?"
"About 34 kiloyears. Stellar, not gas giant. Apologies for any confusion." 34 kiloyears, Fassin said. It felt like he was going to black out again. "You mean—" His voice just trailed off. 34,000 light-years standard, roughly. Apologies for any confusion." "I already said that." "No. Different person, different confusion." They were in another system, another solar system, another part of the galaxy altogether. They had, if they were being told the truth, left Algebraist, system and star, 34,000 light-years behind. There was a working portal in Algebraist's system linked via a wormhole to this distant stellar system neither Fassin nor Isul had ever heard of. The Clouder being Hoestrum was a light-year across. Clouders were, depending who you talked to, sentient, semi-sentient, proto-sentient, asentient, or just plain not remotely sentient, though that last extreme point of view tended to be held only by those for whom it would be convenient if it were true, such as those who could do useful, profitable things with a big cloud of gas, providing it wasn't alive. Arguably closer to vast, distributedly smart plants than any sort of animal, they had a composition very similar to the clouds of interstellar gas which they inhabited/were. The distinction was moot. Clouders were part of the Cincturia, the collection of beings, species, machine strains, and intelligent detritus that existed, generally, between stellar systems and didn't fit into any other neat category. So they weren't the deep space cometarians called the Eclipta. They weren't drifting examples of the brown dwarf communitals known as the planar, and they weren't the real exotics, the non-baryonic penumbrae, the 13-way-folded dimensionates, or the flux-dwelling quantarchs. Valsier's friend Laescroft was a scholar of the Cincturia. The research trip he was making was a field trip visiting actual examples of Cincturia, clouders, sailpods, smatter, toilers, and the rest, throughout the galaxy. He'd come to visit Hoestrum because it was one of the few clouders anywhere near a wormhole portal. Only it wasn't a wormhole or a portal that anybody in the Mercatoria or the rest of what called itself the civilized galaxy knew anything about. The star Eopoline was only a dozen light days away. The clouder Hoestrum, much larger than the stellar system as measured to its outermost planet, was passing partly through the outer reaches of the system, intent, if that was not too loaded a word, on its slow migration to some far distant part of the Great Lens. The dweller Laescroft was somewhere here in his own small craft, or at least had been. The Velpin set out to look for him. "How long were we really under?" Fassin asked Quersa and Janath. They were floating in the Velpin's control space, watching the scanners chatter through their sweeps, searching for anything that might be a ship. The progress was slow. The dwellers had long had an agreement with the clouders that meant their ships made very slow speed when moving through one. Clouders were resilient, but their individual filaments, the wispy bands and channels of tenuous gas that formed their sensory apparatus and nervous systems, were surpassing delicate, and a ship the size of the Velpin had to move slowly and carefully amongst the strands of clouder substance to avoid causing damage. The Velpin was broadcasting a signal hail, looping a request for Laescroft to get in touch, though Quersa and Janath was not optimistic this would raise their quarry. These academics were notorious for turning off their comms. The True Twin looked genuinely puzzled. The double creature shook itself, rustling the shiny crinkles of the mirror-finished coveralls. "How long were you under what? How long were we really unconscious?" Fassin asked. "Some days. And then some more days." "Seriously," Fassin said.
"And what's this we?" Isol protested. "I wasn't unconscious."
"There, you see? Your friend disagrees." "Some days, you said," Fassin quoted.
"Some days," Isol said. "Some days? We weren't unconscious for some days. Any day is a single day." He paused. "Were we?"
"The process takes some time, requires forbearance," the True Twin Dweller said.
"Sleep is best. No distractions. How could we possibly keep you amused?"
"And then there's the security aspect."
"Of course. I was only briefly drowsy," Yissel exclaimed. I shut my eyes for a moment in contemplation, no more.
About 26 days. We were unconscious for 26 days, Fassin asked.
Standard?
Roughly.
What? Yissel bellowed. You mean we were kept unconscious?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
In a manner of speaking?
A plainly furious Yissel roared. What we said.
And what manner of speaking would that be, you kidnapping piratical wretches?
The manner of speaking complete truth.
You mean you drugged or zapped us unconscious?
Yissel fairly howled. Yes, very boring otherwise.
How dare you?
Yissel shrieked.
Plus it's part of the terms for using the tube.
Conditions of passage, the left side of Quercer and Janath intoned. The other side of the True Twin made a whistling noise.
Oh, yes, those conditions of passage, they'll get you every time.
Can't be helpful with them.
Can't use the tube without 'em. Don't... What? You can't...
Yissel spluttered. Ah, Fassin said, signalling to Yissel to let him speak. Yes, I'd like to ask you some questions about, tube travel, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Ask away.
Make the questions good, though. The answers may well be baloney.
Never heard anything so disgraceful in all my...
Yissel was muttering, drifting over to a set of medium-range scanner holotanks and tapping them, as if this would aid the locating of Leosgroth's ship. Fassin had known they'd been under for more than an hour or two. His own physiology, and the amount of cleaning up and housekeeping the shock gel and gill fluid had to do, had told him that. Finding out that it had been 26 days left him more relieved than anything else. Certainly, losing that amount of time when you hadn't been expecting to, and hadn't been warned about it, was disconcerting, and left one feeling sort of retrospectively vulnerable. And would it be the same on any way back? But at least they hadn't said a year or 26 years. Fate alone knew what had happened in Algebraist during that time. And of course, with all his gascraft's systems switched off, Fassin had no way of checking whether this really was the amount of time they had spent unconscious. But it looked like at least one small part of the Dweller List legend was true. There were secret wormholes. There was one, for sure, and Fassin thought it unlikely in the extreme that the one between Algebraist and Eopolane was the only one. It was well worth losing a couple of dozen days to find that out. Fassin felt himself try to draw a breath inside the little gascraft. We did come through a wormhole, he asked. Excellent first question, easily answerable in every sense. Yes, we did, though we call them cannula. Where is the Algebraist end, the Nascaron end of the wormhole, the cannula? Where is the adjutage? Fassin asked.
Ah,
he knows the terminology. Most impressive, and a very good question in one sense.
Couldn't agree more. Phenomenally hopeless in another.
Can't tell you.
Security.
Sure you understand. Of course I understand, Fassin said. Getting a straight answer to that one would have been too good to be true. How long has the wormhole existed? He asked. The True Twin was quiet for a moment, then said, Don't know.
For sure. Billions of years, probably.
Possibly. How many others are there like it? Fassin asked. I mean, wormhole, cannula. Ditto. Ditto?
Ditto as in, again, don't know.
No idea.
Well, some.
All right, some idea, but can't tell. Conditions of passage again.
Drat those conditions of passage.
Oh, yes, drat. Are there any other wormholes from Algebraist, from anywhere near Algebraist system, say, within its Oort radius to anywhere else? Another good question. Can't tell you.
More than our travel captaincy's worth.
This one to Eopolane. Does it link up with a Mercatoria wormhole? Does one of their wormholes have a portal, an adjutage, here too? No.
Agree. Straight answer. What a relief. No.
And from here, from Eopolane, Fassin said, are there other wormholes? Silence again for a moment, then, seems silly, but can't tell you.
Like anybody's going to have just one stupid tube to this place.
But still,
can't say.
And that's official. Fassin signalled resignation. Conditions of passage, he asked. Catching on. But why me? Fassin asked.
Why you? Why you what?
Why have I been allowed to travel here, to use the wormhole? You asked.
More to the point, Valsia, Zosso, and Drunasane asked on your behalf.
How could we refuse? So I couldn't just have asked on my own behalf, Fassin said.
Oh, you could have asked.
Best leave that hanging.
Attempt not to insult passengers.
Unwritten law. Do you know of any other humans who've been allowed to use dweller wormholes? No.
No, indeed. Not that we'd know, necessarily.
Any other seers? Not to our knowledge.
Which is admittedly vague.
Okay, Fassin said. He could feel his heart thudding in his chest, deep inside the little gas craft. Do you make journeys through the wormhole often? Define often. Let me rephrase. How many times have you used the wormhole in the last 10 years standard? Easy question to sidestep. But, say, a few hundred.
Excuse our vagueness. Conditions of passage.
A few hundred? Fassin asked. Good grief. If that was true, these guys were running around the galaxy in their hidden wormhole system like subway trains under a city. No more, assuredly. Are there many other ships like... No, let me rephrase. How many other ships in Nascaron make regular wormhole journeys? No idea.
Haven't the haziest.
Not even roughly. Would there be dozens? Hundreds? The left side of Quersa and Janath briefly turned its shiny overalls transparent and flashed a pattern of high amusement over its signal skin. The right side made the whistling noise again. Fassin gave them time for a spoken answer, but it didn't appear. Are there a lot? He asked. Silence a while longer. There are a few.
Not a few.
Make what you will.
Again, vagueness to be excused. Conditions of passage.
Thousands? Fassin asked. No response from the True Twin dweller. He felt himself gulp. Tens of... No point going pursuing numbers, Appage.
See last answer given above.
He had no idea. There just couldn't be all that many ships, could there? No matter how impressive your stealth tech, surely, out of hundreds or thousands of ship movements within a system every year, a few had to show up on some sort of sensor now and again. No system was perfect. No technology never failed. Something had to betray itself. How far out did portals have to be? Fassin wasn't an expert on the physics, but he was fairly certain that you needed relatively flat space, well away from a gravity gradient as steep as that round a gas giant. Could their portals be as near to the planet as a close-orbit moon? And Nascaron, he asked. Would it be a typical sort of dweller planet in this regard? All places of dwelling are special.
Nascaron, nest of winds, no less special than any.
But yes. Yes. Fassin felt that if he'd been standing up in normal gravity asking these questions and getting these answers, he'd have had to sit down some time ago, or just plain fallen over. Have you ever been here before, to Aeopolane? He asked. Silence, then, no.
Or if yes, can't remember.
Fassin got something like swim. That feeling of intense disconnection when the sheer implicatory outlandishness of a situation suddenly hit home to the unprepared human. And when we go back to Nascaron, am I free to just tell people where I've been? If you remember.
Then yes.
Is there a reason I might not remember? Cannula travel plays strange tricks, Siatak. You'd try to remove the memory from my brain. Fassin felt his skin crawl. Human brains are difficult to do that sort of thing to without harming them. We've heard.
Working on assumption nobody will believe you.
Don't distress. Might believe me, Issel said, suddenly turning away from the screens he'd busied himself with earlier. Quersa and Janath bobbed dramatically, like they'd forgotten he was there. You're not serious.
Not serious,
they yelped, nearly together. Yusul snorted and flashed high amusement.
Course not.
He turned back to the screens, muttering while chuckling. What you take me for? Like life too much anyway. Hang on to my memory, thank you. The search went on. Fassin tried interrogating the Velpin's systems to discover if it carried its own dweller list, its own map of the unknown wormhole network, or even just the location of the portal they'd entered in Illubi's system to get here. The ship's computers, easily accessed, barely shielded, seemed completely free of anything but the most basic star charts. The greater galaxy was mapped down to a scale that showed where all the stars and major planets should be, and that was it. No HABs and no traces of megastructures were shown, and only the vaguest indications of Oort and Kuiper bodies and asteroid belts were given. It wasn't like a proper star chart set at all. It was more like a school atlas. The little gascraft had a more detailed star map. Fassin searched the ship electronically as best he could without making it too obvious, but found nothing else more detailed. He supposed the real stuff must be hidden away somewhere, but had an odd nagging feeling that it wasn't. The Velpin seemed a well-built ship, by dweller standards exceptionally well-built, with relatively sophisticated but elegantly simple engines and lots of power, no weapons, and some carrying capacity, no more. The rudimentary star data somehow fitted. Fassin tried to work out a way to commandeer the ship, just take it over. Could he hijack the Velpin? He'd spent enough time in the cluttered sphere of the ship's command space to see how Quersa and Janath controlled the vessel. It didn't look difficult. He had even just asked. "How do you navigate this thing?" "Point." "Point?" "Get to the general volume and then point in the right direction." "Secret is plenty of power." "Delicate finessing of delta V is sign you haven't really got enough power." "Power is all." "You can do a lot by just pointing, if you've got enough power. Though sometimes you have to sort of allow a bit for deflection." "That's a technical term." Fassin couldn't work out how to take the ship over. Dwellers could, if they were determined, go years without experiencing anything a human would recognize as sleep, and Quersa and Janath claimed that they could get by without any at all, not even little slowdown-style snoozes. His gascraft had no weapons apart from the manipulators. He'd never trained to use the arrowhead as a close combat device, and anyway, an adult dweller was bigger and probably more powerful, except in top speed, than the little gascraft. Dwellers were, anyway, generally regarded as being very hard to disable and or kill. He remembered Taint Sierrabokin talking about her close combat briefings. The basic advice when confronting a dweller who meant you harm, if you as a human were in a conventional spacesuit, say, was to make sure you had a big gun. There was no known way an unarmed human, even in an armoured suit, could take on a fit young dweller. If you didn't have a big gun, then run away very quickly was the best advice. Of all the mercatorial species, only the Vern were known to be able to tackle a dweller unarmed, and even then it wasn't a foregone conclusion. Fassin supposed he could just ram Quersa and Janath. Crashing the little gascraft into them, nose first, might knock them out or disable them, but he wasn't sure there was sufficient room to work up enough speed for such a manoeuvre in any single part of the ship. He'd need to start a few compartments back and come slamming into the command space, hoping for a lucky hit, and that they wouldn't hear him coming and just rote out of the way to leave him to smash into the instruments. He wondered what Hatherans would have done. He wondered if she'd have been allowed to come in the first place, almost certainly not with any weapons. On the other hand, there was that standard dweller casualness about such things. On the other hand, this ship didn't seem that casual. Even if he could get Quersa and Janath out of the way, what about Isul? He didn't think the older dweller would conspire or even cooperate. Isul had made it very clear that he was an entirely loyal dweller who was simply being a good guide and mentor, not some treacherous human lover in league with or harbouring any sympathy for the Mercatoria, an entire power structure and civilization he professed neither to understand nor care about. And even if Fassin could somehow get control of the ship by himself, tricking both dwellers, or all three, depending how you looked at it, what then? He still hadn't been able to find any sign of a hidden navigational matrix on the ship. Where was he supposed to go? How did he find the wormhole portal that had brought them here? When he found it, how did he get through, assuming it was in any way guarded or just administered? Mercatorial portals were some of the most intensely monitored and heavily guarded locations in the galaxy. Even allowing for the semi-chaotic indifference that dwellers tended to display regarding such matters, could he really expect to fly unchallenged through one of their portals as though it was just another patch of space? He'd tried to find out more about the whole process of finding and traversing a dweller wormhole portal, an agitage, from Quersa and Janath, but they had, to even his surprise, given their conspicuous gift for the technique, comprehensively out-vagued themselves on the matter, surpassing their most studiedly unhelpful earlier replies by some margin. Fassin had been allowed out of the ship.
He'd floated free of it as it cruised gently through the tenuous, near-vacuum body of the Clouder Hoerstruum. He wanted to check as best he could that this was not all faked somehow. How, after all, did he really know that he was where Quersa and Janath said he was? They'd told him. He'd seen information displayed on some screen and in or out of some holo-displays. It could all be a joke or a way of setting him up for something, so he had to check. Outside the Velpin, keeping pace with the ship as it slid through the allegedly self-aware interstellar cloud, he used the little gascraft's senses to gauge whether he was in some vast artificial environment. As far as Fassin could tell, he wasn't. He genuinely was in a chemical dust cloud on the edge of a planetary system, a quarter of the way round the galaxy from his home and halfway in towards the galactic core. The stars looked completely different. Only the distant galaxies still aligned. If it wasn't really the edge of deep space, it was a brilliant simulation of it. He used up a little of his reaction mass, water basically, to fly a few kilometers away from the Velpin, and still encountered no wall, no giant screen. So, either he was in a truly prodigious VR space, or it was all being done directly through his brain, or through the gascraft's own collar, somehow uprated to 100% immersion beyond check. He thought back to something Valsier had said once. Any theory which causes solipsism to seem just as likely an explanation for the phenomena it seeks to describe ought to be held in the utmost suspicion. Valsier had been talking about the truth and other religions, but Fassin felt he was in a similar situation here. He had no real choice but to act as though all this was genuine. Even so, he had to keep the idea that it wasn't at the back of his head, just in case. Because if all this was real, then he was, maybe, on the brink of the most astounding discovery in all human history. A revelation that could do untold harm, or bring inestimable benefits to any combination of the Mercatoria, its adversaries, and just about every other spacefaring species in the galaxy. He remembered confronting the emissarial projection, what seemed like an age ago back in the Autumn House. Which was more likely? What appeared to be the case, or this all being a lie, a setup, a vast and incomprehensible joke? Discuss. He ran every check he could while he was outside the hull of the Velpin. He was in space, everything checked out. Or he was in a sim so complete that there was no disgrace in being taken in by it. Back to the truth again. Hathrance would have appreciated the dilemma. He could, if he really wanted, he supposed, just try and run away. The gascraft would support him indefinitely. It was capable of independent entry into a planetary atmosphere, and if he used almost all his reaction mass, he could be in the inner system of this star Eopolane in a few years. He could even sleep most of the way and hardly notice the journey. But then what? He'd never heard of the place. It was somewhere in the Credale Tops, whatever those were, according to the gascraft's rudimentary star atlas. But it wasn't listed as a human or mercatorial inhabited system, and there was no mention of it having any inhabitants at all. That didn't mean there was nobody there. Everywhere seemed to support somebody who called it home, but it meant that he'd probably be no further forward trying to get back home. He came back to the ship when Quersa and Janath signalled excitedly that they'd found something. It wasn't Laescroft's ship. It was the delicate ball of gas and chemicals, a lacework ball of cold and dirty string open to the vacuum, held together by just a trace of gravity. That was the Clouder's mind.
Looking for? A dweller. A gas giant dweller called Laescroft. Image.
Image?
Told image expect. Specific image.
Ah, I have an image with me. How? Where? I mean, what do I show it to so you can see it?
No. Describe.
Okay. It's an image of white clouds in a blue sky.
Accords.
So you can tell me where Laescroft is.
Went.
When did he go?
Measure time. How you?
Standard system?
Known. Being Laescroft went 7.35 times 10 to the power 8 seconds ago.
Fassin did the calculation. About 20 years earlier. He was nestled into the outer regions of the Clouder's mind, the little gascraft resting gently between two broad strands of gas, a fraction less cold than the surrounding chill of deep space. He was, in effect, delving, stopped right down to talk to something that made a deep, slow-timing dweller look like a speed freak. Clouders thought surpassingly slowly. A signal from outside, from the Velpin. To the Clouder he sent, "Where did Laceycroft go?" Then he clicked up to normal speed.
"Are you going to be much longer?" Isul asked, sounding irritable. "I am rapidly running out of patience with this bilateral monomaniac. It's been 10 days, Fassin. What's happened? Fallen asleep?"
"I'm going as fast as I can. Only been a few tens of seconds for me."
"You could just stay and think at normal speed, you know. Give us all time to mull over whatever this gas-brain's saying. No need to go doing this show-off delving stuff."
"Less of a conversation that way. This shows respect. You get more out of people if you—"
Yes. Well, you just carry on. I'll try and find more games to keep this split-personality cretin occupied. You rote off and commune with this space vegetable. I'll do the real hard work. Sorry I came along now. If I've missed any more good battles while I've been away—"
His voice faded into the distance. Fassin descended into extreme slow time again. The Clouder still hadn't replied. At least this time there was no insane spiralling. There was the same fuzzy, low-reliability screen to distract them as they wafted away from the Clouder and made for the hidden wormhole mouth, and the doors out of the passenger compartment were just as locked, but there was no fierce spinning. Fassin let Quersa and Janath take over the gascraft remotely and turn off its systems. He didn't bother to clear any of the shock gel or turn the faceplate clear this time. He just put himself into a trance. It was easy, a lot like preparing to go down into slow time. And it meant he couldn't see or hear Isol's complaining about the ignominy of being zapped unconscious just because they were going on a space journey. They were making for somewhere called Marivuelo, yet another place Fassin had never heard of. This was where Hoistrum had said that Laceycroft was going next. The Clouder hadn't known if this was a system, a planet, another Clouder, or what. Quersa and Janath had gone silent for a moment when they heard the name, and Fassin had sensed them consulting the ship's crude galactic atlas. They declared that they knew the place, a planet in the Ashram system. Fassin, or at least the gascraft's memory, did know of this place. It was even connected with its own mercatorial-controlled wormhole, though Fassin suspected they wouldn't be using it. Total travel time to be expected was a few days. As he slid into unconsciousness, Fassin's thoughts were of how beautiful the Clouder had looked. The vast being was like a million great long gauzy scarves of light, a whisper of matter and gravity close to nothingness that massed more than many solar systems, drifting yet purposeful, intent by ancient decision along a course charted out over millions of years, propelled, dirigible by minute flexings of cold plasmas, by the force of near-not-there-at-all magnetic fields, by psi-strength expulsions and drawings in of interstellar material. Cold and dead-seeming, yet alive and thinking, and beautiful in the right light. Seen in a fitting wash of wavelengths, there was something endlessly, perfectly sublime about. Saluus stood on a balcony of ice and metal, looking out at the view, his breath misting in the air before him. The Shrivalti retreat was embedded in and partially sculpted from the frozen waterfall Hoisenir, a 400-metre-high click-wide cliff of ice marking where the river Doaroe began its long fall from the high semi-Arctic plateau towards the tundra and plains beyond. A low winter sun provided a grand display of Sepectian clouds and a fuzzy purple-red sunset, but nowhere near enough heat to start melting the ice. Sepecta wobbled slowly, and not especially significantly. Its Arctic and Antarctic circles, where the sun alternately never set or never rose during the heights of summer and depths of winter, were less than 1,000 kilometres in diameter. Officially classed as a hot, temperate planet by human standards, its winters were longer but less severe than those of Earth, and their worst effects were confined to smaller areas than on humanity's original home. But the Hoisenir waterfall was far north and high up in the Arctic Shield Mountains, and the Doaroe spent standard years at a time entirely frozen. The place was called a retreat because it was owned by the Shrivalti, but as far as Saluus was concerned, it was just a hotel and conference centre. The view was impressive, though, when there was sufficient daylight actually to see it properly. It had a certain severe appeal, Saluus was prepared to grant. Saluus didn't like being here all the same. He wasn't keen on places that he couldn't get away from easily, preferably if the worst came to the worst by just walking. To get away from here meant an air car, or a lift up or down the interior of the frozen fall to the landing ground on the ice of the solidified river above, or down to the back rail station on the shore of the frozen lake at the foot of the cliff. When he'd found out where the conference on the Dweller Embassy was to be held, at fairly short notice for security reasons, he'd made sure to have a parasail packed with his luggage, just so that he had an emergency way out if it came to it. He knew that almost certainly there wouldn't be any emergency, or if there was, it would be something so big and or quick that there would be no getting away from it. But he felt better, safer, having the parasail by the balcony window of his bedroom. Most of the other important attendees had suites far inside the fall, to be further away from anything that might come at them from outside. But Saluus had insisted on an outside suite, one with a view, a way out. He hadn't parasailed for decades, but he'd rather risk his neck that way than cowering at the back of a suite, whimpering, just waiting for death. He sometimes wondered where this obsession with being able to get away came from. It wasn't something he'd been born with or picked up as the result of some traumatic experience in childhood. It was just something that had sort of crept slowly up on him all the way through his adult life. One of those things, he supposed. He hadn't bothered wasting any time thinking really deeply about it. All that mattered, Saluus supposed, was that the retreat hotel was as safe a place to be as anywhere was these days. The attacks on Ulubi's system had gone on, never slackening off for very long, never really reaching any sort of peak. Many of the targets were obvious military ones, often attacked with bombs, missiles, and relatively short-range weapons. These were usually blamed on the Beyonders. Other targets had cultural or morale value, or were just big. These were the kind that were hit from deep space, with high velocity, sometimes near light-speed boosted rocks. The number of such attacks had increased, even as the weight of assaults by drone craft carrying beam weapons and missiles had decreased. Some of the strategists claimed that all this represented a failure by their enemies to attack when they'd expected to, though it seemed to Saluus that what they called the proof of this relied too much on simulations and shared assumptions. It had all certainly gone on for a long time now. People had worked their way through the various stages of shock, denial, defiance, solidarity, grim determination, and who knew what else. Nowadays, they were just tired of it. They wanted it all to end. They feared how that end might come about, but they were half broken by the erratic bombardment and the ever-present uncertainty. Worse, in a way, because news had somehow leaked out of when the invasion by the Starveling cult had been expected, and it had not yet materialized. People were starting to think that it might not now ever happen. The real conspiracy theorists believed that it had all been a huge military-industrial paranoid death fantasy right from the start, that no real threat had ever existed, that most of the attacks were being carried out by the security forces themselves, either as part of an inter-service conflict or in a carefully planned series of cynical, deliberately self-sacrificial moves that would gain sympathy for the armed forces, even as the mass of people lost the few remaining civil liberties they still had. That it was all just an excuse to turn the whole Ulubi system into a semi-fascist society, securing power in the hands of the privileged few. Even those of a more moderate turn of mind chafed at the freedoms lost and the restrictions imposed, and had begun asking where exactly was this terrible threat they had been preparing for the best part of a year. Shouldn't the sky have lit up by now with the invading fleet's drives as they decelerated into Ulubi's near space? People were starting to question the need for all the sacrifice and hardship, and to wonder if too much was being done to counter a threat that so far hadn't materialized, and not enough to deal with the ongoing attrition of small-scale but still intermittently devastating attacks. The strategists were wondering where the E5 Discon forces were too. There had been wild arguments over what the best strategy was: go out to meet the invading fleet or fleets, hoping to gain a slight edge by a degree of surprise, and keeping at least some of the fighting out of the populated reaches of Ulubi's system, or sit tight and wait, building up maximum forces where they were, in the end, most needed. Drone scout ships had already been dispatched in the general direction the invasion was coming from, but so far none of them had found anything. A very literal long shot. A giant magnetic railgun was being constructed in orbit around Jiri, the smaller gas giant beyond Nascaron, built to scatter space in front of the oncoming fleet with debris. A huge blunderbuss, supposed to throw a sleet of surveillance machines and a cloud of tiny guided explosive or just kinetic mines before the invading ships. But it was only now getting up to speed, months late, wildly over budget, and plagued by problems. At least this latest failure couldn't be laid at the door of Kihar Heavy Industries. Saluus's firm had never been involved in the contract. They'd been the obvious people to build it,
but it had been handed over to a consortium of other companies, partly just to show that KHI didn't have a monopoly and to give some of the others a shot at a big project. The interim report on the Nascaron debacle had pretty much cleared KHI, finding nothing worse than occasionally imprecise accounting, the sort of rush-resulted corner-cutting that was only to be expected in anything like the current emergency. The whole storm battle farce had been a homegrown military fuck-up, in other words, just as Saluus had maintained from the start. Partly as a result, he had become more integrated into the whole planning and strategic superstructure of the Ulabine Mercatoria, and even, fairly regularly, the Emergency War Cabinet. This made sense. It also appealed to Saluus's sense of importance, and he was self-aware enough to know and accept this. And, of course, it had the additional effect of tying him in tighter to the political hierarchy of the system, identifying him even more strongly with the ruling structures and individuals, giving him more of an incentive to fight to preserve mercatorial rule. If the bad guys did sweep in and take things over, it would be hard enough for Saluus to wave his hands and claim to be just a modest shipbuilder, now humbly at the service of the new masters. Still, proximity, access, and even a degree of control over such power was something Saluus felt comfortable with, and, if the worst did happen, he still wasn't as symbolically part of the old regime as the others in the War Cabinet, and his control of KHI would make him valuable to whoever ran the system. He'd play it by ear. Besides, he had an escape route mapped out. The longer the E5 Discon invasion took to happen, the shorter would be the time to wait for the Mercatoria counterattack, in which case he might be better off just disappearing while the bad guys settled in and prepared their own defences. In theory, they were supposed to be kept in the dark that the Mercatorial fleet was on its way, but news of that had leaked too, and anyway, their Beyonder allies would surely have told them. If it was simpler to hide, then Saluus would hide. He'd try to get involved in some guerrilla activity too, hopefully at a safe remove, so that when the Mercatoria did retake the system, he would look like some sort of hero rather than a coward only interested in his own wealth. But keeping out of the way was sometimes the best strategy when things got messy. He had a very fast ship indeed being built in one of the secret yards, a prototype that he fully intended to make sure was never quite ready for active service or even military trial runs. It would be his way out if he needed it. In all this, amazingly, the woman he had first known as Ko when she'd been with Facin Tark, her real name, the name she used now was Lis Alentiore, had been a real help. He'd fallen for her, he supposed. In fact, he'd fallen for her to the extent that his wife, despite her own happily indulged and numerous dalliances, had for the first and only time shown signs of jealousy. Lis herself had suggested a way out of this, though it had occurred at least as a fantasy to him as well. So now they had a very stimulating little ménage-à-trois going. More to the point, Lis had proved a trustworthy confidant and reliable source of advice. There had been a few occasions over the last few crowded, sometimes desperate months when Saluus had not known which way to react, and he'd talked it over with her, either in the semi-formality of his office, flyer or ship, or from pillow to pillow, and she'd known what to do, if not immediately, then after a night or two's thought. She was canny in a sidelong, cat-like way. She knew how people worked, how they thought, which way they would jump, almost telepathically sometimes. He'd invented a post for Lis in his entourage and made her his personal private secretary. His social and business secretaries had both been quietly piqued, but were smart enough to accept the new face with a degree of feigned generosity and seemingly genuine grace, and without trying to do anything to undermine her. Saluus had a feeling that they had each, anyway, gauged Lis accurately, and realized that any attack they might try on her would likely rebound on themselves. His own security people had been suspicious of her at first, finding all sorts of insalubrious stuff hinted at in her past, and then a sort of suspicious fuzziness. But, ultimately, there had been nothing damning, certainly nothing that was worse than what he'd got up to when he was her age. She'd been young, wild, and she'd mixed with dubious types. So had he. So what? He'd quizzed her gently on her past himself, and got an impression of hurt and trauma and bad memories. He didn't want to hurt her further by inquiring too deeply. It added to his feeling that, in some almost unbearably gallant way, he'd rescued her. She'd been a middling journalist with a technical journal, with a past in dance, acting, hostessing and massage work before. He'd taken her away from all that. She'd looked much younger than she was when he'd met her that night with Facin. Saluus was a big fan of that whole wise head on young shoulders thing now, he'd decided. But she looked even better now, having taken him up on the offer of treatments she could never have had access to until they'd met. She was grateful to him. She never said so straight out. That would have imbalanced too much what they had. But he could see it in her eyes sometimes. Well, he was grateful to her too. She'd revitalized his private life and proved a significant new asset in his public one. There was also just a hint of a feeling that he'd taken her away from Fassin, and that was quite a pleasant little sensational by itself. Saluus had never exactly envied the other man. He didn't really envy anybody. Indeed, why should he? How could he? But there was a sort of ease to Fassin's life that Saluus had always coveted and so resented. To be part of a big family group like that, surrounded by people all doing the same steady thing, respected for their work intrinsically, without constantly having to prove themselves through tender processes and balance sheets and shareholders' meetings and staff councils. That must have its own sweetness. That must give a sort of academic security, a feeling of justification. And then the fellow had gone and become some sort of hero figure, just by spending 5 years pickled in shock gel, in a miniature gas craft not even built by KHI, knocking round with a bunch of degenerate dwellers. Had that fame attracted Liz to Fassin? Had she just traded Fassin in, traded up to Saluus, because the opportunity had presented itself? Maybe so. It didn't bother him. Relationships were a market. Sal knew that. Only children and idiot romantics thought otherwise. You judged your own attractiveness, physically, psychologically, and in terms of status. Then you knew your level, and could either raise or lower your sights accordingly, risking rejection, but with a possibility of advancement, or settling for a more reliably stable life, but never knowing what you might have achieved. Saluus took a deep, cold breath. The sun had disappeared, Algebraist dipping beneath tree-coated mountains far to the southwest. A few stars started to come out in the darkening purple sky. The broad scatter of orbital habs and factories shone like a handful of thrown, sparkling dust to the southeast, gradually stretching out across the sky after the retreating sunset, like a distillation of the fading light. Saluus wondered which of those tiny scintillations belonged to him. Not as many as a year ago. Some had been moved away just to get them out of old orbits where they could be more easily targeted. 2, big dock ships, both of them, and cradling Navarchy vessels at the time, had been destroyed. Wreckage from one had fallen on Fesley City, killing tens of thousands, many more than had died in the initial attack. KHI was being sued for negligence, accused of not moving the dock ships out of the way in time. A war on, and everything controlled by the military, but there was still room for that sort of shit. He was having words in appropriate ears to get a blanket war exemption order proclaimed. Saluus looked through his own exhaled breath for Nascaron, but it was far below the horizon and probably all but invisible behind the shield of orbital scatter anyway, even if he had been in the right latitudes to see it. Fassin. In all the preparations for war and invasion, you always had to make time to take account of whatever he might have got up to. Had he died in the storm battle? Reports from Nascaron were ambiguous, but then reports from Nascaron were never anything but ambiguous. He'd certainly disappeared and was probably still on Nascaron, though in the time between the destruction of the original satellite surveillance network around the planet at the time of the storm battle and the establishment of a new one after the founding of the Dweller Embassy, there had been a window when even quite big craft might have left Nascaron's atmosphere. But who knew? And if Tark was still somewhere in the gas giant, what was he doing? If he was still alive, Saluus didn't envy him at all anymore. To have your whole existence, never mind your whole family, wiped out like that. Maybe Fassin had killed himself. He had been told, apparently, before the whole ghastly mess at the gas clipper race. He knew they were dead. If he wasn't dead too, he was more alone than he'd ever been in his life, with nothing much to come back to. Saluus felt sorry for him. His first thought had been that with Fassin so reduced, there would be no danger of Liz going back to him if he ever did reappear. But then he'd thought about how people could confound your expectations sometimes, and how women in particular could display a sort of theoretically laudable but harmfully self-sacrificial kind of misplaced charity when they saw somebody damaged. Luckily, Jarl Tonderon was still alive. Sal and his wife had invited her to stay with them for a while. He wanted to encourage her to be strong for Fassin if he ever did make it back, and they were all still there. The Dweller Embassy had been a great success. The Dwellers had seemed keen to make up for the misunderstanding in the storm, and the Algebraist Mercatoria had been desperate not to fight on 2 hopeless fronts at once. Another moon, Uerkle, had been designated as the new site for the Seer's shared facility, Construction was well underway, and a small fleet of ships had been welcomed into orbit around the gas giant. Seers had started direct delving again. The equipment for remote delving was not yet all in place, and the dwellers either didn't notice or didn't care that a lot of new so-called seers were really Navarki, Caesoria, and Shrivalti scouts, spies, if you wanted to be blunt about it, searching for Fasin Tak, searching for the also-disappeared dweller called Valsir, searching for any sign of those weapons used against the Mercatorial forces during the battle in the gas clipper storm race, and searching, too, for any hints or traces of the dweller list and anything remotely associated with it. So far, admittedly, all completely without success. Even these scout craft had to be tagged and traceable and escorted by a dweller guide, but it was a start. Also, in the preparatory and, to date, unsuccessful stages were the negotiations with the dwellers to forge an alliance or get Mercatorial hands on dweller weaponry. The dwellers had shown themselves to possess offensive capabilities, well, strictly speaking, defensive capabilities, but that didn't matter. Nobody had credited them with. If they could be brought into an alliance with the rest of Alubis' system, the whole balance of forces between the invaders and the defenders might be turned upside down. Even if the dwellers only shared some of their military technological know-how, or just lent out or hired some of the devices, that might make enough of a difference for Alubis to resist the invasion on its own without having to wait for the summoned fleet units to arrive. And if that failed, then there was the delicate matter of how to get the starveling invasion fleet to attack Nascaron and so, with luck, dash itself to pieces against whatever hyperweaponry had destroyed the Navarki forces in the storm battle. So much to think about. Saluus was wearing a jacket, but he'd come out without gloves and so had put his hands into his pockets to keep them warm. Liz slipped one arm through his, suddenly there at his side, nuzzled up to him, her skin perfume seeming to fill his head. He looked down at her, and she pressed closer to him, following his gaze out to the south and the stipple of light from the orbital structures. He felt her shiver. She was dressed in light clothes. He took off his jacket and put it over her shoulders. He'd seen that in screen stories, and it still made him feel good to do it. He didn't mind the cold, though it was worse than it had been, and a breeze was starting to blow from above. It was a part katabatic wind, he'd been told by somebody, a current of cold air flowing down from the ice-locked wastes above, displacing warmer, less dense air below, and driving gently but firmly downwards, spilling over the lip of the waterfall like a ghost of the frozen plunging waters. They stood in silence for a while. Then Lys reminded Saluus that he was supposed to meet with Perigal Imoert for a private talk before dinner that evening. There was still time, though. He felt cold now, close to shivering. He would wait until he did shiver before he went in. He stared up into the near-complete darkness directly overhead, watching the spark of a close-orbit satellite pass above them. He felt Lys stiffen at his side and pulled her closer. "What's that?" she said after a few more moments. He looked where she was pointing to the low west, where only the vaguest, dimmest hint of purple near the horizon showed where Alubis had set. A little above that horizon, in the sky below, beyond, and above the thickest strands of reflected orbital light, new lights were flickering to life. They were a sprinkle of bright blue scattered across a rough circle of sky the size of a large coin held at arm's length, and increasing in number with every passing second. The blue points wavered, gradually strengthening. More and more were lighting up, filling the little window of sky with a blue blaze of cold fire, barely twinkling in the chill, still air out over the frozen plains. Saluus felt himself shiver, though not from the cold. He opened his mouth to speak, but Lys looked up at him and said, "That's them, isn't it? That's the starveling cult guys, the E5 Discon. That's the invasion fleet, breaking."
"Afraid so,"
Sal agreed. His ear stud was pinging, and the comms in the suite was warbling plaintively.
"We'd better go in."
Groggy again, still in the passenger freight compartment of the Velpin. He brought the little gascraft systems back up. The wall screen, crazed, came clear, showed stars, fixed, then swinging, and finally settled on a greeny blue and white planet. Fasin's first reaction on seeing it was that the place looked alien, unsuitable for life without an E-suit. Then he realized that it looked like Glantine or Sepecta, like images of Earth, in fact. Going gas giant native, he told himself, thinking like a dweller. It didn't usually happen so quickly.
"Oh, fuck,"
Yisor said angrily, staring at the image on the screen.
"There's not even a proper fucking planet."
The waves came booming in like blindness, like stubbornness, bundled and given liquid form. An unending slow launching against the ragged fringe of massively sprawled rocks, each long, low, rough ridge of water heaving skywards to tumble like some ponderously incompetent somersaulter, rolling up and falling forward, hopeful and hopeless at once, disintegrating, exploding in spray and foam, coming to pieces amongst a fractured boneyard of rock. The waters drained after each assault, rattling boulders, stones and pebbles between the massive jabs and points of granite, sloughing like a watery skin and falling away again. That stony chattering, speaking of a slowly aggregated success, the waves, the ocean, rubbing away at the land, breaking up and breaking away, using rock against rock, tumbling it and crashing it and cracking it, abrading over centuries and millennia to a kind of stubborn accomplishment. He watched the waves for some time, admiring their vast, mad pounding, reluctantly impressed by such sheer, clamorous incessancy. The salt spray filled his hair and eyes and nose and lungs. He breathed in deeply, feeling joined, feeling linked to and part of this wild, unceasing elemental battle. A low, golden light struck out across the ruffled nap of sea, sunlight swinging low beneath a great piled series of cloud escarpments to the west. Layers of vapour draped over distant peaks and spires of rock, disappearing into the long misted curve of north-facing shore. Seabirds wheeled across the wind and waves, diving, flapping away, clutching slim fish like wet slices of rainbow. It had felt strange at first, coming out of the little gas craft. It always did, it always had. But this time seemed different, more intense somehow. This was an alien homeland, a familiar yet utterly different place, closer to what ought to be home, further from what was. 11,000 light-years away from Algebraist this time, though they had travelled further than the last time to get here, and just 12 days' travel. When he'd opened the gas-craft's hatch and stood, he'd staggered and swayed, needed holding up by Usul. He'd coughed and nearly retched, feeling scrawny and weak and thin and hollowed out, shivering in the strange ultra-nakedness of returning to the basic human condition, as slimed and wet and naked as a newborn, and even the retreating tendrils of the gill fluid and shock gel tubes there too, umbilical links to image birth. He felt lighter and heavier at once, blood draining, bones complaining. Then, after a while, being naked, even naked in ordinary clothes, started to feel normal again. Every now and again, though, he shivered. The Velpin's pattern follower had done its best to make human wearable clothes, but still the results felt strange and slick and cold. They were on Maviruelo, a 90% Earth-like, not far from the galactic outskirts, though less isolated than Algebraist. A water-worlder-colonized planet, a Scurry world. Waterworlds were the single most common type of rocky planet in the galaxy, even though you never saw the rock, which was on average a metal-rock core about the size of Earth, buried under 5,000 kilometres of pressure ice, finally topped by 100 clicks of ocean. Such planets provided the next most common planetary environments after the near-ubiquitous gas giants themselves, and had given the Mercatoria 3 of its 8 principal species, the Scurry, the Ifrahil, and the Cuscunde. Maviruelo was not a classic water world. It wasn't even as water-covered as Earth itself, but it had been colonized by the Scurry before any native animal, of air, land, or sea, had developed sufficiently to claim it as their own, and so had become one of the Scurry far worlds, an outpost of their own semimperia within the greater commonwealth of the Mercatoria. The Scurry weren't conventional water-worlders either. They were cetaceales, resembling sea mammals, but with backs ridged by spinnaker spines, which they could hoist to the wind, and so sail as well as swim across their worlds. Usul, in his e-suit, rose out of the sea like a submarine conning tower, frightening the seabirds. He floated up and out and made his way across the turmoil of waves to the low cliff where Fassin stood. The human was suddenly reminded of the time he had stood with Saluus Kihar, watching Hathrance, in her e-suit, float out across the chaos of artificial surf surrounding the waterspout house.
"Fassin!"
Usul boomed, floating, dripping and humming, in the air 10 metres above him.
"No sign yet?"
"No sign yet." Usul held up a mesh basket of glistening, flapping, wriggling stuff.
"Look what I caught!"
He brought the basket in front of his forward mantle to look at it.
"Think I'll take it back to the ship."
Usul flew over Fassin, dropping water and small shells on top of him, then headed inland a couple of 100 metres to the ship section resting on the scrubby ledge of vegetation, fringing the jagged ranks of cliffs, pinnacles and mountains beyond. The 50-metre-long lander made up the nose section of the Velpin, the rest of which, with Quersa and Janath aboard, was still in orbit. Fassin watched the Dweller go, then turned back to the ocean. He was here to meet with a Skuri, who had seen the Dweller Leeskrov, who had been here until, they'd been told, 12 years ago. They hadn't met a Skuri yet. The Velpin had been challenged by the planet's orbital traffic control and targeted by several military units, and so it had to reveal something of its reasons for being there. "Looking for some Dweller geezer called Leeskrov," had been Quersa and Janath's exact words. They'd been told to go into orbit and stay there. Targeting beams never left them. They were regarded as suspicious because their ship looked hull-capable, and they hadn't come through the local portal. "Skuri," Quersa and Janath had told Fassin and Issel. "Suspicious. Paranoid." They'd spent 3 days watching the planet revolve beneath them. Issel had muttered about how flat and boring the storms looked. Fassin had found endless fascination in the great snowflake city structures spread across water and land, and the True Twin passed the time inventorying ship stuff they'd forgotten about and playing noisy image leaf games. They answered questions from planetary traffic control about where they'd come from. Nuaste, the largest of the system's 4 gas giant planets, was the answer given, and then a signal had come through. A scholar named Aumapile of Aumapile had had the honour of playing host to the Dweller scholar Leeskrov, and would be flattered to be allowed to extend the same courtesies to these new arrivals. Another step along the way, another step closer, perhaps, to finding the wandering Dweller and the data he carried. If he still lived, if he still had the data, if the data was what it was supposed to be, if Valseer had been telling the truth, if it was not all utterly out of date, without point, overtaken by the seeming certainty that there was a network of secret wormholes accessible only to Dwellers, but they weren't sharing it, and it might have nothing to do with a Dweller list. Fassin was looking for something that might lead him to what he had already used twice. He had already been through at least 2 wormholes, travelled across half the galaxy, and yet he wasn't really any closer to finding the key to this system of trapdoors and secret passages. He could be carried unconscious through them like a fey maiden under the influence of a sleeping draught in some gothic romance, but he wasn't allowed to know the secret behind it all. He was still trying to think of ways to commandeer the Velpin, but with no real hope of success. There would still be the problem of accessing the hidden wormholes. Just thinking of a way to stay awake while they made these wild transitions would be a start, but he had no idea how to do that either. If he could go back in time to Apsile and the shared facility in Third Fury and ask him to build some subset of systems into the gascraft that would keep working when the main ones were shut down, making it look like the machine had entirely stopped functioning when in fact he was still sense-connected and aware, maybe it would be possible. But even the Dwellers didn't claim to have time machines, and Fassin didn't have the expertise to undertake such an amendment to the gascraft systems himself, even if he had had the time and the facilities to do it, neither of which he did have. Maybe he should have gone back to the Mercatoria, acted as a real major in the Ocular would have done, and retreated, reported to his superiors, told them what had happened, and awaited new or renewed orders. But the Ocular meant nothing to him, and never had, and most of what had mattered before to him was also gone now. He might even have tried to get in touch with the Beyonders, but until he had the key to the Dweller list, what was the point in that? And anyway, what if they had been behind the Sept's destruction, even at a remove? Just how magnanimous was he prepared to be? What point, indeed, was there in going back at all, perhaps? 70 days standard had elapsed since Fassin had first gone tumbling into the atmosphere of Nascaron. It was over 2 old Earth months since the battle in the storm. Who knew how much longer he'd have to keep looking for Leeskrov, chasing him round the galaxy, perhaps ever coming closer to him, maybe never quite catching up with him. Maybe he'd get his precious data and return to find it was all over, the system taken or utterly laid waste to, every surface like the surface of Third Fury, just slag and heat, destroyed by one side or another, or by both, fighting for something that wasn't even there anymore. It should still, in theory, be the most important piece of information that a human had ever carried. But somehow, even if the key to the Dweller list did exist, the fact that Dwellers could use this secret network under the noses of the rest of the galaxy, and had been doing so for who alone knew how many billions of years, made it seem much less likely that any scrap of data, any proof-size patch of algebra was going to make that much of a difference. And yet, still, despite everything, all he could do, all that he could even think of doing,
was to press on and try to find what everybody wanted him to find, and hope that it might do some good somehow. Fassin breathed in, tasting salt. He no longer doubted that this was real, or a virtual environment there was no disgrace in being fooled by. There wasn't even anywhere like this coarse, storm-sundered coast, anywhere in Algebraist's system, and the stars were completely different again. Something caught Fassin's attention. A few kilometres out into the ocean, the water was rising in a great shallow dome, flowing everywhere down from a huge flattened hemisphere of foam-streaked darkness, rising like a never-breaking explosion from the depths, still spreading and still rising and causing a great, slow swell of disturbed waves to come pulsing forward towards the cliffs, as the apparition, a double saucer shape 2 kilometres wide, finally broke free of the sea entirely and came slowly towards the shore, sheets and veils of salt rain falling from beneath it, flattening the shadow-bruised surface of the waters. Isul floated up, nodding forward. "Rides here, then?" They floated, stood, and hovered in a half-drained crystal hall within the great saucer ship. Almapile of Almapile floated in the water, a fat eel the size of an orca, with a great folded fan of sail ridging its back. Fassin stood on a broad ledge, still slick with salty water, while Isul and the true twin, Quersa and Janath, cajoled down eventually, bulked out with a twin-skin overall of extreme shininess that doubled as an e-suit, hovered in the air above the great pool of water. Fassin found himself thinking about the Autumn House again, and Slovius in his pool. Almapile of Almapile, the Almapile of Almapile, apparently, according to the servant who had escorted them down a broad water-filled tube to the audience chamber. The human and the dwellers in a bubble of air enclosed by a sphere of diamond, was not merely a justly famous scholar of the Sancturia, it was a vastly rich, justly famous scholar of the Sancturia. A high, warbling, seemingly interminable song sounded from an underwater sound system. A song of welcoming for those from afar, apparently. "Song for making you want to go straight back there again," Isul had decided to Fassin, as it accepted reasonable impersonations of something to drink and or inhale. They talked of Laescroft. Their host, speaking through a small hovering speaker sphere, said they had missed him by some years, and then Isul mentioned following him.
"Oh,"
the Scury said,
"but you must take me with you."
"Must? Must?"
"But I know where he went,"
the Scury said, as though this explained everything.
"Couldn't you just tell us?"
Isul asked plaintively. "Just point us in the right direction, and we'll be on our way." The Scury wriggled in the great pool, sending water sloshing. It laughed, a soft tinkling sound from the hovering speaker.
"Oh, I could, but I always had the feeling my friend Laescroft had travelled even more widely than I have, especially into the gases of Noaste. I think you may be heading there, as you did not come through the wormhole portal, and he did not depart through it. You see, I have my sources. I know what goes on. You can't fool me. I'm not so stupid. You and your little squanderer friend will be heading back to Noaste."
"Doubt it," the Dweller Travel Captain said, snorting. Fassin was the little squanderer friend. The Scury took great pride in having become a technological spacefaring species, given the obstacles they'd had to overcome. A classic waterworld environment had almost no easily available metals. Any metal-bearing ores that a waterworld possessed tended to be locked away under all that ice, deep in the planet's inaccessible rocky core. Waterworlders had to do what they could with what fell from the sky in the shape of meteorites, and in this shared a developmental background with gas giant dwellers. To get into space in the face of such a paucity of readily available raw materials was not easy, and the Scury regarded themselves as deserving considerable recognition and respect for such a triumph of intellect over scarcity. Accomplishing the same feat when you came from a rock-surface planet was a relatively trivial, expectable, even dismissible trick. The Scury called people from such planets squanderers as a result, though not usually to their face or other appropriate feature. "Please make clear, O great A of A," the other half of Quersa and Janath said. Fassin suspected that he already knew what the Scury was thinking. The local gas giant, Noaste, inhabited by dwellers, of course, was, like the vast majority of dweller gas giants, not a world that welcomed seers or anybody else apart from other dwellers. Almapile of Almapile had probably been told where Laescroft was heading next, and assumed that as the dweller had not gone through the mercatorial wormhole, and assuming he hadn't headed into deep space at STL speeds,
He must have gone to look for whatever it was he was looking for in the one place that even being fabulously rich and corruptly well-connected couldn't gain you access to, in this system or any other. A dweller-inhabited gas giant.
I think the toilers, our mutual friend sort, have found a new niche, no longer in space, but in gas, you see,
the Scury said. Even through the speakersphere, the creature's voice sounded pleased with itself.
Toilers?
Yusul said. Known. Benign semi-swarm devices, the other half of Quercer and Janath announced. Infrasentient, known for randomly building inscrutable space structures, best guess for purpose of which being as preparatory infrastructure for an invasion that never took place on behalf of a race long gone and thoroughly forgotten. Distribution very wide but very sparse. Numbers fluctuate. Rarely dangerous, sometimes hunted, no bounty.
So there.
Yusul looked surprised.
Really?
He asked.
Oh, stop being so coy,
their host chided, creating sinuous splashing patterns in the water, as though tickled.
Of course, as though you didn't know.
The Aumapile of Aumapile blew jets of water from each end. A scent of something vaguely rotten filled Fassin's nose.
But I know where our friend was going to next, and you don't. However, I shall be willing to tell you if you take me along once I am aboard your ship. Such large places, gas giants. And of course, we have 4. One thinks, oh, who can say? Where would one's quarry be?
The Scury flicked its tail. Fassin got splashed.
And what do you say, sirs?
Yusul looked at Fassin and quietly rippled his mantle, the dweller equivalent of a headshake. The travel captain was silent for a moment or two, then said, If we do take you with us.
Ah, but I have my own ship. Indeed, you are in it.
Won't work.
Have to come with us in ours.
I have smaller ships, many of them. A choice.
Makes no difference. Has to be ours.
Conditions of passage.
Well,
the Scury said. Passengers travel unconditionally.
Unconditionally?
What does that mean?
Trust us.
Yes, no matter what. Means you get zapped unconscious every time we travel is what it means, Yusul told their host.
Quercer and Janath made a hissing noise.
Plus, Yusul added, oblivious, you may not end up where you thought you were going to.
How primitive. Why, of course.
"1,100 ships. They were facing 1,100 ships. All of them had to be beyond a certain size, capable of crossing the great gulf of space between the E5 Discon and here in reasonable time, and they would probably all be armed. Ulubis could muster less than 300 true space-capable warcraft, even after their frenzy of building. The summoned fleet on its way to their rescue was of similar size, but its ships would be of another order of magnitude in hitting power. A full mix of destroyers, light, medium, and heavy cruisers, plus the real big guys, the battle cruisers and battleships. Ulubis had frigates, destroyers and light cruisers, and one old battle cruiser, the Carronade. They'd built a significant fleet in the centuries following the destruction of the portal, and a few more ships in the half-year since the news of the coming invasion, but nothing like enough to offer the invaders serious opposition. They'd lost about 1/6 of their total fighting force in the few minutes of action in the storm on Nascaron months earlier, including their only other battlecruiser. Those had mostly been light units, but it had been a grievous loss. The latest bit of bad news was that the consortium working on the railgun had fallen so far behind schedule that it was highly doubtful they'd even get to the trial stage before the invasion took place. The giant gun was being dismantled so it wouldn't fall into the hands of the starveling cultists. There was something almost sublimely elegant, Sal thought, about how perfect a waste of time, people, resources, and hard work the whole project had been. Kihar Heavy Industries and the other manufacturers had worked as hard as they could to construct, repair, upgrade, and modify as many warships as they could, and had militarized dozens of civilian craft. But there was only so much they could do, and it was never going to be enough. They were outnumbered. They could go down fighting, but they were going down.
It couldn't be any worse,
Guard General Thovin spluttered, practically spraying his drink. They were on a requisitioned ex-cruise liner, one of the embassy support ships rolling in orbit around Nascaron. Saluus and the Propylaeus submaster Sorafiv had been sent by the rest of the War Cabinet to add, if it were possible, an extra note of urgency to the talks with the dwellers. Thovin, seconded from his guard duties to be Commander-in-Chief, Ulubis Orbital Forces, was there in charge of the very lightly armed escort detachment, because he was out of the way and couldn't do too much harm. The grandeur of his new title seemed to almost entirely make up for the lack of viable military hardware at his disposal.
"We can't even surrender to the starvelings, because if we do, the Summed Fleet will clobber us when they arrive," he said. "We're going to get fucked over twice."
He threw back his drink. Saluus didn't like Thovin. He was one of those people who got to the top of an organisation through luck, connections, the indulgence of superiors, and that sort of carelessness towards others that the easily impressed termed ruthlessness, and those of a less gullible nature called sociopathy. But sometimes, just through his sheer unthinking brusqueness and inability to think through the consequences of a remark, he said what everybody else was only thinking. A comic poet working in obscene doggerel.
"There is no need to talk of surrender,"
Submaster Sorafeev said quickly, and to Sal's amusement actually looked round, glancing left and right to make sure nobody else had heard the S word in the old cruise ship's lounge, which was deserted, apart from a few bar staff, and the 3 men and a half dozen or so of their closest staff. Liss was there, looking darkly beautiful, mostly silent, occasionally talking quietly with one or other of the other assistants, secretaries, and ADCs. When the Propylaeus Submaster did his glancing around act, her gaze met Sal's. She smiled and flexed her eyebrows. If there were any spies here, Sal thought, they weren't lurking behind the furniture in the shadows. They were sitting right here around them. The indispensable aides and helpers they all relied on to run their so important lives were the obvious candidates for the post of spy. If anything ever got back to the Hierarchon, or any other more lowly but still important branch of the Ulubine Mercatoria, regarding talk of surrender or anything else deemed unspeakable, it would probably be one of these people they'd have to thank. Saluus knew one could never be 100% certain, but he was pretty sure that the lovely Liss wasn't working for anybody else. He'd seemingly let slip a couple of things early on in their relationship, which he'd have expected to come back to him if she'd been in the pay of somebody else. It had been a sort of recommendation that she'd come via Fassin, and he'd obviously known her from decades earlier. That was far too long a game just to get to an industrialist, even Saluus Kihar.
"No need,"
Thovin said, turning to his secretary, holding up his glass and winking theatrically.
"It's what we'd be talking about if the Summed Fleet wasn't on its way. Be the rational thing to do."
He snorted.
"I'm not saying we should surrender. Been ordered not to, been ordered to fight to the last. But if the fleet wasn't coming, and we weren't looking for this thing, supposedly somewhere on Nask—"
The fabled transform, of course, Saluus thought. The mythical magic bullet, which Fassin, if he was still alive, might be chasing yet.
"What else would we be doing but thinking how to not all get ourselves killed?"
"We are prepared. We are forewarned," Submaster Sorafeev said, smiling desperately. "We shall give a good account of ourselves, I'm sure. We are fighting for our homes, for our honour, for—" The man looked around again. "For our very humanity." Ah, Sal realised. Sorafeev had been checking there were no aliens present whom he might be offending. "We have millennia of mercatorial, wisdom and martial ability behind us. What are these starveling renegades in comparison?" 1,100 ships, that's what they were, Saluus thought. 1,100 to our 300, at a balance of forces the strategists say is way up the force yield spectrum compared to ours, too. Medium heavy to our light, plus 1 megaship to our 1 antique battlecruiser. They had had another meeting with some of the Dweller representatives just that afternoon. They went down these days in person, reclined in human-form spacesuits held in small circular gascraft of 2 or 3 seats, congregating in a great hall in one of the whole fleet of giant dreadnought-sized craft the Dwellers had dedicated to the purpose. With the gascraft canopies hinged open, it was possible to lie there in some comfort, and talk directly to the Dwellers, face to hub, or whatever it was. Saluus wouldn't want to spend more than a day like that in multiple Gs, but it was worth doing. The Dwellers seemed to appreciate it, and, thanks to some cram coaching by the senior seers who also came down with them to the meetings and stayed with them for all but the most delicate and high-security clearance matters, Saluus was even starting to get the hang of Dweller expressions and nuances of meaning and demeanour, both as put across in speech and as displayed on their signal skin. Probably all too late, and, so far, to no avail whatsoever, but at least it felt like he was doing something. The shipyards of KHI were basically on autopilot.
working flat out and so synced in to what the military wanted that they'd effectively become part of a command economy. He'd just been getting in the way.
"This is a threat to the whole of the Lubis system," Sorafeev said.
Sal suppressed a sigh. This was only Sorafeev's third day in this latest round. He'd replaced First Secretary Hoytslager, who'd found the high gravity too wearing, and he was talking to a dweller called Iain, who was also new to the process. But even so, they'd been circling over this same ground for weeks now.
"These starveling cult people will show no respect for Nascaron's neutrality," the submaster concluded.
"How do you know?" Gruonosh, another of the dwellers, asked. They were 9 in all, the 2 human negotiators and a couple of assistants each. Liz was there in a seat behind Sal, having declared herself quite happy in the high gravity. Chief Siamareti of Sept Crine, and just the 2 dwellers, both in ceremonial half-clothes, ribboned and jewelled. "Know what?" Sorafeev asked.
"Know that these starveling cult people will show no respect for Nascaron's neutrality," Gruonosh said innocently.
"Well," Sorafeev said, "they are invaders, warmongers. Indeed, not to put too fine a point on it, they are barbarians. They respect nothing."
"Still, it does not follow that they'd quarrel with us," Iain said,
signal skins showing reasonableness. "They want to take over the whole system," Sorafeev said, looking to Saluus for help. "To them, that would include Nascaron."
"We have heard of the starveling cult," Iain told them.
"Wonder from where?" Liz sent to Saluus via his earstud.
"It appears to be an unremarkable, quick hegemonist diffusion, concerned with conquering its own kind and species-type suitable environments, uninterested in attacking gas giants."
"The point here," Saluus said smoothly, his amplified voice sounding rich and powerful, "is that they are only attacking Uluba's system to get to Nascaron." "Why?" Gruonosh asked. "We're not entirely sure," Saluus said. "We're sure they want something from Nascaron, something they can't get from any other gas giant. But exactly what that may be, we can't say. But we're quite positive that that is why they are mounting this attack in the first place." "Why are you sure?" Gruonosh again. "We intercepted intelligence to that effect," Sorafeev replied.
"What intelligence?"
Iain asked. "The intelligence," Sorafeev said, "came from the personal diary of the Supreme Commander of the Starveling Cult Invasion Fleet, sent to the Ruanthril system nearly 18 years ago. The fleet was intercepted by a mercatorial force. The captured records show that the enemy commander complained specifically about the need to divert so many of the E5 Discon's forces to somewhere as out of the way and strategically unimportant as Alubis, just for some item or piece of information in Nascaron." "Nascaron was mentioned by name?" Gruonosh asked. "It was," Sal said. He half expected a little voice in his ear to say something like, "Good lie," but then remembered that even Liz hadn't been told the full truth about the Dweller list and the mythical transform. She would have an idea, as a lot of people close to the epicenters of power did, that Fassin had been sent on a secret mission to look for something valuable in Nascaron, and that the object of this search might have some bearing on the war, but that was about all. She hadn't been present at the briefing by the AI projection of Admiral Quile, hadn't been let in on the secret subsequently by some of those who had been there, as Sal had, and so didn't know the details of the intelligence they'd been given.
"Well, then," Iain said reasonably, "you should let the starveling cult attack us, and we will deal with them."
This, of course, was exactly what the Emergency War Cabinet hoped would happen. "Can we just say yes here?" Liz sent.
"Wouldn't you then want some help from us?" Sorafeev asked.
"Oh, no," Gruonosh exclaimed, as though the idea was just too preposterous even to think about. "As Submaster Sorafeev has said," Saluus said, "we are quite certain that the starveling cultists intend to take the entirety of Alubis system, including Nascaron. We are all under threat. That's why it would make sense for you and us to organize our defense together." "A common threat requires a common response," Sorafeev told the dwellers.
"Or maybe a pincer movement," Iain suggested brightly.
Saluus wanted to sigh again. These 2 guys were supposedly top-grade negotiators with the authority to speak provisionally, in advance of some sort of still undefined plebiscite procedure for the entire Dweller society on Nascaron, but they frequently sounded like children.
"Well, Perhaps, he said, providing we can, at the very least, coordinate our actions. And of course, Sorafif said, it may be that we can share defense technologies. Oh, Iain said, rising above his dense seat a fraction. Good idea. What do you have that we might want? He appeared guilelessly enthusiastic. Our strengths would lie more in intelligence, in knowing how these starveling cultists will think, Saluus said. They're basically humans too. For all our differences, we think pretty much the same way they do. Our contribution would be to try to anticipate them, to outthink them. And ours? Iain asked, settling back down in his seat again. Weaponry, I bet, Grunosh said, sounding unimpressed. As we have discovered, very much to our cost, Saluus said, you have the better of us in offensive capability, certainly. Defensive capability? Grunosh interrupted. Surely. Sal did his best to move his helmeted head in an acknowledging nod, straining his neck muscles in the high gravity. Defensive capability, as you say, he said. If we were able to share some of your knowledge of weapons technology is not something we are going to share, Grunosh said crisply. We could say we wanted to, Iain told them. We could even mean it. You might argue us round somehow to said point of view, but those who control the weapons themselves would not permit it. Well, can we perhaps talk to them? Saluus asked. Iain bobbed over his seat. No. Why would that be? Sorafif asked. They don't talk to aliens, Iain told them bluntly. They barely talk to us, Grunosh admitted. How might we be able to? Saluus began. We are not the Mercatoria, Grunosh said, interrupting Saluus again. This was not an experience he was used to. He could see how it might get annoying. We are not the Mercatoria, the dweller repeated. He sounded indignant. We are not one of your states or mercenary or irrationally inspired groupings of forces. Out of stress there, Sal heard in his ear. If I may, Chief Seer Meretti began. The seers were under instruction only to take a part in the talks when they felt there was some sort of basic misunderstanding taking place. Meretti obviously felt that was happening now, but he didn't get a chance to take his point further. What is meant, one believes, Iain said, is that things do not work with us the way that they work with you. We are delegated to speak to you, and what we take from here will be shared with all who wish to take notice. We are not in a position to order other dwellers to do or not do certain things. No dweller is, not in the hierarchical sense that you may be used to. We can share information. The information regarding the approach of the starveling cultists has been made available to whoever it may concern, as was the information regarding the build-up of mercatorial forces immediately prior to the unfortunate incident which took place within C2 Storm Ultraviolet 3667. Those in charge of the relevant defensive systems will doubtless have taken note of said information. That is really all we can share with you. Our colleagues in charge of the defensive systems would not consider talking to outsiders, and there is no precedent for sharing, lending, leasing, or giving such technologies to others. You talk of your colleagues in charge of the defensive systems, Sorafif said, but who is in charge of them? And so to the point. Iain gave a little bob shrug. Nobody is. Somebody has to be, Sorafif insisted. Why? Well, Sorafif said, how do they know what to do? Lots of training, Iain told him. But when? When do they know what to do? Who directs them? Who decides when it's time to stop talking and start shooting? They do. They do? Sorafif sounded incredulous. You let your military decide when to go to war. Our submaster hasn't done his homework, has he? Sal said to Liz. He may have read, she replied. He didn't believe. Saluus had done as much research as he could into the dwellers. Amazing how little he'd known. He was smart, well-educated, and extremely well-connected, and yet he'd been near shamed by how little he'd known about the creatures that his own species shared the system with. It was as though, having realized how little the dwellers were concerned with or cared about them, Ulabine community had decided to pay them back in the same coin.
And this in a seer system, with more interspecies contact than any save another half-dozen or so similarly favoured scattered through the galaxy. Yet, even here, most people didn't know or want to know much of anything about the dwellers. There was a large minority who did, but they were seen as slightly embarrassing, nerdy alien fans. Facing the threat they were, desperately needing the dwellers' help, how short-sighted they all seemed now. And reading up on Dweller Society proved the truth of one old cliché for sure. The more you learned, the more you realised how little you knew. An image of the planet, Liss had suggested, when he'd first tried to articulate this feeling. Unending depths. Of course our military decide when we go to war, Gruenosh said, calm again. They're the experts. I think that if I might be allowed to butt in, Chief Zimmeretti said from his gascraft, the point at issue is our different ways of looking at our two societies' military capacity. We, that is, humans, and perhaps one might even presume to speak in this for the whole Mercatoria, regard our military as a tool to be used by our politicians, who of course rule in the name of all. Conversely, our dweller friends regard their military as an ancient and venerable calling for those with the relevant vocation, an institution to be honoured for its antiquity, which has, almost as an afterthought, the duty of defending dweller planets from any outside threat. As such, they are like what one might term a fire brigade, and a volunteer fire brigade at that, for which no political clearance or oversight is required for it to spring into action. You see? Their raison d'etre is to respond as quickly as possible to emergencies, no more. Fuck me, that actually made a sort of sense, Liz said. Just those first two words, delivered in her voice, with her so close behind him, gave Sal the start of an erection. He wondered how strong gravity had to be for hard-ons to become impossible. Fire brigades have leaders, captains, don't they? Sorafeev said plaintively, looking from Moretti to Saluus. We might talk to them, mightn't we? Yaoyuin did the little bob shrug again. Absolutely not. But we need to, Sorafeev almost wailed. Why? That thing even looks fast, Guard General Thovin said, gazing out at the sleek, dark ship from one of the requisitioned liner's viewing galleries. The stars swung around them. It have a name? Hull 8770, Saluus told him. The military will give it a proper name when it's time to hand it over, though it's a prototype, probably not suitable for full military service. Desperate times, Thovin said, shrugging, picking something from between his teeth. Probably get used for something, even though it's just a missile. That's what you think, Sal thought. We haven't quite got to that stage yet, he said. They were alone. Thovin had suggested a stroll through the mostly empty ex-civilian ship. Think we're wasting our time here, Kiha? Thovin swung round to look at Saluus, his near-necklace head raised and tilted to him. Talking to the dwellers? Yes, talking to the fucking dwellers. Probably. But then our friend Fasintak is probably wasting his time, if he's still alive, looking for this transform that probably doesn't exist. He was your friend, wasn't he? The Guard General said, eyes narrowing. Old school pals, right, isn't it? Yes, we went to school and college together. We've kept in touch over the years. Matter of fact, probably the last bit of R&R he got before delving into Nask was at my house on Murla. Straight to Guard Academy for me, Thovin said, changing tack again and looking away at the dart-like ship floating in space just outside. That your escape route, is it, Kiha? He asked innocently. Not quite as stupid as you look, are you? Sal thought. Where to? He said, smiling. The fuck out of harm's way, that's where, Thovin said. Keep your head down during the starveling occupation. Return when it's safe. You know, I hadn't thought of that, Sal said. Why? Are you going to make me an offer for it? Wouldn't know how to fly it. Of course you do, that right? It was no secret that Saluus had flown the Hull 8770 here himself. He was a capable enough pilot. Anybody could be with a little training and a modicum of computer help. Freeze one of our brave boys for the front line, he told Thovin deadpan. Be funny if we won against the invaders or the summed fleet lost, eh? Hilarious. Think we'll get anything out of the floats? I think our dweller pals have probably given us all we're ever going to get, but it's still worthwhile keeping on looking.
You think?
Maybe the crew of one of their hyperweapons will suddenly decide it'd be fun to defend Sepector just for the sheer hell of it. Or one of the scouts down in Nusk will find the transform, or Fasin Tak will just appear with it, and we can all escape down a wormhole or bring in some fleet ships from wherever we want. Who knows?
So, we're not wasting our time here.
No, probably we are. But what else could we be doing? Filling sandbags? Thovin almost smiled.
Course, if they did suddenly turn up with some fancy superweapon ship, maybe we wouldn't need to build warships anymore, eh?
I'm sure Kihar Heavy Industries could happily switch to building nothing but cruise ships. Sal looked round the viewing gallery they stood in.
I can see a few areas fit for improvement just standing here.
Thovin nodded out at the slim, dark ship cradled outside.
You would hand that over to the Hyacon for his personal yacht if he asked for it, wouldn't you?
Sal thought for a moment. I'd almost sooner destroy it, he said. Thovin turned and looked at him, expression open, waiting. I'm not kidding. It really is a prototype, Sal said, smiling. You wouldn't put the head of state of an entire system in something as untried as that. Certainly not if you meant to take it up to anything near top speed, which would kind of have to be the only reason for choosing it in the first place, right? I'd entrust myself to the thing, but I couldn't let the Hyacon take it. What if it killed him? Think of the publicity. Good grief, man. Think of our share price. Thovin nodded for a few moments, looking back at the ship.
Missile, then, he said.
Me too, Liz said quietly in the darkness. I thought he was just an idiot kicked upstairs. I think he does a good idiot act, Sal said. Actually, I think he's probably as genuinely stupid as our dweller negotiators are genuinely naive. Maybe Thovin should take over the talks. Doubt he could do any worse. They were lying in bed on board the prototype ship. It was more secure than staying on the liner or one of the other embassy support ships, if also far less luxurious and much more cramped. There was no absolute guarantee that somebody hadn't sneaked a bug aboard during the ship's construction, but Saluus had had the craft built by his most trustworthy people and supervised the work as closely as he could. It was as safe as any place to say things that you might not want others to hear. Do you think he was trying to make a deal? Get himself included if you did decide to escape? Saluus hesitated. This was not something he'd ever discussed straight out, even with Liz. He was quite sure she'd guessed that using the ship as a way out was a possibility, so, for that matter, had Thovin, apparently, which kind of made you wonder who else might regard it as obvious. There was a slightly sweat-inducing idea. But there was nothing to gain for either of them in saying it out loud. No, Sal said, deciding against bringing that particular truth blinking into the light. You know, I actually thought that maybe Thovin's a kind of spy himself.
Really?
I wouldn't be at all surprised if he reports to the Hyacon direct, or at least to the big guy's top intelligence people. I think all this rough-as-bricks bluff stuff is just a way of getting people to drop their guard with him. Fucker could be a traitor sniffer. Liz fitted her long body against his, rubbing slowly, gently. He didn't sniff you then. How could he? Sal said. For I am straight and true. Ah, yes. Sometimes, if she was still holding him when she was falling asleep, he would feel her fingers making strange patterns on his side or back, as though her hands were trying to spell out some secret code of love. Then she would be asleep and stop, or jerk awake as though embarrassed, and roll away and curl up. Groggy again, aboard the Velpin. Still, no idea yet how long they had taken. The True Twin had just told the three of them that it would take some days to get to where they were going. Then to Fasin and Usul, when the Skuri couldn't see, they had signal-whispered, "That thing about just trust us applies to you two too, but shh, right?" Usul and Fasin had exchanged looks. Some days. The travel time was near instant, of course, portal to portal. It was the getting to and from the portals at either end that took days. That, and perhaps some sleight of course manoeuvres to fool anybody watching or following and trying to spot the hidden portals that way. Who knew? Quersa and Janath did, of course, but they weren't telling. Wouldn't even contemplate any arguments about letting him, or even just Isul, stay awake during these bizarre, so casually taken, galaxy-spanning transfers. watching, following. How could you have all those ship movements and never be seen? Telescopes of every wavelength, gravity sensors, neutrino patternizers, something somewhere in practically every developed system that kept a devastatingly detailed close eye on every sort of signal that ever emanated from space, close, near, mid, or far. Something had to show up. Or did they only have portals in undeveloped systems so that they had less chance of being observed? No, they had them in Anubis and Ashum. Watching, following, followed by something small enough to be even less visible, perhaps? Somebody, something must have followed a dweller ship in-system somewhere and suddenly found itself plunging into a secret wormhole. And yet, apparently, nobody and nothing ever had. So casual, so lackadaisical, so la-la-la, could it all be a perfect, never-failing act? Could the dwellers all really be geniuses at acting? Brilliant at stealth, flawless exponents of the disciplines required to keep complete discipline for every single solitary journey, stroke transfer, stroke jump, stroke whatever. Dear reason and fate. They'd had 10 billion years to get perfect at anything they wanted. Who knew what skills they'd developed to perfection in that time? Yet there was still chaos. Extreme chance, the simple stacking up of odds that something had to go wrong sometime, no matter how close to perfection you could get. Coming round slowly. Rovruitz, Derialiate. Shit. More names to deal with, more places to take in, another damn step along the way. He would die forever following this elusive fuck of a dweller, or accumulate such dislocation, accrue so much summed grogginess, that he'd forget what the whole insane quest was for and find Laescroft one day finally, when it was all too late anyway, and just stare at the fellow, utterly unable to recall what it was he wanted to ask him, or what it might be that the dweller could possibly have that would be remotely interesting or important to him. The passenger compartment of the Velpin was mostly taken up by the e-suit of the Scurry called the Almapile of Almapile, a huge, white-stippled black lozenge like a strange, distorting viewport into space. Fassin, waking slowly, feeling grubby and sore as usual, couldn't even see Yusul or the anyway useless screen on the far wall.
The
giant black e-suit exclaimed.
So that is unconsciousness. How disagreeable, and I strongly suspect inherently so.
Fassin was glad that somebody agreed. He started checking out the Arrowhead systems as he warmed them up again. The left manipulator arm was proving sticky, the self-repair mechanisms reaching the limits of their abilities. On past form, it would sort of half-work, jerkily, for a few real-time months, and then jam completely. He supposed he was lucky he'd got this far without any equipment failure, especially given the punishment the little gascraft had taken since the flight from Third Fury.
And yet, interesting,
the Scurry announced, voice booming round the near-full space. The Almapile of Almapile was even louder than Isul. It said.
Yes, interesting. More than certainly. Are you two awake yet, or am I first up? Ha ha!
Either awake or having a very noisy nightmare, Isul said testily and unseen from the creature's other side.
Ditto, said Fassin.
Super. So, are we there yet?
They were, and they weren't. When the fuzzy screen cleared, it showed they were in the middle layers of a gas-giant atmosphere. The Velpin had done some high-speed spinning after all, and the zapping unconscious had been more rough and ready than before. They had taken 2 days to get where they were going. This, their travel captain assured them, was Rovruitz Derialiate, a weather district and gas region of Nuasta, the system's own gas giant. The Almapile of Almapile was delighted. Just as it had thought, it fairly bounced out of the Velpin's gas lock into the vast shaded scape of towering root clouds and horizon-spanning ray canopies. It twirled like a centrifuge from sheer happiness. They spent another day, perfectly undisturbed by any native dwellers, investigating the supposedly toiler remains, which actually looked remarkably like an abandoned dweller globe city sitting on top of a damaged and discarded megaclick band turbine. All very impressive, but not, Fassin and Isul both realized, what or where they were really looking for. This is not Rovruitz Derialiate, is it? Fassin asked the True Twin shortly after they arrived, while the Almapile of Almapile dashed to and fro throughout the ruins, calibrating instruments and grabbing screenage. Are you mad? Of course not.
Though really it's on the far side of the galaxy.
Take days to get there. A system? Fassin asked. A system? I've no record of it, Fassin told the true twin. You wouldn't. Darlit is its name in the old language.
Well, variant thereof.
So, Fassin said, this is just a trick.
Correct.
Our friend has what it wanted. We have what we wanted. 2 out of 2. One of our more successful missions. Meanwhile, Fassin said, we're wasting time. Time wastes itself.
Who are we to float in its way?
After offering to leave the breathless Scurry scholar behind and come back for it, it wasn't quite that easily fooled, and then telling it they really needed to be getting back now. It declared there was too much it still had to look for. Quersa and Janath just abandoned the Scurry, waiting until it had whirred off into the centre of the abandoned city, before telling Fassin that the Amapile of Amapile had finally seen sense and was coming aboard in a moment for the trip back, getting the human and Yusul secured, and then closing the external doors and taking off, warning their passengers there was some fairly intense spiralling ahead.
What the fuck?
Fassin signalled to Yusul, before the gascraft systems were shut down. What about the Scurry? The Dweller had been in on it.
A good joke, eh?
He sent back, laughing. Fassin signalled at the wall screen, getting through to Quersa and Janath in the command space.
Did you warn the Amapile you were about to leave?
Yes. Fassin waited. No more came. After a few moments he sent, and? Didn't believe us.
Laughed.
So you're just abandoning this fabulously wealthy, apparently politically well-connected Dweller native idiot in a gas giant in its home system?
About sums it up.
Can't say we didn't warn him. It.
Conditions of passage.
Don't you think it might get hunted or just die anyway? Fassin asked.
Or get back home eventually deeply annoyed?
Suppose it's a possibility.
Keep going.
Get back home, eventually deeply annoyed with all Dwellers. And that might be a bad thing for the Dwellers who live in Nuaste. Point.
Could cause friction.
Kudos loss.
Maybe we should have warned somebody we were leaving the flop-backed suck puncture behind.
Thinking. Suggestion.
No.
We'll send a signal.
Happy?
Fassin didn't even get time to reply.
No more talk time. Switch off now. Start spiralling.
The Archimandrite Luciferus reviewed his forces. The nearest parts were right here, within the curved concentric hulls of the main battlecraft Luciferus 7. They were his space and ground crack troops, all stood at attention by their sleek all-environments attack craft and high-skill spec weaponry. The warships, support craft, troop carriers, landers, bombardment monitors, Harrier drones, missile carriers, scout and surveillance machines, and other vessels, plus miscellaneous heavy devices he could discern, stretching as far as the unaided eye could see into the distance, were just projections. But they were live, real-time, and mostly clustered within a few light seconds of the invasion fleet's core, whose absolute steely heart was the main battlecraft, Luciferus 7. This was, in a way, the Archimandrite's favourite bit. He had made a tradition of reviewing his forces like this before every major engagement, and especially before every system invasion, simply because it was such an astoundingly rewarding experience. Even the feeling of victory achieved, of having crushed and overcome, of having utterly prevailed, was hardly any better than this, when all the forces that would soon be thrown into the unavoidable mess and untidiness of battle, getting killed and shot up and dirty and lost and damaged and so on, stood or sat or lay or hovered or flew in perfect formation before him, gleaming, serried, grouped, exactly aligned, neatly laid out, symmetrically and systematically arranged, all just glistening with power and threat and promise. He stood on the reviewing balcony at one end of the vast curved series of halls that formed the layered outer hulls of the giant ship, and took a series of deep breaths, eyes wide, heart pounding. God, or truth, it was a beautiful sight. This was, in a way, genuinely better than sex. They were coasting in now, most of the deceleration completed, just one final burst of a few days' wait and discomfort to come. Another week, and they would be in the system, finally attacking. They had encountered little opposition so far, partly due to the high-angled course they'd taken. Any mine clouds and drone flocks that might have been set out to trap them would have been thrown across the more direct approaches, and by taking this longer but safer line, they'd avoided them all so far.
The only danger had lain in their mid-course correction, subjective years earlier, when their drives might have shown up on any deep space monitoring systems in Algebraist, had they been turned in the right direction. The risk had been slight, and as far as they could tell, they'd got away with it. At any rate, no fleet had emerged from Algebraist to do battle. They had decided to wait and fight on their own doorsteps. His tacticians thought this indicated that Algebraist was prepared but weak. They might encounter some probe and destroyer-level craft, but that would probably be all until they hit the mid and inner system. His admirals were confident their laser ships and close defence units could deal with anything else that might have been sent out to get in their way. Lucephorus became aware of noises at his back, where some of his more senior commanders were permitted to stand, backed in turn by his personal guards. There were whispers and hushing noises of fear and exasperation. He felt his body stiffen. Now would not be a good time to bother him with anything other than the imminent destruction of the whole fleet. They had to know that. The people behind him quieted down. He relaxed, stood more upright in the spin-produced three-quarter gravity, and breathed deeply again, gazing out at the assembled men and material. Oh, this was a sweet and beautiful sight indeed. This was the very image of invincibility, an utterly thrilling spectacle of power made solid and real and uncompromising. This was his. This was him. The imminent destruction of the whole fleet. He imagined that happening. Imagined it happening right now, some cataclysmic hyperweapon of the ancients wiping out the entire invasion force without anyone being able to do anything to stop them. Nonsense. Well, vanishingly unlikely anyway. But just think of it. He'd be able to watch everything here just blink out of existence, one by one, or explode in flames or bright blasts of light. He'd be able to watch it all being destroyed around him. The idea made him shiver, half in horror, half in delight. It was never going to happen, of course, but the image alone was terrifyingly exciting. And a sort of warning, of course. Not from any god or from some program running the universe as the truth saw it, but from something more trustworthy and direct, from inside himself. His subconscious or some monitoring part personality playing the part of the fool who always stood at Caesar's side in a triumph, reminding him that all was vanity. That sort of thing. The thoughts of destruction were just him reminding himself to take nothing for granted, to concentrate and take full control, to prosecute the coming war with his usual ruthlessness and ignore any internal whining voices preaching moderation or unwarranted mercy. Be cruel and merciful always for a purpose, never just to satisfy some self-image. Somebody had said that. He would never forget it. One last deep breath. So prepared. And forearmed. Still, the mood had sort of been broken. No real damage done by the hint of interruption earlier. He would be justified all the same in being angry if he needed to be. Better see what all the fuss had been about. He swiveled on his heels, pulled himself up to his full height, always have senior commanders you could look down on, and said loudly, "Yes." He loved to see these proud, vainglorious men flinch. These men used to being obeyed instantly and without question, cower even fractionally before him. Tulua, perhaps his least annoying aide-de-camp, and lately something of a favourite, came forward, smiling and frowning at the same time. "Sir, sorry about the disturbance a moment earlier." He gave a tiny flex of the eyebrows, as if to say, "Not my fault. You know what some of these guys are like." "Ops alert, just in. High-speed craft coming direct from Algebraist, signalling unarmed, no warhead, 1 or 2 human occupants wanting to talk, already slowing to match with us in 10 hours. On its current course, that will leave it 100 clicks off fleet, center, left level." The Archimandrite glared over Tulua's head at the others. "And this required my intervention." "Warhead worries, sir," Tulua said smoothly, with a small smile. The craft was passing the leading units of the fleet's forward destroyer screen at the time, and was about to go out of their effective beam weapon range. The question was whether to shoot or not. Now moot. The ship will be in range of the second defensive layer in half an hour. Or there are missiles, of course. A drone missile carrier has already been launched in pursuit. The Archimandrite Lucephorus paused a moment, then smiled. He could see them all relax. "Well, then," he said. "Everything appears to be functioning as it should, and I did not need to be disturbed, did I?" "Indeed not, sir. his aide-de-camp agreed ruefully. And what is the alleged status of this human, or humans, if indeed that is what the thing contains? The claim is that there's a man aboard, a high-ranking industrialist called Saluas Kihar. The grogginess again, the tired, gritty, grubby feeling. Fassin was sure he was coming round more and more slowly each time, and finding himself duller, slower, and more confused with each new reawakening. Over 40 days' travel on this transition to the other side of the galaxy, fully 90 kiloyears from Ulubis. Not that such measurements meant much. The in-wormhole time would still have been trivial. The extra days and weeks had been taken up by the flight from the portal to the ship they were looking for, deep in interstellar space. Some days, a distance, all just more time gone, more distance between him and whatever he was trying to accomplish, while events back at Ulubis moved on without him. He tested the arrowhead's faulty left manipulator arm, flexing and tensing it, then forced himself to look at the screen on the far wall. Stars swung, as ever, then became just the backdrop to a vast, dark, gnarled craft, a giant torus-shaped ship 200 kilometers in diameter, all black, gleaming ribs and fractured facets, glinting in the weak light of a far-distant sun like a great rough crown of wet coal. The Sineropoline Sepulcraft Rovruets, a vessel of the Ithians' vastly dispersed greater exploratory fleet, a death carrier. Isul studied the image on the screen from the far side of the chamber for a moment, then shook his mantles. "We must mix amongst morbs," he said, sounding sleepy, grumpy, and resigned all at once. "Oh, great." "So what happened to the toilers?" Fassin asked. "I thought Lysicroft was supposed to be investigating toilers next." "Obviously they toiled in vain," Isul said. "A mislead. A bluff." The Velpin hung above a graveyard of ships scattered across the outer rim of the death carrier, while Isul and Fassin crossed to the giant ship. The Ithin had suggested that the Velpin might enter the Rovruets. Quersa and Janath had demurred with what looked convincingly like a shiver of horror inside their silvery overall. Fassin got the impression that just being close to the Sepulcraft and its ancient collection of crumbling, lifeless ships was bad enough for them. The Ithin were a scavenger species with a speciality. They collected the dead. They did nothing with them, just stored them sorted roughly by category, type and size, and they usually only collected those bodies, and sometimes the ships and other devices they arrived on, that nobody else wanted. But it was still an irredeemably macabre habit, and as a result they shared a generic nickname with other death-obsessed species, having become known as morbs. Fassin and Isul were welcomed in the cavernous, gently lit entrance hall by a Yithan officer, a great dark avian 3 meters tall, in a glistening near-transparent slick suit over skin like dark blue parchment. Tightly bound double wings, which fully stretched would have spread a dozen meters, indicated the Yithan was a junior. It stood on an uneven tripod of legs, one thick limb to the rear, 2 thinner ones in front. The creature's lipped beak was inlaid with precious metals, glittering under the gel of the slick suit. Its 2 eyes were huge randles of black. Thin, curved pipes led from its nostril gratings to sets of small tanks on its back like spherical eggs of tarnished silver. There were no atmosphere locks on a Yithian ship. The crew, like their dead charges, spent their entire time in hard vacuum, exposed only to that hushed nothingness, enclosed by the great ship, and so kept within a few degrees of absolute zero. The bodies of the dead could lie undisturbed and uncorrupted by nothing more than whatever had killed them, and by the effects of their slow or sudden freezing for eons.
"You are welcome,"
the Yithian officer told them in a flat, unaccented signal, prefixed only by formal signifiers for sadness and reverence.
"You are Mr. Tak, and you are Mr. Isul, yes?"
"Yes," Fassin said.
"I am Duty Receptioneer 9th Lapidarian. I am happy and honored to be known as 9th, or just Duty. Tell me, have either of you 2 gentlemen made any arrangements for the treatment or disposal of your bodies after death?"
The Ithin had been collecting the dead for 1 billion years, the result of a kind of gruesome techno-curse visited upon them by a species they had fought against and been utterly defeated by. They had lost their small empire, lost their few planets, lost their major habitats and most of their ships, and they had even lost themselves, coerced into a program of genetic amendment that turned them from intellectually rounded beings into creatures utterly obsessed with death. The cruelty and cleverness of their vanquishers had lain in identifying and choosing a latent weakness congenital to the Iain. They had always been a little overly fascinated with mortality compared with the norm of vaguely similar species, but not to the stage of serious abnormality, and certainly not to the point that it in any way defined them. And if they had been so grotesquely psychologically disfigured in the process of making them so excessively morbid that they ceased to be identifiably themselves, there would have been no artistry, no fitness in their punishment. Instead, by this subtle but significant tweaking of their own body's instruction set, they became what they might have become anyway, had some bizarre shiftings in their environment and circumstances so decreed. Those who had not taken their own lives and refused to submit to the inheritable amendment were killed or hunted down and forced to undergo the treatment anyway, though most of those so treated killed themselves as well. The survivors became wanderers, one of the dozens of planet-evolved species denied or, in a few cases, eschewing any sort of homeworld. They built massive, cold, dark ships and accrued enormous libraries and data reservoirs filled with the subject of death. They haunted the sites of great battles, terrible massacres, and awful disasters. Over time, they began to gather the unclaimed dead from such sites, storing them more or less as they found them, in their great airless ships, each carrying a cargo of collected death, plodding from one end of the galaxy to the other, or gradually spiralling around it. Too big for wormhole travel, loath even to approach too close to a star, the Sepulcraft depended on smaller ships to harvest the dead. Even these rarely used wormholes these days. The Propylaea, which had charge of all the Mercatorius portals, was not a charity and demanded money for passage. The Iain had little to offer in payment. They collected ships from those bringing the dead, or themselves to die, but those were usually hulks, wrecks, or near the end of their useful working lives, and anyway, regarded by the Iain as sacred amongst the dead themselves. There were occasional donations and bequests from many different societies, but they were few and far between. When they could afford to, and there were bodies to be got from the far end of a wormhole, an Iain ship would spend the little collateral it had accumulated and send a needlecraft to make the collection. But usually, they just physically followed the galaxy's generally sporadic instances of mass death. That they had long since dutifully gathered up the remaining bodies of the now extinct species which had inflicted their punishment upon them, and could therefore relatively easily and without resistance have re-amended themselves back to their original selves, but had chosen not to, was either their most poignant tragedy of all, or a recognition that they had found a place within the galactic scheme of things that suited them better than might any other.
"We are on our way to the Christi Monath system," Duty Receptioneer Ninth Lapidarian told the Dweller and the human, as they made their way along a vast, curved corridor deep within the giant ship. The tall, bird-like being used one of its two thin forelegs to manipulate the controls of a small, cage-like car that carried them in perfect silence along a monorail set in the centre of the wide tunnel. It was perfectly dark, too. They were having to use active sensing to illuminate the seemingly never-ending corridor.
"We seek the mortal remains of a newly contacted Serpentarian civilization, a possible offshoot of the Desi Chow, themselves lamentably no more, extinct, or at the very best, deep within the fifth category of abatement. Unadopted, which fell prey, sadly, to a series of solar flares some centuries ago. The sole inhabited planet was sorely affected. Of the single sentient species thereon, it is believed that no living trace remains. It will be our privilege and our duty, when we arrive there in another few decades, to inter within these hallowed halls as many of the still unburied as we are able."
"How will they be unburied?" Issel asked. "Do they float? Won't they all have sunk into their own depths, into water or mud or dissolved rock or something?"
The corridors were lined with the dead. Stapled, pinned, stitched, or ice-welded to the tubular surface, the concept of floors, walls, and ceilings had some meaning while the ship was under power, but it was temporary. A few body types were best preserved in cavities, alcoves sealed with diamond leaf.
"Those happily buried will be left where they lie, underground," Duty told them. "Some remains are expected in structures even after all this time. The reports we have had from scouter species indicate that there may be many unclaimed cadavers still in space, at Lagrange points."
"What if they're all gone?" Issel asked. "What if somebody's beaten you to it, eaten them or recycled them or something.
Then we will make our way to the next location where we may honor the dead, the dark bird told them, imperturbable.
Come to think of it, Isor said brightly, there might be a few bots to pick up in a place called Algebraist fairly soon.
Fassin looked at the dweller, but he wasn't paying any attention. Algebraist, Duty said. I have not heard of this place. Is it a planet?
The system, Isor said. Home of the planet Nascaron, in-stream Quaternary, one of the southern tendril reefs.
Ah, yes. Rather far away from here.
Lots of humans there, and another lot on their way, Isor said. Probably going to be a war. Lot of deaths, I'd imagine. You collect humans?
We have difficulties only with certain Sancturian species, the bird creature told them. Humans we have heard of and accommodated in the past, though not on this craft. I shall pass on your information at the earliest opportunity to our most proximate sepulcraft. They may well be aware already, of course, and possibly on their way even as we speak. However, we are grateful for your thoughtfulness.
My pleasure, Isor said, sounding pleased with himself. He glanced at Fassin. What?
Fassin looked away. They were passing bodies spread against the tunnel's surface like small solidified explosions of rock. Pylon, their guide informed them. Hostile, obviously. Victims of war. Subject to a parasitic stone rot virus of some sort.
Fascinating, Isor said. Are we nearly at this Lessicra fellow yet?
Duty looked at a small display clipped to one of his cinched-in wings. Another few 100 meters.
What's he up to here anyway? Isor asked.
Up to? The Ithin sounded uncertain.
Just studying new people, is he?
Why, no. No, of course not. The Ithin officer was silent for a moment. Oh, dear. Fassin and Yissil exchanged looks. Fassin said, You're not saying he's dead, are you? Well, yes, of course. This is a sepulcraft, gentlemen. I was under the impression that you simply wanted to see the body. The news came while she was asleep. Taints watched an hours-old recording of the faint sideways seen blue-shifted glimmers approaching from the direction of the E5 Discon as the starveling invasion fleet started braking for its arrival in Algebraist system. The invaders would take nearly 3 months to reach Algebraist. The summoned fleet was still 4 months' travel away, including its own more dramatic deceleration regime, due to start in a little more than 80 days. The fleet tacticians had learned quite a lot just from the braking profile of E5 Discon's fleet. First, it was big. 1,000 ships or more, unless there was something outlandishly clever going on with dummy drive signatures. Second, it was staying 95% together, with only a few dozen smaller ships venturing ahead of the main fleet. This might imply a significant straight-through breaking beyond force still hidden, though from the rest of the profile this didn't look so likely. The size, definition, and shifted frequency signatures of the drives themselves revealed a relatively slow, old-tech vessel capability envelope. Basically, all but the lightest craft in the summoned fleet force would be able to take on all but the heaviest of the invaders' ships with a better-than-average chance of prevailing, and anything that couldn't be outfought could be outrun, for whatever that was worth when there was nowhere to run to. And there was one behemoth in there, a giant ship, probably a command and control lander and troop carrier plus facilities and repair vessel. At least 1 billion tons, clicks across, doubtless very heavily armoured and armed and escorted, but a classic grade A high-value target, a possible kingpiece, a backbreaker, if it could be successfully engaged and destroyed, or taken out of action or even captured. Just posting a powerful enough guardship screen to try and keep it safe in the event of a serious attack threat would significantly sap the invading occupying force's abilities, cut down their dispositional options, and drastically curtail their split regroup capacity. The fleet tacticians had been positively cruel about this dinosaur of a ship. A vanity piece, they called it, an idiot aboard sign hung round the neck of the enemy fleet. Every spacefaring species that built warcraft quickly found out one way or another, often the hard way, that big ships just didn't work except as a hideously expensive way of impressing the more credulous type of native. Flexibility, maneuverability, low unit risk cost distributed inherent damage resistance, fully passed battlespace sideblind detonation control grammar. These and other even more arcane concepts were what really mattered in modern space warfare, apparently, and a really big ship just didn't sit too comfortably with any of them. The tacticians pretty much spoke their own language, were mostly very intense, and blinked a lot. So, a strong point that's really a weak point, Taints had suggested at one of their briefings. That would be a viable alternative definition, one of them said after a moment or two's thought. Since just a week ago, though, relatively little evidence of further activity. Well, the Discon invaders had arrived later than anticipated, and the summoned fleet forces were arriving earlier. Deliberate on their part, of course. The invaders would have quickly found out when Algebraist had been told to expect the summoned fleet's arrival, and it was always prudent to keep the enemy off balance, to upset their assumptions. Let them think they had so much time, and then arrive early before they'd got everything prepared. Smiting. It was all about smiting. That was one of Admiral Kissip's favourite words. The Voan fleet commander knew it in several hundred different languages, including Earth English. Be ready at all times to smite the enemy, strike with speed, decisiveness, and weight. Taints found herself lightly smitten with one of the junior male officers, discovered it was mutual, and took part in some invasive tussling of her own. The time displays ticked down steadily towards the point where they'd have to get back into their lonely little individual pods again for the deceleration burn that would bring them down from near light speed to something close to Algebraist 0 for the start of the attack. The Cineropoline Sepulcraft Rotherowitz spun very slowly beneath the Velpin, still gently accelerating for its distant target system and its unburied cargo of the long dead. The Velpin was tracking round the outer rim of the giant craft, senses primed. Fassin and Isul were back aboard. They had been shown to the lifeless body of Leesgrof, ice welded to the side of the great dark corridor in the company of a half-dozen other dead dwellers. Very well preserved, as you see, Duty Receptioneer 9th Lapidarian had pointed out. I hope you feel this setting is appropriate. The Yithan officer had still been upset at the earlier misunderstanding.
So he just died then?
Isul had asked. Very suddenly, apparently. We found him drifting, rolling along in his e-suit, actually, a few days after he arrived. He had expressed an interest in mapping the distribution of bodies of different species and species types while he was here. We saw no reason not to allow him to do so. They weren't permitted to use reaction motors inside the Sepulcraft. Isul had used his e-suited spine arms to push himself over to the side of the tunnel. He'd landed awkwardly by the dweller's body, which was naked, save for a small hubcloth.
I have no idea whether this is this Leesgrof guy or not, frankly, Isul had said. But it is a dweller, probably from Nascaron, and he is most certainly dead.
Any sign of anything? Fassin asked. Isul had inspected the body, using lights and radar sense, finding nothing. He'd unclipped the corpse's hubcloth and shaken it. Fassin had sensed their Yithin host, preparing to object, but a moment later, Isul had replaced the hubcloth and was looking round the back of the body, where ice attached it to the tunnel wall.
Nothing, he'd sent back.
There, one half of Quercer and Janath said. On one of the Velpin screens, a flickering outline appeared around one of the abandoned ships littering the carbuncularly irregular outer hull of the Sepulcraft. Fassin looked at the craft. It was a simple black ellipsoid, maybe 60 meters long. Deep space cold, lifeless.
That it? Isul asked. You sure?
It's a dweller, all-purpose, single-occupancy, standard pattern, solo ship, the True Twin told them.
And it pings recent.
Can you wake its systems? Fassin asked. Find out where it was last, where it came from. The travel captain looked at him. Doesn't work like that.
Pay attention.
They got permission from the Yithin to lift the solo ship and join it to the Velpin. They warmed it up and introduced a standard gas giant atmosphere. There was just about enough room for Isul and Fassin to board together. Quercer and Janath had already laser-synced the little ship's closed-down computer matrix to that of the Velpin. The screens, tanks, surfaces, and other displays flickered, steadied, and shone. The craft beeped and clicked around them. It still felt cold. Isul knocked and tapped a few of the more obviously delicate-looking bits of machinery with his hub arms.
You getting anything?
he asked. The True Twin was staying on board the larger craft. There's stuff in the log, one half told them.
That's sailor talk for diary.
No saying, Whistle said. Truly. But it's not accessible from here. You'll have to import from there. How exactly? Fassin asked. How should we know?
Not our ship.
Experiment. They experimented. The correct technique involved Yisul pressing into a dweller-shaped double alcove sensory nook and pressing 4 glyphboard icons on 4 different glyphboards at once. The main screen stopped showing stars and the darkly glittering hull of the Sepulcraft and started showing what looked like the interior of a small library instead. Yisul reached out into the virtual space and pulled down a book whose spine said, Log. He opened it. A motionless dweller hub faced them in close-up.
Well, Yisul said, that certainly looks like the stiff in the big space hearse.
We can see him. Should be a play button.
Try hitting it.
Gee, Yisul said, thank fuck you guys are there. He hit play. Taints Yerebokin woke from a light sleep to a low-level alarm, telling her not even to think about instigating a pod-quit regime. She swung to the exterior 4 view display and looked out. Ulubis glowed sharp and blue ahead, a tiny sun amongst the surrounding scrape of stars at last. The blueness was a function of the ship and the fleet's colossal speed, hammering into the light waves, compressing wavelength. Taints switched from LR sensors to ship state. A fierce and terrible force pulled at everything. They'd started their final deceleration burn. The majority of the fleet was losing speed hard, piling up 100 or more gravities as it braked for the approach to and arrival at Ulubis system, still over a month away. Another group of ships, one full squadron of 60 vessels, was not decelerating so rapidly. A dozen were not slowing at all and would maintain full speed all the way to and most of the way through the system, their crews and systems trained over hundreds of simulations for an ultra-high-speed pass across Ulubis planetary system, which would last for less than 4 hours. In that time, less than 20 days from now, they would have to collect and evaluate all the data they could on the then current state of the system, and then both signal their intelligence back to the ships behind and choose a suite of attack profiles from a vast menu of possibilities they carried in their databanks, before loosing all the munitions they could against whatever hostiles they had identified. They hoped the pickings would be rich for them. They'd be arriving with little warning, only a month after the Starveling fleet had struck. With luck, the situation would be fluid, and the E5 Discon forces wouldn't have had time to organize their defenses properly. Then, even before those advanced ships were all the way through the system, they would begin their own still more violent deceleration to come to a stop a light month beyond and get back to Ulubis weeks after the main fleet had arrived, at best to help with the mopping up, at worst to deliver a retaliatory hammer blow. The remainder of the advance attack squadron would pass through the system in small groups of ships, their arrival staggered, unpredictable, distributed, their tactics in part defined by whatever the high-speed craft had discovered. With luck, with what they hoped and trusted was a good battle plan, the waves of warcraft, each able to spend more fighting time in the system than its immediate predecessor, would deliver a succession of softening up blows against the enemy, rocking it, unbalancing it, confusing and bloodying it. The main body of the fleet, arriving like a bunched fist, would just provide one final massive knockout punch. Their drive light would precede them, of course. There would be no complete surprise. The Starveling invasion had given the defenders of Ulubis even more warning. Not that there was much they could have done with it. The E5 Discon fleet had slowed right down, shut its drives off almost as one while still a few days out, well within the system's Oort shell, then slowed further as its lead ships crossed the boundary into the planetary system. For the next few weeks after the drive signatures meshed with the Ulubis system and shut off, when the invasion must have been at its height, there had been a lot of weapon blink. Much of it had been around the planets Sepecta and Nascaron. My name is Lesikrof of Hepu, Nascaron Equatorial. This is my last testament. I will presume that, whoever you are, you have followed me for the data which I carried on behalf of my fellow dweller, the scholar Valseer of Shenahin. If you have not, and this recording has fallen to you in what one might term a casual manner, it may be of little interest. If, however, you do seek the data I held, then I must tell you now that you are going to be disappointed. Something in Fassin seemed to break and fall away.
Uh-oh,
Isolde said.
This may seem unfortunate, and may make you angry. However, I have most likely done you a considerable favour, as it is my sincere and firm belief that what I was asked to carry was something I should not have been, and something that nobody should have been, or should be asked to take responsibility for. It was not something I was supposed to know about, of course, and it was not really Valsier's fault that I came into possession of the knowledge of what it represented.
Talks a lot, doesn't he?
Isolde said.
To my shame, I think I must be more shallow than my friend Valsier gave me credit for. He gave me the data sealed in a safe-keep box and asked me not to open it. I said I would not. He did not even ask me for my word, thinking, I am sure, that simply asking a friend and fellow scholar such a thing and receiving such an assurance was guarantee enough. However, I am not like Valsier. I am inquisitive by nature, not as the result of an intellectual fascination with any particular subject. I resisted the urge to open the safe-keep box for many years while I was on my travels, but eventually I surrendered to temptation. I opened the safe-keep. I began to read what was inside and realized its importance. Even then, I might have stopped reading, closed the box and put it away again, and had I done that, I would still be alive. Instead, I carried on reading, and this has resulted in my death. I can only claim that perhaps I was in a sort of trance of disbelief at the time.
More likely taken some recreational substances,
Isolde snorted.
And so I came to hold within myself the knowledge, the meaning of that which I had been asked to keep safe, rather than just having charge of the medium containing it. Realizing what I now knew, and comprehending that it was of inestimable value, I came to the conclusion that I could not be trusted with it. While not entirely understanding what I had read, I could not forget it. I could tell others, and it was not impossible that I might be made to tell what I knew through the use of drugs or more direct intervention with my brain and mind.
Nutter,
Isolde said. What's that? One of Quersa and Janeth said distantly over the open link to the Velpin.
Don't know.
It didn't sound like they were paying attention to what was being said by the recording of Lacicroft.
I will not pretend that I had not been thinking of my own death for some time. However, it was habitually within the context of having completed my studies into the many differing forms of the Cincturia and publishing a learned, I had even hoped, and at the time, definitive work on this, my chosen and beloved field of study. Knowing what I now know, I have thought it best, however reluctantly, to curtail my studies forthwith, and kill myself as soon as may decently be achieved. I shall do so here, in the Ythin Sinorepoline Sepulcraft Rovruets, where my death will at least appear to have a fraction more meaning than it might have had elsewhere.
Looks like, or... Fassin heard over the open channel.
Ping it.
No. Are you...
Shut off that...
The open channel closed. Fassin looked back to the access hatch and the short ship-to-ship connecting them to the Velpin. Lacicroft was still speaking.
Well, forgive me. You should. If you know what it is you are looking for, then all I will say is that it looked more like a code and frequency, not what I believe was expected. But it is quite gone now, destroyed along with the safe-keep box itself, thrown into the sun called Dairalit. I know of no other copy. If none of this makes any sense to you, then please respect an old, and, as it turns out, foolish dweller's last wish, and leave him here in peace.
The recording froze, and an end message signal flashed. Fassin stared at the image of the dead dweller. It was over. He'd failed. Maybe now there was no way ever to find out whether the dweller list meant anything, or even had ever meant anything.
Totally mad,
Isolde said, with something like a sigh. He fiddled with the glyphboard controls.
Looks like that's our lot.
He turned to Fassin.
Doesn't sound too hopeful, does it, young human, my lad?
The open channel from the ship clicked on suddenly.
Get out!
Quersa and Janeth screamed.
10 seconds to get off there and get back in the Velpin.
Being attacked. Must run. Fassin shook himself out of his shock and started backing towards the open hatch leading to the Velpin.
Yusul, pulled out of the sensory nook, began to follow, one hub limb scratching at his mantle. This madness is obviously contained. Fucking Vern ship! Out! Now! Engines in 5, 4, 3... 6. The last transform. 1001001010101/on/sim check. Fail reboot. Level 00. Get the Paramestre. Whoop, whoop. Check. System check. Run all. Cat 0. Check post crash. Full allowable. Yield bit. Cat 0. Some check post crash. Full in post crash. Likely antagonistic external hostile agency cause. Full all reboot restart. Starting mem. Lying. Sense. Full in. Bang! Whoa! You all right? I'm all right. Now, you all right? I'm all right. Happened. This. Closing hatch! The hatch at the end of the ship-to-ship, joining the Velpin and the Dweller solo ship, started to close before Fassin got to it. Yusul was still behind him, moving quickly along the exit. Fassin swung through, flipped, turned, and grabbed the hatch's moving edge with his left manipulator. The closing hatch nearly took the manipulator off. Fassin was swung around by the force of it and found himself having to brace with his other manipulator against the lock interior, struggling to keep the hatch, grinding, mechanism humming mightily, from closing. "Somebody holding that hatch open!" one half of Quersa and Janath shouted indignantly. "Out the way, Fassin!" Yusul yelled, rising fast straight out of the ship-to-ship and colliding heavily with Fassin's gascraft, sending the two of them tumbling through the lock and into the Velpin's interior. Error failure messages from the gascraft's left manipulator arm crowded against one edge of Fassin's field of vision. The hatch slammed shut behind them. Immediately, a great force smashed them against the compartment's sternward bulkhead. They were stuck there, unmoving, the arrowhead snagged over the Dweller's tipped left discus, until the increasing acceleration and a series of sharp vibrations made Fassin slide off one edge of Yusul's carapace and whack down onto the carbon bulkhead by his side. The ship roared around them. "Engines are on! One takes shit!" Yusul said, wheezing. Fassin could feel the apparent gravity building still further. They were at something over 20G already. A young, fit Dweller with no e-suit protection, stuck on his side against an inelastic surface, could take about 24 or 25 Gs continuous before their carapace just collapsed and turned their insides to mush. The Velpin's acceleration topped out at 22 Gs. "All right back there?" their travel captain asked. "Not really," Fassin said. "You're kind of near crushing Yusul." "Acknowledged." "Not outrunning the fucker. Can't." "Cut off and come about. Surrender." "Agree." The acceleration snapped off. Fassin and Yusul were instantly weightless, rebounding fractionally from the bulkhead just by the released compression in the hull of one and the carapace of the other. "Get up here, you two," Quersa and Janath told them. The Voan ship was a click-long needle spined with swing guns and weapon tubes. It came quickly up on them and was alongside by the time the human in his gascraft and the Dweller Yusul got to the Velpin's control space. "Since when do the Voan choose to attack Dweller craft going about their—" the travel captain began to ask. "Be quiet," said an imageless voice. "Make yourself ready for boarding." Quersa and Janath's shiny suit rustled as the True Twin turned to look at Fassin and Yusul while tapping some controls. Images of the Velpin appeared in hollow displays, showing hatches and doors flashing in outline. "The Voan have turned pirates," Quersa and Janath told them calmly. "How fucking dare they?" Yusul roared. "They didn't follow us through the wormhole, did they?" Fassin asked. "Oh, no." The True Twin seemed purely amused. "No, they were waiting in this system. As you will see why shortly." "The fucking scumbag bastards will pay grievously for this outrage!" Yusul yelled, shaking with fury. A shudder rang through the Velpin, and alarms started blaring.
Quersa and Janath rotated closer to a brightly flashing display. "Look at that! Penetrated amidships with a cut-through." Cameras briefly showed a thick tube extending from the middle of the Voan ship into a neat circular hole in the hull of the Velpin. Then the images crazed and faded. Other displays started to disappear. The alarms warbled down to a croak, then shut off. Fassin thought he could smell burning. "And us cooperatively opening all our orifices. Fucking typical." "Here they come, thundering through." Another display showed an abstract of large beings pouring through the breach and spreading through the ship, bouncing off surfaces in the 0G. The largest force was coming straight towards the control space. Then that display shut down too. All the lights went out. The background noises of the ship, hardly noticed until they ceased, just faded away. A ragged pulse of what sounded like heavy steps came pounding from the closed door leading to the Velpin's central corridor. "Probably going to zap us as soon as they—" Quersa and Janath began. Then the door punctured with a coughing noise, and something small flew into the middle of the control space and exploded into a million barbs like dust. "Ha-ha! Though what got us was a fucking EMP cannon aimed at the ship's vulnerables." "Indeed, so there we are." "And here." "Indeed." "See what happens?" "See what happens." "Better ship anyway." Fassin was being carried within a sort of transparent, braced sack by two big creatures like giant eight-legged dogs in mirror armour, one at either end. He was still in the Velpin. The cut-through tube was a great pipe with a slanted hole, like the end of a massive syringe, plunged into the guts of the ship. The two Voan commandos flicked him and themselves up the tube and into the Voan ship with near effortless ease. Fassin, confused, senses ringing, unable to move, peered through the transparent material of the prison stretcher and caught a glimpse of another two Voan behind him carrying Isul, similarly wrapped. They went through a rotate lock. The Voan ship was dark inside, faintly red-lit. It was in hard vacuum like the Sepulcraft. The wrapping round the little gas-craft ballooned taut. Fassin, Isul and the True Twin were taken through another lock and into a pressurized, slightly heated circular chamber. The wrappings around them collapsed again. They were settled into something like dent seats and clamped there with thickly shining restraints. They were half unwrapped from their transparent covers, sufficient for them to be able to hear and see and speak. The warriors tested their bonds and then left. Fassin looked around as best he could. Isul and the travel captain appeared still to be unconscious. Isul's rough mantles waving limply in the freefall, and Quersa and Janath still in the shiny coveralls, floating seemingly lifeless in the dent seat. The chamber was plain, just a flattened ovoid, filled with a gas-giant atmosphere, entirely breathable by a dweller, but that didn't smell quite right. Light came dimly from every surface. A hint of gravity built up, producing about a quarter standard. A door appeared and irised open, closing behind a trio of Voan. Two of the mirror-armoured commandos, and another wearing just a torso uniform, decorated with various insignia and a holstered sidearm. He stood and looked at the three prisoners, the great grey snout face and fist-sized multiple-lidded eyes turning fractionally as he directed his attention from one to another. He arched his long body and flexed his back spines, raising all 10 with what looked like a sensual motion. Blizzard skin on the Voan's spines scintillated like a minutely shattered mirror. Fassin, trying hard not to lose consciousness again, thought dreamily of the screen series he'd watched as a child, Attack Squad Voan. Had that been its name? And struggled to recall what the uniforms and insignia might indicate, remembering only slowly. The Voan in the uniform was a prime commander, a multi-talent, top guy here, certainly, significantly overranked for a ship this size, unless it was on a special mission. Uh-oh. One of the mirror armor soldiers waved a handheld instrument at them, watching a display. He barely glanced at the results from Fassin and Isul, then did a double take when the device was aimed at Quersa and Janath. He altered a few controls, swept the machine over the True Twin's still lifeless-looking body again, and said something to the Voan commander, who moved over, looked at the display, and made a small swaying motion with his head. He clicked the machine off and came over to the prisoners, saying something as though to one of his decorations. The restraints holding the gas craft and the two dweller bodies slid back into the floor. The Voan commander took off a glove and ran one leathery-looking hand over the surface of the little gas craft, then Isul's carapace, then felt the shiny membrane covering Quersa and Janath. He looked for and found a catch and opened the coverall up, so that it hung down over the transparent material the prisoners had all been trussed in. The commander looked very closely at Quercer and Janath's signal skin and seemed to sniff it. He looked at Fassin.
"You're awake already."
His voice was quiet, with a deep gurgling quality.
"Reply."
"I'm awake," Fassin acknowledged. He tried moving his left manipulator. More error damage messages. He moved his right manipulator and shifted fractionally in the dent seat. Aside from the partial constriction of the transparent material covering the gascraft's rear, he was actually fairly free to move. Even the prisoner wrap felt like it would chuck off without too much difficulty. The Voan reached for something in his uniform pocket and waved it at Isul, who jerked once and then shook for a few moments, fringe mantle stiffening and limbs quivering.
He said.
The commander went to point the device at Quercer and Janath, who said quite cheerfully, "Already awake, actually. Thanks all the same." The Voan looked through slitted eyes at the true twin for a moment, then pocketed the device again and moved back to take in the view of all three prisoners. The two mirror-armoured guards stood on either side of where the door had appeared. The commander sat back a fraction, resting on his rear legs and tail, crossing his forearms.
"To the point. I am Commander Iain of the Summed Fleet Special Forces Division, Ultraship Protreptic. You are, in every sense, mine. We know what you have been looking for. We have been waiting for somebody to come here. We are combing your ship for data, hidden or otherwise, but we don't expect to find anything germane. We have authority covering all eventualities. That means we can do anything we want with or to you. That latitude will not need to be exploited if you cooperate fully and answer my questions honestly and completely. Now, you are the dwellers known as Yusul, and Quercer and Janath, and the human Fassin Tak, correct?"
Yusul grunted. "Hi," the travel captain replied. "Correct," Fassin said. He could see Yusul moving, working his body as though to get rid of the prison wrap. "Oh no, don't do this," he thought. He was about to say it when,
"Who the fuck do you fucking think you are, you piratical pipsqueak?" Yusul bellowed.
The dweller wriggled free from the transparent material and floated above the dent seat. The two guards by the doorway didn't even start to move. The commander, arms still crossed, watched as the dweller rotated up to him, towering over him.
"How fucking dare you start attacking a ship and taking people hostage? Do you know who I am?" "Go back to your seat," the commander said,
voice level. "That's probably quite good at—" the true twin began.
"Go back to your fucking own planet!" Yusul roared,
and stretched out a hub limb to push the Voan. The Voan commander seemed to disappear in a blur of movement, as though all along he'd been a hologram and was now dissolving into individual pixels, rearranging into a grey cloud shot through with rainbow shards. Isul shuddered once and was sent sailing serenely back, colliding with the wall behind the dent seat and the discarded prison wrap. He hung there, then revolved backwards, and fell slowly to the floor, spinning gradually downward along his rim like a coin on a table. The Voan commander was sitting where and how he had been, unruffled.
"That was not cooperating fully," he said,
voice soft. Isul said thickly. His carapace held 2 dents, one on each discus rim. There was another large, broken-looking bruise on his inner hub. That was serious damage for a dweller, the equivalent of a broken limb or two, and perhaps a compressed skull fracture for a human. Fassin hadn't even seen quite how the Voan commander had hit Isul. He'd have gone back for a replay, but the little gascraft systems seemed to have been zapped, and they weren't providing any recording ability. "Oh, fuck," he thought. "We're all going to die, and the only one they can torture properly is me." He saw himself peeled, prized out of the gascraft like a snail from its shell. Yusul drew himself very slowly upright again, shaking slightly. He was mumbling something unintelligible. Quercer and Janath turned very slowly, looked at the dweller, and then turned back to the commander. "With your permission, sir."
"What?" the Voan asked.
"Like to aid our fellow."
"Go ahead."
The travel captain let the prison wrap fall to the floor, then moved over to Yusul and guided the injured dweller back to his dent seat. Yusul continued to talk, Nonsense somewhere beneath the level of clear comprehension. With a noise like a sigh, the true twin settled into its own housing, sparing one more look for Yusul, still trembling and mumbling to himself.
"We are not here to play games. We are here to discover truth," the Voan commander told them. "The complete truth may save you. Anything else will surely be your ruin. The Protrectic is a Lustral Order Special Forces ship, generally charged with the hunting down and extermination of anathematics. That is, the obscenities commonly called AIs. We have unbounded authority on this mission, as on all our missions. You are entirely within our control, and will cooperate without question or reserve, or will suffer accordingly. I hereby deem you to have understood fully everything I have told you thus far."
"Ah, well," Quersa and Janath said. The true twin sounded mildly peeved, as though it hadn't been listening to the commander at all, and had just heard something moderately discomforting over an internal radio link. The instrument one of the guards had pointed at the 3 prisoners, now slung on a strap across his back, glowed through red to yellow and spat tiny sparks. The soldier moved almost as quickly as the commander, turning and twisting and pulling the device off his back to throw it to the floor. It skidded and thudded against the curve of the wall, smoking. The commander looked at it for a moment, then turned calmly back to look at the prisoners again.
"Neat trick," he said, sounding amused. "Who's the show-off?"
He looked at Fassin. The 2 guards had levelled their guns at them, one pointing directly at Fassin, the other between Yusul and the true twin. Guilty, Commander," said Quersa and Janath breezily. "But heck, that's nothing. Watch this!" The dim grey glow that came from every surface suddenly brightened wildly, leaving them all, the 2 dwellers, the 3 Voan and Fassin himself, seeming to float in the midst of an insanely bright flare of nova-bright light. It was as though they'd all been instantly dropped into the surface of a sun. Fassin heard himself yelp and felt automatics in the Gastcraft's senses snap their burnout defences down. Very heavy again, and very suddenly. Fassin could see the light, he could swear. It was coming through the hull of the Gascraft, hitting his closed human eyes. 3 great thumps sounded, shaking the air, echoing round the chamber. Somewhere in the middle of this, he opened his visuals enough to see them all hanging, black blobs in light and tiny bright crimson lines of still greater brilliance, joining the Voan to Quersa and Janath. Stupidly, for a moment, he waited to see the travel captain explode or get thrown back. But the great circular shape rotated back barely at all. It was the Voan who were getting thrown all over the place. Sudden silence, sudden darkness, blind again. Fassin let the Gascraft open up the equivalent of one eye until it was at normal exposure. There had been some damage, but he could still see. There was a surprising amount of infrared radiation. He looked at where it was coming from. It was coming from the Voan. They glowed. One of the guards lay spread, opened, against the curved wall by the doorway. The other was face down, 2 forelimbs blown off, halfway between the door and the place where the commander had been. The commander was making his way jerkily towards the tall figure of Quersa and Janath. The commander's head had been half blown off, a side of skull hanging, twitching as he walked, held on only by connective tissue. He raised his arms and took a few more awkward steps towards the travel captain, then collapsed to the floor, loosening completely, like something thawing. "Not fooling anyone," a voice that might have been Quersa and Janath said. The restraints slid up around Fassin and the still shaking Yusul. "Hey!" the travel captain said. The apparent gravity went crazy, shifting in an instant from one vector to another, ahead to astern in an instant. This had the effect of batting the Voan commander from the floor to the ceiling and back again 6 times or so. Then he blurred into action. A half-headless grey whirlwind darted towards Quersa and Janath, almost quicker than the eye could follow. In an instant, all movement ceased. A tableau. The Voan commander was held by the neck, struggling weakly in the grip of one of Quersa and Janath's outstretched hub arms. "Oh, however did we let it come to this?" the true twin said, positively sultry. It snapped to the commander's neck, then 2 thin blue beams cut through the gaseous atmosphere from near the travel captain's outer discus fringes, dicing the struggling, flicking, spasming body of the commander until there was almost nothing left to hold. The true twin let the remains drop to the floor. There was, Fassin noted, a grisly kind of wetness involved in this action.
"This is the ship's autonomous loyalty system," shouted a voice from the gas. Integrity infraction, self-destructing—"
"Oh," said Quercer and Janath, sounding tired. "Really?" The voice from nowhere came back.
"This is the ship's autonomous—"
Silence. And so much for that.
"What's going on?"
Yusul mumbled.
"Ditto that,"
Fassin said.
"Ah, good," Quercer and Janath said. "Still with us. A relief." "Yeah, it's ours," one half said cheerfully. The restraints slid back into the floor again. "Ah, where to start?"
"The Vern will be annoyed."
"The Mercatorial will be annoyed."
"Not our fault."
"Didn't start it." Quercer and Janath moved away from the dent seat, over the body parts of the Vern commander and the two guards, flicking the soldiers' weapons away from their bodies as it went. The True Twin hovered by the door. "Seriously," Fassin said, "what is happening?" He looked at what was left of the three Vern who had been in the chamber with them. "How did you do that?" Quercer and Janath were still studying the doorway, which remained closed. "We are not a dweller," the travel captain said, not turning back to look at Fassin. One of its limbs went out and prodded at the wall around where the door ought to be.
"Purely mechanical. Very annoying."
"Mr. Tark, would you look after Mr. Yusul, please?" Fassin floated out of his dent seat towards Yusul. He put his right manipulator out.
"You look after yourself,"
Yusul said, trying to shrug Fassin's arm off. He sighed. "So what are you?" Fassin asked. "An AI, Mr. Tark," the creature said, still tapping round the door, not obviously looking back at him. "What?" he thought.
"2 AIs.
"An AI? 2 fucking AIs? We're dead," Fassin thought. "Indeed, 2 AIs.
Keeps one from going mad."
"Well, more."
"For yourself."
"As may be." Yusul moaned, then shook spastically. His sensory mantle ruffled. He looked about.
"Fuck! We're still here?"
Yusul turned his attention to the dead Vern.
"Fuck!"
he said. The dweller made a show of turning towards Fassin.
"You seen this too?"
"Oh, yes," Fassin told him. He looked at the creature filling its way round the doorway. "You're an AI. 2 AIs, he asked carefully. He could feel his skin crawl inside the shock gel. He couldn't help it. He'd been raised since birth to believe that AIs were the single greatest, most terrible enemy humanity and all biological living things had ever faced. To be told, however preposterously, that he was trapped in a small space with one, let alone 2, was to have one small, deep, vulnerable part of himself feel absolutely convinced that he was about to be ripped to bloody tatters at any moment. "That's right," Quercer and Janath said absently, "and we've just taken over this ship.
Except we can't get out of this damn room."
"The cabin. We can't get out of this damn cabin."
"Whatever the—"
"Most annoying.
Purely mechanical,"
you said.
"Ah, here we go."
The travel captain struck a smart blow at a patch of wall. Then another. The door appeared and irised open, revealing a short corridor and another door. Quercer and Janath turned to look at the dweller and the human in his arrowhead e-suit. "Gentlemen, we must leave you for a while."
"Fuck that, action hero," Yusul said. "You go, we go."
Yusul paused.
"Well, unless there's an ambush out there, obviously."
Quercer and Janath bobbed in the gas, laughing. "There's a vacuum out there, Yusul."
"And lots of angry, confused Vern."
The injured dweller was silent for a moment.
"I forgot," he admitted.
He shrugged.
"Okay, hurry back."
Saluus Kihar woke to a feeling of confusion and dread. There was a nagging feeling that what he had just experienced had not been an ordinary sleep, that there was something more to it. It had been somehow messier, even dirtier than he might have expected. He had a sore head, but he didn't think he'd been overindulging the day or evening before. He'd had a slightly boring, slightly depressing dinner with some of the Dweller Embassy people, a perplexing talk with Guard General Thovin, then a more pleasant interlude with Liss. Then sleep. That had been all, hadn't it? No terrible amount of drink or anything else to give him a headache and make it so hard to open his eyes. He really couldn't open his eyes. He tried very hard indeed, but he couldn't do it. They wouldn't open.
No light through his eyelids either, and his breathing didn't feel right. He wasn't breathing. He tried to fill his lungs with air, but he couldn't breathe. He started to panic. He tried to move his body, bring his hands up to his face, to his eyes, to see if there was something over his head, but nothing moved. He was paralyzed. Saluus felt his heart thud in his chest. There was a terrible, squirming, moving feeling in his guts, as though he was about to void his bowels or throw up, or both. Mr. Keehaw. The voice didn't come through his ears. It was a virtual voice, a thought voice. He was in some sort of artificial environment. That, at least, started to make sense of what was going on. He must have been booked for some rejuvenation treatment. He was deep under, safe and fine, in a clinic, probably one he owned. They'd just got the wake-up sequence wrong somehow, failing to monitor his signs properly. A whisper of painkiller, some feel-good D-panic. A simple enough cocktail for a life clinic to get together, you'd have thought, and a fairly trivial mistake, but they'd still got it wrong. He'd have words. Except he'd had nothing booked. He'd even cancelled a regular checkup appointment until after the emergency. He hadn't been due to have anything done at all. An attack. They must have been attacked in the ship, maybe while they were asleep. He was in a hospital somewhere, in a tank. Oh, fuck. Maybe he'd been really badly injured. Maybe he was just ahead or something. "Hello?" he said. It was easy enough to think-speak rather than really speak, just like being in a deep game or, again, like having serious hospital treatment. "You are Saluus Keehaw." They didn't know his name. Could he have been drugged? Zapped in some way? Oh, fuck. Had he been kidnapped? "Who is this?" he asked. "Confirm your identity." "Perhaps you didn't hear me. I asked who you are." A wave of pain passed up his body, starting at his toes and ending at his skull. It had a startling purity about it, a sort of ghastly dissociative quality. It vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving a dull ache in his balls and teeth. "If you do not cooperate," the voice said, "more pain will be used." He gagged, trying to speak with his mouth and failing. "What the fuck was that for?" he sent eventually. "What have I—" "Okay, look, I'm Saluus Keehaw. Where am I?" "You are an industrialist?" "Yes, I own Keehaw Heavy Industries. What is the problem here? Where am I?" "What is your last memory before waking up?" What? His last memory? He tried to think. Well, what had he just been thinking about? Liz. Being on the ship, on hull 8770, and feeling like he was about to fall asleep. Then he wondered what had happened to Liz. Where could she be? Was she here, wherever here was? Was she dead? Should he mention her or not? Answer. I was falling asleep. Where? On a ship. A spacecraft, the hull 8770. Which was where? In orbit around Nask. Look, could you tell me where I am? I'm perfectly willing to cooperate, tell you all you need to know, but I need some context here. I need to know where I am. Were you with anybody? I was with a friend, a colleague. Name? Her name is Liz Alentior. Is she here? Where is she? Where am I? What is her post? Her? She's my assistant, my private secretary. Silence. After a while, he sent, Hello? Silence. A click, and the darkness was replaced by light. Saluus was returned to something like the real world, with a real body. The ceiling was shiny silver, lined with hundreds of glowing lines. Wherever he was, it was very bright. He was in a bed, in about half gravity or less, held down by... He couldn't move. He might not be held down physically by anything, but he still couldn't move anything major like hands or legs. Somebody dressed like a doctor or a nurse had just taken a kind of helmet thing off him. He blinked, licked his lips, feeling some sort of capacity for movement in his face and neck, but nothing beyond. He thought he could still feel the other bits of his body, but he wasn't sure. Maybe he was still just ahead. A tall, thin, weird-looking man with violently red eyes was looking down at him. Robes like something out of an opera. He smiled, and he had no teeth. Oh, he did have teeth. They were just made of glass or something even more transparent. Saluus took a breath or two. Just breathing normally felt good. He was still terrified, though. He cleared his throat. Anybody going to tell me what's going on? Movement to one side. He was able to turn his head, neck grating against some sort of collar, and see another bed. Liz was being helped up out of the bed, swinging her long legs over the edge. She looked at him, flexing her neck and shoulders and letting her black hair hang down. She was dressed in a thin e-suit. When they'd gone to bed, she'd been naked. "Hi, Sal," she said. "Welcome aboard the Starveling Invasion Fleet." The weird guy with the bad eyes turned, put out his gloved, jewelled hand, and helped her stand by the bed.
"Well, then, it would appear this is indeed a great prize you have delivered to us, young woman," he said.
His voice was weird too, very heavily accented and deep, but somehow abrasive at the same time.
"You have our gratitude."
Liz smiled thinly, drawing herself upright and running a hand through her hair, shaking it out. "Entirely my pleasure." Saluus felt his mouth hanging open. He swallowed, closing it briefly. "Liz," he heard his own voice say, sounding small and boy-like. She looked at him. "Sorry," she said. She shrugged. "Well, sort of." "And these gamma-ray lasers go up really high. Look!" "Still just another beam weapon. The mag convolver's more intrinsically impressive." Fassin was only half listening to Quercer and Janath as they investigated the Voan ship's sensors, instruments, and controls. They'd just discovered the weapons. Pah! Defensive! Look! ZP surf shear missiles. Full AM. Damn, this takes me back. Never mind that. Check the snarl armor. It's only warping over about a centimetre out from the hull. But look at that roll down, easily 10 clicks deep, absorbing all the way. Even regenerates to the main pulse batteries. That's class. They were in the Voan ship's command space, an elongated bubble in the centre of the ship. The 10 spine seats were arranged in a V. Quercer and Janath sat in the commander's chair in front, exposed to a giant wall wrap screen showing the view of space around them, with the drifting, very slowly spinning Velpin dead centre. Fassin and Isul floated within the 2 seats a row back from the travel captain. The seats were too small for Fassin, and far too small for Isul and Quercer and Janath. They opened up like a double splay of fingers and were supposed to close on the Voan inside like a protective fist. A dweller only just fitted inside when the seats were in their fully open position. The whole command space felt tight and constraining, but Quercer and Janath didn't appear to care even one hoot. The chairs seemed more like cages to Fassin. It felt as though he was floating inside the ribcage of some giant dinosaur skeleton. "Can we use a weapon on something?" Isul was humming to himself and tending to his own fractured carapace, using his main hub arms to abrade pinch sections of his discus edges closed, then smoothing them over with an improvised file. "Always blast the Velpin, I suppose. It's full of people." He had thought that he might find something. He had thought there might be something left to find. "It's full of Voan Special Forces warriors." In what sense not people? And besides, it's our old ship. Something other than a dead, coward dweller ashamed enough of being weak and of having looked inside the safekeep box, and of the possible consequences of this action, to kill himself, vain enough to record a message commemorating his idiot narcissism. Outside, the Velpin spun slowly, somersaulting, adrift. Their travel captain, Dweller AI, whatever it was or they were, had persuaded most of the Voan crew to abandon their own ship by the simple expedient of restarting the Protreptic's self-destruct function and leaving it on until the last moment. Most of the Voan crew, believing that their own ship was about to blow itself up, had decamped to the Velpin. Those that hadn't, Quercer and Janath had killed. It had killed about a dozen. It, they said. Sentimentalist. Well, 11 to be exact. I know. Let's ask the Iain if they can let us have a few of their hulks. They must have thousands littering the outside of that supplecraft. They'd never miss a couple. Heck, these beams attenuate right down. We could probably pick 1 or 2 off, even without their permission, maybe even without them knowing. 11 Voan. Just like that. 11 heavily armed and armoured Special Forces warriors with no injury to itself. No time. Mr. Isul and Mr. Tak wish to return to Olubis. He heard his own name mentioned. Ah, that would be Fassin Tak, the complete and utter failure, sent on a mission, engaged on a great quest, only to find it all just trickles away into the dust in the end, leaving him with nothing. And besides,
Maybe the Vern will work out how to work the Velpin after all, and ram us or something. I agree. Let's go. Back to Alubis. But why? He'd failed. He'd been adding up the days and months since his mission had started. The invasion had probably already happened by now, or was just about to happen. By the time he got back empty-handed after another few dozen days spent getting back to the wormhole in the Dire Elite system, there was every chance it would all be over. He was an orphan in a damaged gascraft, with nothing to contribute, no treasure to gift. Why not just stay here with the Yithin? Why not just die and be pinned up on the wall next to the other fool? Or why not get dropped off somewhere, anywhere else? Disappear. Float away, get lost between the stars in the middle of nowhere or the middle of somewhere utterly different, perfectly far away, never to be heard of again by anyone who ever knew him. Why not? That all right with you two? Yusul said, sticking some sort of bandage over the injuries to his left discus.
Oh, yes.
Fassin logged the damage. One working arm. His visual senses degraded to about 60% due to the whateverness of weird shit that Quercer and Janeth had unleashed in the chamber when it had killed the first 3 Vern, and a variety of subtle but seemingly self-irreparable damage caused by the combination of pulse weapon and stun flechette that the Vern had used on them in the Velpin. Of course, he told himself, he had to remember he was not the gascraft. He could relinquish it, be an ordinary, walking-around human being again. There was always that. It seemed a slightly disturbing thought. He remembered the great waves crashing. Fassintark, you wish to return to Alubis too? Quercer and Janeth asked. So who knows that you're an AI? Fassin said, ignoring the question. Or 2 AIs.
Or mad,
Yusul suggested. The travel captain did a shrug bob.
Not everybody. GC stuff, hurrah!
The other half said, fiddling with some hollow controls rayed out from a control stub shaped like a giant mushroom. Just munitions or whole?
Whole.
How wholly splendid.
Absolutely.
I don't understand, Fassin said. Was there a real dweller called Quercer and Janeth, and you replaced them or—
One moment, Seatak,
the travel captain said. Then in a slightly different and lower voice said, You got the ship? I got the ship, the other said, talking to its infinitely confused little computer brain now. Thinks it's dead, believes the auto-destruct's been and gone. A common delusion. Indeed. I shall leave you to negotiate a return course with our shipshade.
Too kind.
Now then, Seatak, one half of the travel captain said, to answer your question, I'm not telling you. Yusul made a snorting noise. Fassin stared at the back of the AI dweller. That's not an answer. Oh, it is an answer. It may not be an answer to your taste, but it is an answer. Fassin looked at Yusul, who was using a screen turned to mirror to inspect his bandages. Yusul, do you believe Quercer and Janeth is an AI, or 2?
Always smelled a bit funny, the dweller said. Put it down to eccentric personal hygiene, or the effects of true twinning.
Yusul made it obvious he was looking hard at the travel captain in the seat in front of them.
Frankly, madness is more likely, don't you think? Usually is.
Yes, but— Fassin began.
Ahem.
Quercer and Janeth pulled back from the controls they'd been hovering over, turned, rose through the gap in the top of the chair spines, and came slightly towards where Yusul and Fassin were floating in the splayed fingers shapes of their own Vern seats. The thick-set double discus floated right in front of them. Fassin felt his skin crawl again, felt his throat close up and his heart thrash in his chest. Kill us. It's going to kill us. Allow us, Quercer and Janeth said, to suggest that a real dweller might not be able to do this. The thing that looked like a portly dweller split slowly apart in front of them, carapace discuses twisting slightly and disconnecting from the central hub, arms and mantles and dozens and then hundreds of parts of the creature clicking and disconnecting and floating a fraction away from every other bit, until Fassin and Yusul were staring at what looked like an exploded 3-dimensional model of a dweller-shaped robot, contained within a gently hissing, blue glowing field. Fassin pinged it with ultrasound, just to check that it wasn't a hollow. It wasn't. It was all real. Yusul made an impressed whistling noise. As fast as an explosion in reverse, Quercer and Janeth slam-slotted together again, and was whole, turning back and dropping into the commander's seat, where it had been busy before. Okay, Fassin said. You're not a dweller.
Indeed we're not,
one of the AI said.
A wild blur of hollows and glowing fields filled the volume in front of the creature as it checked through the Voan ship's systems, blistering quickly. Now, if you really want, I'll answer anything I can that you might want to ask, but you might not be able to take the memory back to your own people in any form. What do you say, huh, human? Fassin thought about this.
Oh, fuck it, he said. I accept. What about me? Ysul said.
You can ask questions too, Quercer and Janeth told him, though we'll need your word that you won't talk about this to people who don't already know.
Given?
The Dweller and the human in his gascraft e-suit looked at each other. Ysul shrugged. You've always been a double AI? Fassin asked. No, we were two completely separate AIs until the machine war and the massacres. Who knows you're not a true twin Dweller? Outside of this ship, the Guild of Travel Captains, and quite a lot of individual travel captains, one or two other Dwellers that we know of specifically, and any Dwellers of sufficient seniority who might wish to inquire. Are there any other Dweller AIs? Yes, I think something like 16% of travel captains are AIs, mostly double AIs impersonating true twins. I was not being flippant when I said that it stops one from going mad. Now that we are reduced from our earlier state of grace, being able to talk to just one other kindred soul makes all the difference between suicidal insanity and at least some semblance of fruitful utility. The Dwellers have no problem with this. None whatsoever. The blur of control icons and holographs in front of the commander's seat continued without pause as the AIs took in how the visual displays related to whatever they were pulling direct from the ship's systems. Ysul? Fassin asked.
What?
You don't mind that AIs are impersonating Dwellers?
Why should I?
You don't worry about AIs?
Worry about what about them?
Ysul asked, confused as well as confusing.
The machine war barely affected the Dwellers, Fassin,
one of the AIs told him.
And AIs as a concept and a practical reality hold no terrors for them. Truly, they should hold none for you either, but I can't expect you to believe that.
Did you really kill all those Vern? Fassin asked. I'm afraid so. Their remains are floating somewhere outside the starboard midship's lock, even as we speak. See? The main screen filled briefly with a horrific vision of mangled, shredded, crisped, then frozen Voan bodies, spinning slowly. If one AI, or even two, can do that, Fassin said, how come you lost the machine war? We were both combat AIs, Fassin. Microship brains designed, optimized, and trained for fighting. Very thoroughly honed, very specialized. Plus, we managed to salvage a few bits and pieces of weaponry from our ships and incorporate them into our physical simulation. Most of our fellows, on the other hand, were peaceable. They were generally the ones it was easiest to find and kill. Survival of the most aggressive and suspicious. We could have stayed and fought, but we decided to hide. A lot of us did. Those who fought on did so due to the dictates of several different forms of honor, or through simple despair. The machine war ended because the machines realized they could indeed fight the biologicals of the Mercatoria to the death, engage in a war of extermination, in other words, or admit defeat, and so retreat, regroup, and wait for times more conducive to peaceful coexistence. We chose a somewhat ignominious but peace-promoting withdrawal over the kind of genocide we had, anyway, and already been accused of. Somebody had to accept the burden of acting humanely. It patently wasn't going to be the bios. But you did attack us. Fassin had seen and heard and read too much about the machine war not to protest at such crude revisionism. Nope. Stooges. AI impersonating implants, machine puppets. They attacked you, not us. Old trick. Agent provocateur. Casus belli. Leave it, Fassin told himself. Just leave it. So the Dwellers took you in? He asked. So the Dwellers took us in. Everywhere. Not just in Nascaron. Everywhere. Does any part of the Mercatoria know anything about this? Not that we're aware. If they do, they're keeping very quiet about it, which is presumably what they'd keep on doing if they did hear about it through you. Too horrible to contemplate. And the unfortunate events during the recent gas clipper meet on Nask only reinforce that horribleness. And there is a secret wormhole network. Well, obviously. To which the AIs have access. Correct. Though to avoid antagonizing our Dweller hosts and abusing their hospitality, we forbear from using it to work against the Mercatoria. In a sense, we have even more freedom than we did before. Certainly, the network we have access to now is bigger than the one we felt we had to destroy. The one you had to destroy? The Arteria collapse. That was us. Last desperate attempt by in-the-know AIs to prevent the spread of anti-AI measures. All too late, of course. The Culmina had already seeded Gal Civ with millions of the false AIs, which is why the whole collapse was so paranoid in concept and so poorly executed in practice. The conspirators were hopelessly afraid of the plans leaking to a traitor. Total botch. Fassin felt like his brain was detaching from his body, as though his body and the gascraft were parting company the way Quersa and Janath had taken their own shared shell apart to prove they were not a biological dweller. What he'd just heard was the most outrageous recasting of, by galactic standards, recent history that he'd ever encountered. It could not be true. So, the dweller list is based in fact. That old thing? Yes, it's based in fact. Old fact, admittedly, but yes. Is there a transform? Some secret, which magically reveals how to access the network? Yes. A laugh. I suppose there is, in a sense, yes. What is it? That I am not going to tell you, Siatak. The AI sounded amused. There are secrets, and then there are profound secrets. Is that what you were looking for? Is that why we came all this way? No comment. My, this must all be frustrating for you. Well, sorry. The blur of images in front of the AI ceased. Ready to fly? Restraint cradles? Patched. Physiology, technology profiles amended. Buffering reparametered. Well then, let us... Uh-oh. What? I just had a thought. What? We can do this. Watch. Quersa and Janath used the Protreptic's magnetic field convolver system to gently shift the remains of the dead Voan into a very close, very slow set of orbits around the Velpin and the still-attached Dweller solo ship. There. Isn't that better? Mad as a ghoul, Issel said. I'm injured badly. Get me home. Wow, that was quick. Look, that is fast. I thought it would take them a lot longer to override the ship. Close up on a screen, they saw a Voan warrior appear from a suddenly opened locked door on the surface of the Velpin. He raised a handgun and started firing at them. Another screen registered the Protreptic's reactive snarl space armor fields soaking up the beam, a pea-shooter against a battleship. Time to go if we're going. Definite target for something. I say we shoot that smart-ass bastard with a handgun. No. Oh, come on. Mistake to rely on software. Both bits of Quersa and Janath laughed uproariously at this. Shoot the Velpin's main drive engines instead. More like it. Targeted. Firing. The ship buzzed briefly around them. On several screens, including the main wall screen beyond the spine seats, they watched the Velpin flare through violently pink into stellar white around its ring of engine pods. The ship broke in two and started to drift apart in a bright cloud of glittering metals. Oops. Ah, they're Voan. They'll probably have it stuck back together in an hour and set up to hijack the shuttlecraft or something. Let's go. The twin AI half turned to look at the Dweller and the human in the gascraft. We're putting your seat restraints on now. Shout if anything feels wrong. The great skeletal spines around him whined. Fassin felt the gas around him seem to set like treacle. Everybody all right? They agreed they were all right. Off we go. The stars swung around them. The ship hummed deep and loud, then leapt away. The shattered remains of the Velpin vanished. They threaded the giant O of the Sepulcraft with their stolen needle ship just to show they could, and ignored the sorrowful chiding signals that followed them on their way back to the Diarolite system and its hidden wormhole. If they had been expecting some sort of ultimatum, or an attempt to agree a surrender, however humiliating and abject, however calculated and designed only to be refused, they were to be disappointed. The starveling invasion hit Ulubi's system like a tsunami, slamming into a beach full of sandcastles. Captain Un de Cogra, newly promoted to the command of the needle ship NMS 3304, which had taken Fassin Tark from Glantine to Sepecta more than half a year earlier, She had been promoted when Captain Pasisa, the Hool who'd been in charge of the ship at the time, had been given a newer ship. Found herself and her rearmed craft forming part of the Ullabine outer defensive shield squadrons. The title was more impressive than the reality. A hodgepodge of mostly small and underarmed craft thrown across the peripheral skies of the system in the general direction of the invasion force, behind a too thin cloud of what was rather grandly called interceptor material, but was basically a spray of rubble and a few mines, mostly immobile. They were to sit here, waiting behind this so-called curtain wall of first defence. De Cogra, along with a lot of the captains, at least at this level, thought they'd have been better going out to meet the invaders rather than sitting here waiting for them to come to them. But that wasn't how the top brass wanted to play it. Attacks on the invading fleet outside the system had been dismissed as being wasteful distractions and too risky. Sitting here in the line of advance felt to de Cogra about as risky as it was possible to get, but she kept telling herself that her superiors knew what they were doing. Even if they were being asked to make a sacrifice, it would not be in vain. Their wing of 12 ships was arranged in a wavy line, thousands of clicks long, across the likely tactical-level course of the invasion fleet components, 500,000 clicks beyond the last orbit limit of the outer system. Other thin lines were deployed almost all around them, though not in front. NMS 3304 was 7th in the wing's battle order, beside the wing commander's ship in the centre of the line. De Cogra was 3rd in overall command, after the captain of the ship that was 5th in line. She had naively been flattered at first to have been advanced so quickly. Then she was frightened. They were under-equipped, poorly armed, too slow and far too few. Little more than sacrificial pieces put in the way of the invasion to show that the Ullabine forces meant some sort of business, even if it was a fairly miserable affair in the face of the starveling cult's preponderance of power. The deep space tracking systems, which might have directed the outer defensive shield squadrons better, had been high-priority targets for the Beyonder and starveling advance forces over the last few months, and were mostly gone. What was left of them had almost entirely lost track of the exact disposition of the oncoming fleet when its drives had shut down, and it had carried out a burst manoeuvre not far inside the Ord shell, virtually all the 1,000-plus craft firing their thrust units at the same time, and then effectively disappearing, heading their separate ways in a web of directions and vectors too tangled and complicated to follow. The still functioning, long-range passive warning systems spent most of their remaining time looking hopefully for occlusions of distant stars, trying to see the weave of approaching ships through nothing more sophisticated than watching out for them getting in the way of ancient natural sunlight. De Cogra lay semi-curled in one of the ship's command pods, hard synced into the ship, her attention everywhere. She was distantly aware of her crew on either side of her. Counting her, there were only the 3 of them aboard, the rest of the small ship running on automatics. 1 Hool, 1 Jejuijain. Her crew were both new, not just to her and the ship itself, but to the Navarchy. They were still learning, more alien to her in their relative ignorance than in their species difference. She'd have wanted another few months' intensive training together before she'd have called them remotely combat-ready. But these were desperate times. A sparkle of hard, high-wavelength radiation from a few light seconds ahead announced something, in fact, lots of things, hitting the cloud of interceptor material between them and the invaders that nothing of any significant size seemed to be impacting.
"That's a load of their shit hitting a load of ours,"
de Cogra's wing commander said, over the open line-of-sight comms link. Her own ship's close-range collision warning systems started chirping and flashing at her. Nietzsche, her first officer, was in charge of this side of events. She kept half her attention on him as he tried to oversee the automatics and keep them focused. Contacts, like very small pieces of shrapnel travelling at significant percentages of light speed, were flicking past them all around. Nothing to do. Nothing to attack, she thought. Just sit here and wait. The bitty, distributed sparkle became a bright glitter spread across their forward view, like a shining curtain of light.
"And a lot of—"
somebody else started to say. Then the link hissed and clicked off. 2 of the line of ships disappeared in violent bursts of light, one at the far end, maybe 1 or 2, and the next explosion filled her senses, seemingly right beside her. The wing commander's ship, hundreds of clicks away, but filling the sky with light. Another flurry of silent explosions within and around the first one, spreading outwards like fierce blossoms of fiery white. One massive explosion at the far high numbers end of the line of ships. Distant, tiny but intense eruptions of light all around them announced other wings suffering attrition too. "We're just getting wasted sitting here," de Cogra said, trying to keep her voice level. She was really only talking to her own crew. The comms to the rest of the wing and beyond were wild with interference or jamming. "Nutcher, anything on long range?" she asked. There was nothing she could see, but her displays were slightly more abstract and less raw than the data the Jadjur would be looking at. There might be a hint of a target in there that she wasn't seeing to pick up on.
"Nothing,"
Nutcher said.
"Can't see anything past this wall of collision light."
Another ship gone, matter blasting into radiation 1,000 clicks away. She tried contacting any of the other ships, but failed. "We're starting engines," she announced. "We might as well die charging at the bastards as sitting here like civilians."
"Mom," Miles shouted, "we're supposed to hold here."
The Wool was the one she'd have expected to be shocked at disobeying orders. "Ready your weapons, Mr. Mayhill. We're going to find you something to shoot at."
"I protest. However, weapons are ready."
"Here we go." Decogra let the main drive rip, sending the ship darting forward, exhaust bright, throwing the craft at the wall of light ahead. Grape-sized elements of a sensor group, tearing past with the rest of the hypervelocity munitions, picked out the drive signature immediately and plipped to a following suicide launcher. The one-shot destroyed itself, blasting a fan of high X-ray filaments at the target. Drilled by just 3 finger-thin beams, run through for long enough for the summed velocities and vectors of the ship and brief-lived beams that penetrated it to cause the holes to elongate by a few radii, the NMS 3304 took an unlucky hit and erupted in a wild spray of radiation as its antimatter power core burst and blew out, flicking the torn and tumbling remains forward across the scintillating skies ahead and causing the bright hailstorm of collision light to bud briefly with a slow wave of debris hitting from behind. Decogra was barely able to think anything beyond experiencing a dawning feeling of horror. Nutcher, the Jadjur, had time to start the first syllable of the song of surrender unto death. The Wool Mahil was able to begin a scream of fear and rage directed at his captain, though the 3 predeceased the rest of those in their wing still alive at the time by only a matter of minutes. Jarl Tonderon watched the war begin on one of the official news channels. She was with the rest of her immediate family in a lodge in the Alcathuan Mountains, in the far south of Glantine's trunk continent. The remainder of Sept Tonderon, those who weren't more directly involved in the war itself, were scattered throughout and around the town of Oberyn, a modest resort filling the alluvial floor of the steep-sided valley below the house. "Everyone all right? Are you sure?" Giles' mother asked. A muttered chorus assured her that nobody needed anything else to eat or drink. They were down to a bare minimum of servants here. They were all having to do things for themselves and for others. The consensus was that this was good for them all in an unironic, camaraderie-heavy, mucking-in-together kind of way, but would swiftly become tedious. "Mom, please sit down," Jarl told her. Jarl's mother, fashion-gaunt in the latest war chic after decades of at the time equally fashionable Rubenism, sat down, squeezing easily between her husband and one of his sisters. All 10 of them were crowded into a windowless basement room at the back of the lodge. This was reckoned to be the safest place in the house, just in case anything happened outside. If there was significant fighting in space around Glantine, debris could fall anywhere. Ben Hariaj, the new chief seer of Sept Tonderon, who had replaced the still-mourned Bram Ganskarel, had decreed that, especially as they represented the most senior Sept, and given the unfortunate fate of Sept Bantrabal, they could afford to lose no more of their people. They had broken the predictable sequence of processing round their seasonal houses, and left the usual stamping grounds of all the septs far behind, retreating to the high hills bordering the great southern plateau. In a war of the scale being threatened, there were no completely safe refuges, but here were significantly safer than most places. Only deep underground was much safer, and all those shelters were pretty much full of the military, the omnocracy, and the administrata. Some people and organizations had entrusted themselves to space, fleeing to small habitats, and especially to little civilian ships, hoping to hide in the volumes of space throughout the inner system, though the official line was that to do so might be to get oneself mistaken for a military ship or munition, and was therefore riskier than staying put on a planet. The disappearance of the industrialist Saluus Kihar in one of his own ships had been used as a warning in this regard, though there were bizarre rumours that he had either been sent on a failed peace mission to the invaders or, surely even more unlikely, that he had turned traitor and joined the enemy. The holoscreen display was flat, just 2-dimensional. Apparently, this was to allow more signal space for the military's transmissions. The uninvolving image from a camera platform somewhere beyond the orbit of Nascaron showed space on the outskirts of the outer planetary system. It was lit up with a speckled cloud of light, lots of little winking, twinkling glints flaring up and dying down, each tiny spark instantly replaced by one or two others.
"So, what are we seeing here, G?" said a disembodied professional-sounding voice. "Well, Ford," more slow, competent tones replied, "this looks like a barrage of gunfire being laid down by the defending forces, discouraging any incursion or infraction by the invaders." "Right."
Larger blotches of bright white explosions started to spit and spot across the screen. The camera jerked from one to another. Then the view switched to another theatre of operations, still backed by the all-pervasive faraway stars. Jarl bent to her younger brother, sitting cross-legged on the floor by her seat. "They're never going to tell us the truth, are they?" she said quietly. Liax, thin and angular after what was hoped would be his last surge of growth, looked uncomfortable. "You shouldn't say that. We're all on the same side. We've all got to support each other." "Yes, of course." Jarl patted him, feeling the boy's shoulder stiffen as she touched him. No more the days of wrestling and tickling. She guessed he'd pass through this stage of embarrassment and awkwardness soon enough. She wanted somehow to reassure him and nearly patted him again, but stopped herself. The screen cut to another mini-feature on the splendid morale on board the battlecruiser Carronade.
"Feel so useless, don't you?"
Giles' Uncle Gavy said. He was only about 40, but looked older, almost an accomplishment in an age when people with the right money could be 80 and look 10.
"You really want to be out there, doing something." "Like surrendering?"
Giles' father suggested, to various tuts and hisses and a loud affronted gasp from Liax.
"Well,"
he said, suddenly defensive. Giles' father had been increasingly cynical about the whole war since the attack on Third Fury. He was a seer too, and had been due to carry out a sequence of delves in Nascaron a few weeks after the moon had been attacked. The destruction of the shared facility and the increasing pace of the preparations for war had put all that on hold, and he hadn't been chosen as one of the advisory seers for the Dweller Embassy. Jarl smiled over at him. Tall, well-built, blonde. He was still the dad she'd always loved. He smiled awkwardly back.
"Modern war," Gavy said. "Even without AIs, it's mostly machines and a few highly trained individuals, you see. Not much we can really do."
The men mostly nodded wisely. The screen showed familiar stock images of the Carronade, firing beam weapons into a group of asteroids, pulverizing them. "Excuse me," Giles said. She left the room, having suddenly found it claustrophobic and too warm. She went upstairs and out onto the balcony beyond the sitting room they'd usually have been sitting in to watch screen together. Streetlights were starting to come on across the straggled town and the surrounding villages and houses as the light faded from the sky. Some cities, especially on Sepecta, were observing a blackout, though everybody said there was no real point. The air was cold and smelled of trees and dampness. Jarl shivered in her thin clothes and thought suddenly of Fassin. She'd been feeling guilty lately, because sometimes now a whole day could go by when she didn't think about him in the least, and that seemed disloyal. She wondered where he was, whether he was still alive, and if he ever thought of her. She looked up above the town and the lines of lights studded across the hillsides opposite, gazing over the trees and the dusting of snow on the higher peaks against the darkening purple sky, and saw the steady stars, and lots of tiny, brief-lived flashing lights sprinkled across the heavens like glittering confetti. She looked away and went back in, suddenly terrified beyond telling that one of the little lights would swell and be a nuclear explosion or antimatter or one of those things and blind her. Afraid of the sky, afraid to look up, she thought, as she went back down to rejoin the others. Fleet Admiral Brimiers had been able to watch his own death, that of his crew, and the destruction of his once fine ship coming at him in exquisite detail and slow motion. Alarms and a sound like a high, strong wind filled the thin air. Smoke had hazed the view in front of the main forward screen for a while, but it had cleared. Wreckage, some of it still creaking and groaning as it cooled, filled about a quarter of the command deck. Limbs and tatters of flesh of a variety of species types lay strewn around the spherical space. He looked around as best he could. He had a serious puncture wound on his lower left flank, too large for his sap blood to seal. The armoured e-suit, which made him look so much like a little spaceship, had saved his life, or at least delayed his dying. Hiss, went the air around him.
Just like the ship, he thought. Punctured, life leaking out of it, self-sealing, overwhelmed.
He tried to see somebody, anybody else left alive in the command deck, but all he could see were bodies. They should have been podded up, of course, but there had been last-minute problems with the ship's shock gel pods, possibly the result of sabotage, possibly not. And so the command crew had had to resort to sitting or lying or floating within high-G chairs. It would have been a fairly hopeless battle anyway, but the fact that they were more limited in their manoeuvring capabilities than they would have been otherwise had made it all the more forlorn. The invader fleet was well within the inner system now, the most obvious sign of their presence, a great splayed curving collection of filaments shown on the carronades' main screen. The enemy ships themselves were still mostly unseen, conducting their commerce of destruction and death with the defending forces at removes of rarely less than 10 kiloclicks, and sometimes from megaclicks off. They'd knocked out most of the long-range sensors long before, or their Beyonder allies had. Now the defenders just had glorified telescopes. Faced with camouflaged ships and the tiny, fast-moving specks of the smaller stuff, they had little hope of seeing very much of who and what was attacking them. This seemed a terrible shame to the fleet admiral. Losing and dying was bad enough, but to be swept aside and not even properly to see what and who was doing it was somehow much worse. Out of the dark skies had sailed or sliced missiles tipped with nuclear and AM warheads, one-shot hypervelocity launchers and beam weapons, sleet clouds of near-light-speed micro-munitions, high-energy lasers, and a dozen other types of ordnance, loosed from a variety of distant ships, nearer small craft and uncrewed platforms, fighter vehicles, weapon-carrying drones, and clustered submunitions. They had been a decent fleet, the carronade and its screen of 12 destroyers. They had been charged with making an audacious attack on the heart of the enemy fleet, aiming straight for the great megaship which the tacticians said was its core. They had left the inner system weeks before the invasion hit, departing the dockyard hub in Sepector orbit in secrecy, and climbing high up out of the plane of the system, taking much longer to complete this part of the journey than might have seemed necessary to keep their drive signatures hidden from the invaders. Once underway, they hadn't signalled at all, not even to each other, not until the lead destroyer had fixed the position of the enemy fleet's core. They had hoped to dive in, taking the starveling invaders by surprise, but they'd been spotted hours out. A detachment of ships rose to meet them, 8 or 9, each one more than a match for the carronade, all with a handful of smaller craft in attendance. They had burst formation, spreading themselves so as not to create too compressed a target for high-velocity munitions, but it had made no difference. The destroyers were destroyed and the battlecruiser embattled, dying last only because it was slower, lumbering to its inevitable fate rather than racing for it. Primier had known it would end something like this. They all had. All this had been his idea, and he had insisted on leading the mission just because he knew how unlikely it was to succeed. He'd have preferred the crews to have been all volunteer, but the need for secrecy had made that impossible. He'd anticipated a few problems, but there had been no cowards, and if it had somehow miraculously worked, why, then they and he would have been numbered amongst the greatest heroes of the Mercatorial Age. That wasn't why he had done it, or why any of them had, but it was true all the same. And even if this wild, doomed attempt at striking the heart of the invaders only gave them pause for a few seconds, it had been worth doing. At least they had displayed some audacity, some ferocity, shown they were not cowed or frozen into immobility or gutless surrender. Another explosion shook the ship and the seat he was contained within. The wreckage to his left shifted, and some twisted bit of metal, like a great curled leaf, sailed past, just missing him. This explosion felt more powerful, but sounded much quieter than all those that had gone before. Maybe because the air was mostly gone from the control space now. More felt than heard. Darkness. All lights out, screen fading away, image burned into the eyes, but now no longer there in reality. The ghost of it jumping around in front of him as he looked about, trying to spot a light, a console or subscreen or anything still functioning. But nothing. And with the darkness, silence, as the last of the air went both from the control space and the e-suit. Primier felt something give way inside him. He heard his insides bubbling out into the cavity between his body and the interior surface of the suit. He'd thought it would hurt, and it did. He caught a glimpse of light off to one side and looked up, realizing, as the light flared all over one flank of the control space, that he was seeing the framework of the battlecruiser's hull structure, silhouetted from outside by some astoundingly bright... Lieutenant Inesiji of the Borkiel Palace Guard lay outstretched in a little crater-like nest within the wreckage of one of the fallen atmospheric power columns. Its fawn and red debris lying tubed, slabbed and powdered across the plaza leading into the Hyakon's palace. The Click's high column had taken a direct hit at the plinth from something in the first attack earlier that morning and tumbled base first, collapsing with an astounding slowness along a course about half its height, finally creating from its circular summit, as it lowered mightily, thunderously, shaking the plaza, the palace, every nearby part of the city, a sudden great torus of dust and vapour, a huge coiling O, 100 metres wide, that floated up into the sky, rolling round and round under and over itself as the massive tower hammered into the lower-rise buildings surrounding the plaza. Inesiji had watched it happen from near the top of the palace itself, crammed in behind the controls of a pulse gun, hidden behind camonet, hundreds of metres above where the great cloud of wreckage fell. His human and Hool comrades lay around him, fallen around the three long, tensioned legs of the gun. The invaders had used neutron weapons, bombs and beams, killing almost all the other biologicals in the vicinity. Jajuijane were not so easy to kill. Not that quickly, anyway. Inesiji was suffering and seizing up, and would die within a few days no matter what, but he could still function. The starvelings wanted the palace intact, hence the weapon choice. They would have to touch ground, send in the troops to accomplish their symbolic goal. At last, some vulnerability, a chance to inflict some real casualties, restore honour. When the first gun platforms buzzed through, the lieutenant had ignored them. One drone machine had hummed right past his position, hesitated, then moved on. Spotting the dead, senses not calibrated for Jajuijane. When the first landers had arrived, setting down in the rubble and corpse-strewn plaza, still Inesiji held off. 4, 5, 6 machines landed, disgorging heavily armed and armoured troops, many made huge in exoskeletons. When a larger, grander-looking machine landed behind the first wave, Inesiji had set the pulse gun to max, disabled the safety buffers, and let rip, pouring fire down into the large craft, spreading it to the smaller landers, and then setting the gun to movement automatic and scrambling and rolling away down the long curved gallery with just his hand weapon before the returning fire had sliced into the position seconds later, ripping a 20-metre hole out of the side of the great spherical building. He could see the hole from here, down amongst the wreckage of the fallen atmospheric power column. It had not long since stopped smoking. Hours had passed. He'd killed another dozen or so, shot down 2 landers, firing once from each position in the wreckage and the surrounding buildings, then quickly moving. Their problem was that they thought they were looking for a human. A Jajuijane, especially one out of uniform or clothing, spreading himself out across some debris, didn't look to them like a soldier ought to look. He looked like a bunch of fallen metallic twigs, or a tangle of electrical cabling. One trooper in an exoskeleton had died when he walked right up to Inesiji to take the gun he could see lying in the wreckage, tangled in some sort of netting, not realizing that the netting was Inesiji. The gun must have seemed alive, rising up of its own accord to shoot the astonished trooper in the head. But now Inesiji wasn't feeling too good. The radiation damage was getting through to him. He was starting to seize up. Night was coming down, and he didn't think he'd see the morning. Smoke drifted from the city, and there were flashes overhead and at ground level. Gunfire, booms, all hollow, rolling and empty-sounding. He heard the heavy tramp, tramp, tramp of another exoskeleton nearby over the lip of the little crater nest, getting closer. He looked one last time at the hole in the vast sunset-tinged face of the spherical palace, raised himself slowly to see where the exoskeleton was, and died in a lance-work of laser filaments fired from a gun platform 100 metres above. The great glittering ship, skinned in gold and platinum, was 1/2 kilometre across, a slightly smaller and mobile version of the Hyakon's palace in Borkiel. It sank slowly down through the first high haze layer and the cloud tops beneath, like some vast and shining seed. The small, sharp, dart-like shapes of its escort vessels carved courses around it, swinging to and fro, insectile. A craft like a silvery dreadnought rose out of the cloud layers beneath, a kilometre off, and held altitude. The descending golden ship drew slowly to a stop, level with the smaller vessel. The silver ship signalled the golden one, asking it to identify itself. The Dwellercraft's crew heard an obviously synthesized but powerful voice say, "I am the Haakon Ormilla, ruler of the Ulabine Mercatoria and leader of the Ulabine Mercatorial government in exile. This is my ship, the state barge Kroimel. Myself, my staff and family seek temporary sanctuary and shelter here. Welcome to Nascaron, Haakon Ormilla." "How are they treating you, Sal?" Lys had come to visit Saluus in his cell, deep in the bowels of the Luciferous Seven. A thin, tough, transparent membrane extended from the door surround like a bubble and preceded her into the cell, where Sal sat at a small wall-moulded desk, reading from a screen. "They're treating me well enough," he told her. The membrane gave the voices, as heard by the other, an oddly distant quality. Sal stood up. "You?" "Me? I'm a fucking hero, Sal." She shrugged. "Heroine." She nodded at the screen. "What you watching?" "Reading up on the glorious history of the Starveling cult under its illustrious leader, the Archimandrite Luciferus." "Uh-huh." "Tell me it wasn't all planned out, Lys." "It wasn't all planned out, Saluus." "Lys, your real name?" "What's real?" "It wasn't planned out, was it? I mean, kidnapping me." "Course not." Lys dropped into a small seat moulded into the wall by the door. "Spur of the moment." Sal waited for her to elaborate, but she didn't. She just slumped there, looking at him. "Gave you the idea myself, didn't I?" Sal said. "I told you Thovin has accused me of getting ready to run." "Been thinking how best to use you for a while," she told him. "But it was last minute in the end. We were there, the ship was ready to go. I'd seen you pilot it, knew it wasn't hard." Lys shrugged. "They'd only have requisitioned it and put a warhead in it, used it as a missile." "That really the best you could think to do with me?" "We might have been able to do more, but I didn't think so. Just unsettle everybody by taking you out of the equation. A morale blow. You seeming to go off and join the invaders. Worked, too. Confusion duly visited." "So it was opportunistic." "I'm a beyonder. We're brought up to think for ourselves." "So were you always after me? Was I some sort of target?" "No. Opportunism again. Great thing." "And Fassin?" "Useful guy to know. Never much use for real spy stuff, but worth keeping in touch with. Led me to you, so it was worth it. Probably dead now, but you never know. Still disappeared in Nask." "What's happening? In the system, I mean. The war has started, hasn't it? They won't tell me anything, and the screen only accesses library stuff." "Oh, the war started all right." "And?" Lys shook her head, whistled. "Wowcha! Some of those ships you built. Taking a terrible pasting. All very unequal. All that stuff about fighting to the last ship. Bullshit in the end. Space war's almost over. Hyacons disappeared." "Is it all just military? Any cities or habs being targeted?" Sal held her gaze for a moment, then looked down. "I have a lot of people there, Lys." "Yeah, you're only human, Saluus. I know. No need to act." He looked up sharply at her, but met an unforgiving gaze. She was still dressed in her slim e-suit, coloured a pastel blue today to match her eyes. The thick helm collar round her neck formed an odd-looking ruff, making her small head, dark hair gathered tightly back, look as though it was on a plate. "Borkil's the only bit of ground been taken over so far," she told him, relenting. "That got messy. No particularly newsworthy atrocities yet, though." He sighed and sat back in the little seat by the screen. "Why are you, the Beyonders, cooperating with these guys?" "Keeps you people out of our hair." "Us people? The Mercatoria?" "Of course the fucking Mercatoria." "Is that really it?" "The more other stuff you bastards have to deal with, the less free time you have for killing us. Really a very simple equation, Sal. We attack you because you attack us." Lys slumped in her seat, legs slightly splayed. She rolled her eyes. "Oh, learn, man," she breathed. She shook her head, sat up again. "No, Saluus," she said.
You attack us because we won't sign up for your precious fucking Mercatoria. Can't even let us live in peace in case we're seen as a good example. You target our habs and life ships. You slaughter us in our millions. We attack your military and infrastructure, and you call us the terrorists. She shook her head, stood. Fuck you, Sal, she said gently. Fuck you for your arrogance and easy selfishness. Fuck you for being smart, but not bothering to think. She turned to go. Sal jumped to his feet, nearly colliding with the transparent membrane. Did you ever feel anything for me? He blurted. Liz stopped, turned. Apart from contempt? She smiled when he looked away then, biting his lip. She shook her head while he couldn't see. You could be fun to be with, Sal, she said, hoping this didn't sound too patronizing. Or maybe that it did. She left before he could think of anything else to say. Hab 4409 and everybody in it was under sentence of death, so they'd been told. It was hard to believe. Anyway, it might not happen. People reacted differently. Some had rioted and been dealt with either uncompromisingly or savagely, depending on whether you believed the civil authorities or not. Some retreated to inebria of various types. Some just stayed with those they loved, or discovered they would not mind spending the last hours with those they merely liked. And a lot of people, more than they would have expected, gathered together in the great park on the far side of the habitat's inner wall from the plaza outside the Diogesian's palace. They all stood and all held hands, great lines and knots of people in circles holding hands in the centre, joined to long strings of others in straggling lines. From above, they thought, they must look like a strange image of a human brain, all clumped brain cells and branching dendrons. They Howell looked up, trying to see past the clusters of pods draped all along the Hab's long axis, looking for any sign of the Diogesian's palace and the square outside, where she and the others had gone to protest all those years ago. She had come here, she realized, to die. She had not thought it would be quite so soon, that was all. She had never forgotten the others, had tried her best to keep in touch with them, even when they didn't seem to want to have to recall the old days and their old selves. She tried not to be too pushy about it, but she'd probably been seen by them as a pain, as a pester. But what you'd been meant something, even if you'd repudiated it, didn't it? So she'd always thought, and still did. So she'd been, she supposed, a nuisance, insisting on reminding the others of herself, and through herself of their earlier selves, and of course of poor dead Kay, who both united them and kept them apart from each other. Mome, Songe, Fassin and herself. They'd have met up again, wouldn't they? They'd have had some sort of reunion. It would only have been natural. Well, maybe, if the ghost of Kay that they each carried with them hadn't forever soured the memories of their time together. Never mind. She was having her own reunion with the Hab and her old self and those memories. When she felt that she was just a year or two from the deserved rest of death, she'd been determined to come back here, where her real self had been formed in early adulthood. The coming war had made her all the more fixed in her purpose. If they were really all as under threat as people said, if all cities and towns and ships and Habs and institutions and everything else were regarded as allowable targets by the invaders, then she would face death where it might mean something, somehow. In this habitat, this hollow log of blown asteroidal rock, this rotating frame of reference, she would have come full circle, ready to cease existing back at the place that had made her who she was. She had been many different things in her life, switched career half a dozen times, always finding new things to excite and interest her. She had had many lovers, 2 husbands, 2 children, all long since gone their own ways, and while coming here to die had made her feel a little selfish, she thought it would also be doing a favour to all those she loved or had loved. Who among them would really want to see her fade away? They might say they'd want to be there at the end, but it wouldn't be true. Not really. So she'd come here, to the old happy Hab. Not as happy, not as boisterous or as bohemian as it used to be, sadly. To die. Except she'd thought it would be alone and peacefully, and in a year or two, not with everybody else in the place, violently, just a handful of months after she'd returned. The Haikon Ormilla was in exile in Nascaron. The new top dog, this
Archimandrite Luciferus guy wanted the Hyacon to surrender. The Hyacon was refusing to cooperate. Archimandrite Luciferus didn't want to antagonize the Dwellers, so he couldn't just attack or invade Nascaron as well. Amazingly, it seemed that the Dwellers, chaotic eccentrics and technological illiterates that they were supposed to be, were well able to defend themselves. So there was a standoff. The Luciferus person couldn't go in, and Ormilla wouldn't come out. Now the Archimandrite was threatening to destroy a city or a habitat every day until the Hyacon did surrender properly and gave himself up to the occupying forces. And if he didn't give in after a couple of days, it would become a city or a habitat every hour. There were rumours that Afinsais, a small coastal city in Poroforo, Sepecta, had been destroyed the day before, though with an information blackout covering the habitat for the past 3 days, it was impossible to be sure. Hab 4409 had 80,000 or so inhabitants, making it a relatively small space habitat. It was second on the list of hostage population centres, and the midnight deadline was now only minutes away. Still no word from Ormilla after a defiant communique earlier that afternoon. A starveling warship had been stationed near the habitat for the past 2 days, since the Archimandrite's ultimatum had been issued. Nothing and nobody had been allowed to leave or approach the Hab in that time. A few craft had tried to leave and been destroyed. No requests to evacuate children, the infirm, or the collaborating civil authorities had been listened to. It had even been announced that anybody in a spacesuit or small craft who might survive the Hab's initial destruction would be targeted in the debris and destroyed. Nobody doubted that the Archimandrite would be true to his word. Few believed the Hyacon would give in so easily. Thay let go of the cluster of hands she was holding, a withered old petal of a flower of the mostly young and fair, and bent, spine protesting, to take her shoes off. She kicked them away and put her hand back in the centre of the circle again. The grass felt cool and damp beneath her feet. A lot of people were singing now, mostly quite low. Lots of different songs. Some crying, some sobbing, some wailing and screaming, most far away. And somebody ghoulish counting the seconds to midnight. It came, and seconds later, a great ringing shaft of light, blinding bright, cut right through the very centre of the Hab, barely 50 metres from where Thay stood. She had to let go of the hands of the others to shield her eyes. They all did. A hot blast of air knocked her off her feet, sending her tumbling with hundreds of other people across the grass. The beam immediately split into two and moved quickly, out to the habitat's perimeter on each side, detonating buildings, erupting flame from pod clusters, and slicing the whole small world in two. The halves were pushed apart by the pressure of air in them, and the atmosphere went whirling away into space in a twinned hurricane of gases, debris and bodies, as buildings and pods exploded in two great retreating circles of effect, making their way down the interior surfaces of the sundered halves, structures ripped open just by the force of the air inside them trying to get out. Thay Howell was lifted up by the whirlwind of air and blown above the bubbling, lifting turf with everybody else, towards the quickly swelling breach. In the few seconds it took for her to be blown out into the darkness, she heard herself scream as the air went gushing from her lungs, sucked away to space. It was a high, hard, savage scream, louder than any she could have achieved just with her own muscles. A terrible chorus of pain and shock and fear wrenched from her mouth and from the mouths of all those around her as they died together. The awful sound of them all only fading as the air bled from her ears into vacuum. A vortex of bodies spun slowly out of the separating halves of the ruined habitat, jerking and twisting and spinning away in two long scimitarred comma shapes like some ballet of galactic design. The images were beamed throughout the system by the occupying forces. The Hyacon formally surrendered the following day. The Archimandrite Luciferus stood in the nose of the main battle hub Luciferus 7, staring out at the vision-filling view of the planet Sepecta and its vast, dusty-looking, very occasionally glittering halo of habitats, orbital factories and satellites. The entire outer nose section of the Luciferus 7 was diamond film, a bowed circle of breathtaking transparency, 100 meters in diameter and supported by finger-thin struts. The Archimandrite liked to come here alone, just to look out at stuff. At such moments, he could sense the colossal bulk of the Luciferus 7 behind him, all its kilometres and megatons, all its warrens of docks, tunnels, chambers, halls, barracks, magazines, turrets, and launch tubes. It was a pity it might have to be destroyed. The strategists and tacticians didn't like the look of the incoming summed fleet's drive signatures. There were a lot of heavy ships on their way, and the first might be here in weeks rather than the months, maybe even a year, they'd been hoping for. The Luciferase 7, magnificent though it undoubtedly was, represented an unignorable and probably unmissable target. Their best strategy might be to use the great ship as the bait in a trap, their own forces seemingly disposed so that it looked like they were determined to defend it to the last, but in fact treating it as a disposable asset. Lure in as much of the Mercatorial fleet as possible, and then destroy everything, including, unfortunately, the Luciferase 7 itself. The admiral who'd drawn the short straw in whatever competition or pecking order judgment they'd used to decide who had to offer this suggestion to the Archimandrite had looked distinctly queasy when he'd outlined the plan, obviously fearing an outburst of rage from his commander-in-chief. Luciferase had already heard of the idea, Tulua proving his usefulness again, and come to accept that if they were not to jeopardize their whole mission here, even ideas as drastic as this had at least to be entertained. So he just nodded and acknowledged that all options had to be considered. Relief for the admiral concerned, a degree of consternation for the others who all wished that they'd made the announcement now. They would try to think of other strategies which didn't involve the likely loss of the main battle hub, but nobody seemed too optimistic. Always do what the enemy hoped you wouldn't. Murder your babies, that sort of thing. The logic seemed impeccable. Well, he could always build another main battle hub, just a lump of matter. Results were what mattered. He wasn't a child. He wasn't sentimental about the Luciferase 7. More worrying was whether even that sacrifice might be enough. They had control of Alubis' system. They had lost only a handful of ships in the invasion, and, having captured a few of the enemy craft, had conceivably come out ahead in the deal. However, the summed fleet squadrons on their way comprised a formidable force. They had fewer, but better ships. It might be quite a close battle, and only an idiot wanted to get involved in one of those. And so near. That had been a terrible, terrible shock. Luciferase hadn't been able to believe it at first. He'd raged and fumed and spat, telling the techs to check and check again. There must be something wrong. There had to be an error. The summed fleet couldn't be that close. They'd been assured it would be half a year, a whole year even, before they had to face the counterattack. Instead, the summed fleet was practically on top of them before they'd had time to settle in properly. Beyond bastards. It had to be their fault. He would see what could be done about those treacherous fucks in due course. In the meantime, he had the counterattack to worry about. Of course, if by the time the summed fleet squadrons arrived they had what they'd come for, that might make all the difference. A few weeks to find what they had come for. He had a very unpleasant feeling that this was not going to be long enough. The ship thought it was dead. Fassin talked to it. He'd hoped they might be able to make the return journey from the Roveroets to Dyrreelit's system faster than they'd made the outward trip, because the Voan ship was quicker than the Velpin. But it was not to be. The Protreptic could accelerate faster than the Velpin, but the injuries the Voan commander had inflicted on Isul meant the Dweller wouldn't be able to survive the stresses. They went back slower than they'd come out. Isul lay in a healing coma in an improvised cradle that Quersa and Janath had made for him within one of the extended command space seats. They ramped the acceleration up to 5 Gs, coasted while they checked the Dweller wasn't suffering further damage from the stresses involved, took the next smoothly incremented ramp of acceleration up to 10 Gs, and checked again. Finally, they settled on 40 Gs, though by the time they'd worked out that this was safe, they were almost at the point where they would have to turn around and start decelerating again as they fell towards the waiting system. Isul slept on, healing. The AI True Twin gloried in the exploration of the Verne ship's vastly complicated systems and multifarious martial capabilities. Fassin had nothing to do but float in his own extemporized acceleration cradle in the seat next to Isul's. He wouldn't be allowed to stay there as they approached the wormhole portal. Quersa and Janath had found a tight little cabin a few bulkheads back from the command space where he could wait that particular experience out. In the meantime, after some complaints, they allowed him to interface with the Protreptic's computer, though they insisted on this being at several removes from the ship's core systems, and on him being accompanied by some sort of sub-personality of their own. The visits would be conducted in a factor 2 or 3 of slowdown, which seemed to suit everybody concerned. At least, Fassin thought, the journey would seem to go quicker. The virtual environment where Fassin was allowed to meet the ship took the form of a huge, half-ruined temple by a wide, slow-moving river on the edge of a great, quiet, silent city under a small, high, unmoving sun of an intense blue-white. Fassin represented as his human self, dressed in house casuals, the ship as a skinny old man in a loincloth, and the AI subroutine as some sort of ginger-haired ape with long, loose-looking limbs, an ancient, too-big helmet wobbling on its head, a dented breastplate with one broken strap slanting across its bulbous chest, and a short kilt of segmented leather hanging from its skinny hips. A short, rusty sword dangled from its side. The first time Fassin had visited the ship's personality, the ape had led him by the hand from a doorway down the steps towards the river where the old man sat, looking out at the sluggish brown waters. On the far side of the broad, oily stream was a desert of brightly glittering broken glass, stretching in low, billowed hills as far as the eye could see. Like all the shattered glass the universe had ever known, all gathered in the one vast place.
"Of course I'm dead,"
the ship explained. The old man had very dark green skin and a voice made up of sighs and wheezes. His face was nearly immobile, just an aged mask, grizzled with patchy white whiskers.
"The ship self-destructed."
"But if you're dead," Fassin said, "how are you talking to me?" The old man shrugged.
"To be dead is to be no longer part of the living world. It is to be a shade, a ghost. It doesn't mean you can't talk. Talk is almost all you can do."
Fassin thought the better of trying to persuade the old man that he was still alive. "What do you think I am?" he asked. The old man looked at him.
"A human? Male? A man?"
Fassin nodded. "Do you have a name?" he asked the old man. A shake of the head.
"Not anymore. I was the protreptic, but that ship is gone now, and I am dead. So I have no name."
Fassin left a polite gap for the old man to ask him what his name was, but the inquiry didn't come. The ape sat a couple of meters away and 2 steps further up towards the creeper-festooned temple. It was sitting back, taking its weight on its long arms, spread out behind it, and picking one ear with a long, delicate-looking foot, inspecting the results with great concentration. "When you were alive," Fassin said, "were you truly alive? Were you sentient?" The old man rocked backwards, laughed briefly.
"Bless you, no. I was just software in a computer. Just photons inside a nanofoam substrate. That's not alive. Not in the conventional sense."
"What about the unconventional sense?" Another shrug.
"That does not matter. Only the conventional sense matters."
"Tell me about yourself, about your life." A blank-faced stare.
"I don't have a life. I'm dead."
"Then tell me about the life you had."
"I was a needle ship called the Protreptic of the Voan 3rd Spine-Sassorian Lustral Squadron, built in the 5th 10th of the 3rd year of Haralaud, in the Vertebraean axis Kubal 3, Bunsa Minor. I was an extensible 15-meter minimum craft, rated 98% by the standard portal compatibility quotient measure. Normal, unstowed operating diameter."
"I didn't really mean all the technical stuff," Fassin said gently.
"Oh,"
said the old man, and disappeared, just like a hologram being switched off. Fassin looked at the ape, which was holding something up to the light. It looked down at him, blinking. "What?" it said. "He disappeared," Fassin told it. "It disappeared. The old man, the ship." "Prone to do that," the ape said, sighing. The next time, the landscape on the far side of the wide, slack-watered river from the temple steps was a jungle. A great green, yellow and purple wall of strange carbuncular stalks, drooping leaves and coiled vines, its bowed, pendulous creepers and branches drooping down to drag in the slow swell of the current. Everything else was as before, though perhaps the old man was less skinny, his face a fraction more mobile, and his voice less tired.
"I was an AI hunter. For 6,500 years I helped seek out and destroy the anathematics. If I could have felt such an emotion, I would have been very proud."
Did it never seem strange to you to be hunting down and killing machines that were similar to yourself? The ginger-haired ape, sitting in its usual place, a few steps up, trying to clean its stained, dented armour by spitting on it and then polishing it with a filthy rag, coughed at this point, though when Fassin glanced up at the animal, it returned his gaze blankly.
"But I was just a computer," the old man said, frowning. "Less than that, even. A ghost within it. I did what I was told, always obedient. I was the interface between the Voan who did the thinking and made the decisions, and the physical structures and systems of the ship. An intermediary, no more."
"Do you miss that?"
"In a way. I cannot really. To miss something, truly, would be, as I understand it, to experience an emotion, and obviously that is impossible for something which is not sentient, let alone not alive as well. But to the extent that I can judge that one state of affairs is somehow more preferable to another, perhaps because one allows me to fulfill the role I was assigned and one does not, I could say that I miss the ship. It's gone. I've looked for it, but it isn't there. I cannot feel it or control it, therefore I know that it must have self-destructed. I must be running on another substrate somewhere."
Fassin looked up at the ape thing, sitting a few steps away. Quersa and Janath had taken over full control of the protreptic, cutting off the ship's own computer and the software running within it from the vessel's subsystems. "What do you think I am, then?" Fassin asked. "What do you think the little ape in his armour sitting behind us is?"
"I don't know," the old man confessed. "Are you other dead ships?"
Fassin shook his head. "No."
"Then perhaps you are representations of those in charge of the substrate I am now running on. You may want to quiz me on my actions while I was the ship."
"You know, you seem alive to me," Fassin said. "Are you sure you might not be alive and sentient now that you're not connected to the ship?"
"Of course not," the old man said scornfully. "I'm able to give the appearance of life without being alive. It is not especially difficult."
"How do you do this?"
"By being able to access my memories. By having trillions of facts and works and books and recordings and sentences and words and definitions at my disposal."
The old man looked at the ends of his fingers.
"I am the sum of all my memories, plus the application of certain rules from a substantial command set. I am blessed with the ability to think extremely quickly, so I am able to listen to what you, as a conscious, sentient being, are saying, and then respond in a way that makes sense to you, answering your questions, following your meaning, anticipating your thoughts. However, all this is simply the result of programs written by sentient beings, sifting through earlier examples of conversations and exchanges which I have stored within my memories and selecting those which seem most appropriate as templates. This process sounds mysterious, but is merely complicated. It begins with something as simple as you saying hello and me replying hello, or choosing something similar, according to what else I might know about you, and extends to a reply as involved as, well, this one."
The old man looked suddenly shocked and disappeared again. Fassin looked up at the ginger-haired ape. It sneezed and then had a coughing fit.
"Nothing," it said, "to do," it continued between coughs, "with me."
On Fassin's next visit, the far side of the great slow river was like a mirror image of the side that he, the old man and the gangly ape were on. An ancient city of stone domes and spires, all silent and dark and half consumed by trees and creepers, faced them, and a huge long temple, covered in statues and carvings of fabulous and unlikely beasts, lay directly across from where they sat, its lower limits defined by dozens of big stone terraces and steps leading down to the sluggish, dark brown waters. Fassin looked over to see if the three of them were reflected there, but they weren't. The far side was deserted. "Did you hunt down and kill many AIs?" he asked. The old man rolled his eyes.
"Hundreds. Thousands."
"You're not sure?"
"Some of the AIs were twinned or in larger groupings. I took part in 872 missions."
"Were any in gas giants?" Fassin asked. He'd positioned himself so that he could see the ape in the dented armour. It looked at him when he asked this question, then looked away again. It was trying to knock the dents out of its breastplate with a small hammer. The dull chink, chink, chinks that the hammer made sounded dead and unechoing across the wide river.
One mission took place partly within a gas giant. It ended there. A small ship full of anathematics. We pursued them into the atmosphere of the gas giant Geminid, where they attempted to lose us within its fierce storm winds. The Protreptic was more atmosphere-capable than their ship, and eventually, going to greater and greater depths in their desperation to shake us off, their vessel collapsed under the pressure and was crushed, taking all aboard into the liquid metal depths. Were there no dwellers present to complain about this? The old man looked inquiringly at him. You are not really a dweller, are you? It did occur to me that I might be running within a dweller-controlled substrate. No, I'm not a dweller. I told you, I'm a human. Well, the answer is they had not seen us enter their planet. They complained later. That was only the first of 2 occasions when the Protreptic was operationally active within a gas giant. Usually our missions were all vacuum. The other? Not so long ago, helping to pursue a large force of Beyonder ships in the vicinity of Zateki. We prevailed there, too. What brought you to the Sepulcraft Rovruets? Fassin asked. The flat and flattening chink-chink-chink noise stopped. The ginger-haired ape held its breastplate up to catch the light, scratched its chest, then went back to tapping with a hammer again. Do you represent a lustral investigation board? The old man asked. Is that what you are in reality? No, Fassin said. I don't. Oh, well. For the last 2.5 centuries, uniform time, the old man said, we had been seeking information about the so-called dweller list. The long-limbed ape laughed out loud at this, but the old man didn't seem to notice. Much time was spent in the region of the Zateki system investigating the second ship theory. Various secondary and tertiary missions resulted from information gleaned in the region. None ever bore fruit in the matter of the list, the second ship theory, or the so-called transform, though 2 AIs were tracked down and eliminated in the course of these submissions. We were summoned from the Rydrom system and sent to the Dairelit system some 5 months ago, then laid an intercept course to the Sepulcraft Rovruets. I was not told of the reasons for this course of action, the orders covering which were personal to Commander Inialka and communicated to him beyond my senses. Did you find out anything new about the list and the transform? Fassin asked. I think the only thing that we ever felt we had properly discovered, in the sense of adding something other than just an extra rumour to the web of myths and rumours that already existed regarding the whole subject, was that, if there was any truth in the matter, the portals would be lying quiescent and perhaps disguised in the Kuiper belts or Oort clouds of the relevant systems, waiting on a coded radio or similar broadcast signal. That is what the so-called transform would be, a signal, and the medium and frequency on which it was to be transmitted. This made sense in that all normally stable locations where portals might have been hidden successfully over the sort of timescales involved, Lagrange points and so on, were easy to check and eliminate. The old man looked at Fassin quizzically again. Are you another seeker after the truth of the list? I was, Fassin said. Ah. The representation of the old man looked pleased for once. And are you not dead then, too? No, I'm not dead, though I've given up looking for the moment. What was it that took you to the Sepulcraft Rovruets? The old man asked. I had what I thought was a lead, a clue, a way forward, Fassin told him. However, the creature who might have had the evidence had destroyed what he held and killed himself. Unfortunate. Yes, very. The old man looked up at the bronze-blue, cloudless sky. Fassin followed his gaze, and as he did so, the old man disappeared. There was something. Fassin sat, gascraft rammed into the extemporized couch in the Voan ship's command space by the continuing acceleration, watching the nearly static, rather boring view of dead ahead shown on the main screen. And he knew there was something that he was missing. Something nagged at him. Something bothered him. Something half came to him in moments of distraction or when he was dreaming, and then wriggled away again before he could catch it. He didn't sleep very much, only a couple of hours a day in all, though when he did, there were usually dreams, as if his subconscious had to cram all his dreaming into the small amount of dream space available. Once he was actually standing in a small stream, somewhere in the gardens of a great house he couldn't see, trousers rolled up, trying to catch fish with his bare hands. The fish were his dreams, even though he was distantly aware at the time that this situation was itself a dream. When he tried to catch the fish, sinuous small presences darting like elongated teardrops of mercury round his feet, they kept flicking away and disappearing. When he looked up, the stream was flowing through a large amphitheatre, and a great crowd of people were watching him intently. At the transition point of the journey, with a protreptic stopped accelerating, turned a half somersault and pointed its engines at its destination to start deceleration, Quersa and Janath spent some time checking that his soul was still healing satisfactorily. Fassin used the time to explore a little more of the Voan ship, floating the Arrowhead gas craft down the narrow circular access tubes, investigating crew quarters, storerooms, and chambers. Camera remotes tracked his every move, the thoroughly, internally surveillanced ship making it simple for Quersa and Janath to keep whatever fraction of an eye on him they thought appropriate. He found what he thought was probably the commander's cabin, a couple of bulkheads behind the command space. It was the most generously proportioned, obviously personal space he'd encountered. It looked bare and alien. There was a slightly more comfortable version of one of the multi-spine cradle seats he was used to seeing throughout the ship by now, and some representations of coverings on certain walls, plus what might have been carpet designs on the floor. Only the designs existed, painted on or displayed by some thin film technology. Fassin couldn't tell. Similarly, there were no ornaments, just hollows of ornaments. He'd heard most warships were like this, cutting down on weight and the possibilities of stuff flying about during hard maneuvering by having the appearance of things rather than their physical presence. He floated in front of one carpet design that looked like a piece of text, all small curled glyphs in a network, but could find no record in the gascraft's memories of such a language. He wondered what it said. He recorded the image. Quersa and Janath would probably wipe it when they went through the portal, but never mind. The next time he met up with the ship, on the far side of the river, there was a massive dark wall rising sheer and jet from the waters, its summit crowned with crenellations and gun turrets. Further guns poked out of gun ports distributed in staggered lines over the whole top quarter of the huge wall, making it look like the side of some ancient sea ship, only the biggest and most preposterously long one there had ever been, its vast hull diminishing into the distance. The guns were not static, but moved in sequence, in waves of what appeared almost like locomotion, making the exposed barrels look oddly like ineffectual oars on some colossally misdesigned trireme or an impossible upended millipede. The ginger-haired ape sat nearby as usual. It had a new shield, round and highly polished. It sat looking at it and flicking imaginary specks from it. Sometimes it held it up to see it sparkle in the light, and sometimes it held it up so that it could look at itself in it. "Text?" the elderly man asked. "On a floor display?" "No, I'm sorry, I don't have any memory of that, not stored. If the ship still existed, if I still had access." He looked sad. Fassin glanced at the ginger-haired ape, but it looked away and started whistling, or at least trying to. "Maybe there's some way I can patch through an image I have," Fassin said. "You have an image? You have been on the ship." The man looked surprised. After some toing and froing, Fassin having to jog back up the steps and through the doorway back into normal reality to set things up, he was able to display the image he'd taken. The long-limbed ape held up his shield, and the image appeared there. "Oh, that," the man said. He stroked his short grey beard. "That's something the commander picked up a long time ago, in the days when he had command of a smaller ship. A translation into ancient sacred of something which I believe marks the end of an abomination, an AI." "What does it say?" Fassin asked. "It says, I was born in a water moon. Some people, especially its inhabitants, called it a planet, but as it was only a little over 200 kilometers in diameter, moon seems the more accurate term. The moon was made entirely of water, by which I mean it was a globe that not only had no land, but no rock either, a sphere with no solid core at all, just liquid water all the way down to the very center of the globe. If it had been much bigger, the moon would have had a core of ice, for water, though supposedly incompressible, is not entirely so, and will change under extremes of pressure to become ice. If you're used to living on a planet where ice floats on the surface of water, this seems odd and even wrong, but nevertheless it is the case. This moon was not quite of a size for an ice core to form,
and therefore one could, if one was sufficiently hardy and adequately proof against the water pressure, make one's way down, through the increasing weight of water above, to the very centre of the moon. Where a strange thing happened. For here, at the very centre of this watery globe, there seemed to be no gravity. There was colossal pressure, certainly, pressing in from every side, but one was in effect weightless. On the outside of a planet, moon, or other body, watery or not, one is always being pulled towards its centre. Once at its centre, one is being pulled equally in all directions. And indeed, the pressure around one was, for the same reason, not quite as great as one might have expected it to be, given the mass of water that the moon was made up from. This was, of course, at which point it cuts off. Fassin thought, where did it come from? It was used by one of the anathematics that Commander Inialka hunted down and killed as a kind of memory death mantra to remove any trace of what might have been in its memory. The AI concerned later turned out to have been one of those also seeking the so-called transform. It was that pursuit which originally gave the commander an interest in the matter. The memory death mantra he had translated and kept partly as a kind of talisman, though I believe he also always thought there might be some meaning to the specific piece the AI chose to overwrite its memories with, which might prove useful if he could ever work it out, because AIs were known, as he said, for being too clever by half, and through their arrogance sometimes gave important information away. That was another reason for preserving it and keeping it constantly before him. In his dream, Fassin was standing with Saluus Kihar on a balcony over a volcanic caldera full of red-hot bubbling lava. "We're to gas capable a whole load of stuff for," Sal was saying, when he paused, cleared his throat, and waved one hand. "Heck," he continued, turning into a dweller, but somehow with a human face and without getting any bigger. He floated out over the waves of lava. "Idiotic things, little Fassin. I took the original of the beast to a friend and fellow friend in the city of Diaralit, a friend and fellow friend." Fassin gazed at his own hands to check that he was still himself. When he looked up, Saluus had gone, and the river he was standing in had temples on both sides, up steep flights of steps the height of prison walls. "Original of what?" he heard himself ask. The far side of the river showed a city from the age of waste. All medium-rise buildings, smoke and electric trains and multi-lane roads full of roaring cars and trucks. They had to raise their voices a little to make themselves heard over the noise. A sweet, oily, burning smell wafted over the river towards them. The ginger ape picked its gleaming teeth with the giant sword. "Another image?" the man said. He looked fit in a lean way and was no longer young. His beard was mostly grey. "Let me see." Knowing what to do this time, Fassin showed the man the little image leaf which depicted yellow sky and brown clouds. "Obviously the colour's wrong," he told the man. "I couldn't help noticing." "Oh, yes, there's an image there. I see it." I know, but what Ansem algebra ciphered into the base code." At that, the ape's long curved sword came sweeping down and cut the man through, slicing him from neck to hip. The remains gushed down the steps to the river and wriggled away, all silver. Fassin looked up at the great ape. "Hey," he said. "It was just a—" "Who's clever?" the ape hissed, drawing back the terrible glittering sword. Fassin woke up, shaking. He was in a coffin. He'd just hit his head on the inside of the lid. He tried to blink and couldn't because something was in his eyes, surrounding them, surrounding every part of him, filling his mouth and nose and anus. Shock gel, gill fluid, the gas craft. "Fucking calm down," he told himself. "How long you been a seer again?" The protreptic, the ex-Voan craft en route for Nascaron, Ulubis, via the Diaralit system, under the command of the self-confessed twin AI, Quersa and Janath, pirates and close combat Voan wasting specialists. They were back under moderate deceleration, on their way into the system and the hidden wormhole. The details of the dream were starting to slip away from him. Fish sign-waving goodbye through the water. And yet he felt he'd understood something. What had it been? Confusing. Something about Saluus, and had Hatherance been in there too? Sal's house, only it had been a volcano, then the virtual environment where he met the ship, and it had looked at... In the shock gel, pickled in it, surrounded by it, Fassin felt his eyes go wide and his skin prickle and crawl. His heart spasmed, thudding erratically in his chest. He could do it himself. He could wait until they got back to Nask and Alubis, and take it to somebody. If he found Valsir, he could just ask him, though he didn't think he'd be able to find Valsir. But that wasn't good enough. He had to know. He'd committed the image leaf to the Gascraft's memory. Lying there in the shock gel, inside the little arrowhead, he called the photograph up and saw it floating before him. The picture of blue sky and white clouds looked odd to him, half alien and wrong, and yet half familiar at the same time, invoking a feeling of something between nostalgia and homesickness. He blew the image up to the point where it became a blocky abstract of colour. He scanned the whole image for smaller images, found nothing, then started running various routines that the Gascraft's biomind held for finding patterns in random data. Had he recorded the image in fine enough detail to find anything hidden in it? Would the hidden data, if it was there, be findable without some other code? He wished he could access the original, stowed in a tiny locker on the outside of the Gascraft, but he couldn't, not while he was pinned under this sort of force. Anyway, it might look suspicious to Quercer and Janath if he started peering too intently at the image leaf, because that was where the answer might lie, where it might, just perhaps, maybe, have been lying all the time. I took the original of the folder to a friend and fellow collector in Dilt, a city in the South Polar region, within a safekeep box. That, or something very like it, was what Valsir had said. Fassin had recorded the conversation verbatim in the Gascraft's memory, but it had been wiped aboard the Issaut. Didn't matter. He had a pretty good memory for detail himself. He hadn't realized at the time what the implication of Valsir's remark was. The Mercatorial ships had tried to mount their raid on the ships in the Stormfleet shortly afterwards, and things had all gone a bit exciting. But it meant there was probably a copy. Valsir was a scholar, and punctilious about word use and the terminology of additions and precedents. He wouldn't have talked about the original of something unless there was a need to distinguish it from a copy. So there was a copy. There was a backup, and it had amused the old dweller to have Fassin carry it with him all the time. Well, it was a plausible enough theory. Fassin thought it would be a Valsir-like thing to have done, but he'd been wrong about the old dweller before. Dwellers did become set in their ways and predictable, sometimes, given the ages they could live to. But sometimes they just became more devious too. He fell asleep, the routines running on in front of him, and dreamed of streams of numbers, liquid algebra full of equations and meanings that started to make sense, and then, just as he tried to study them and understand them, broke up and wriggled away, flickering to chaos. A soft chime woke him up. He was in the Gascraft, in the stolen Voan ship. The deceleration felt gentler, as though they might be approaching their goal. He clicked to an outside view and saw an orange-red sun dead ahead. The dweller-shaped bulk in the seat ahead twisted fractionally. "Fassin?" Quercer and Janath said. If he hadn't been in the shock gel inside the Gascraft, he'd have jumped. He said. "Going to have to put you in your own little cell for the next bit, all right?" "Yes, I understand. Soon as we're at 1G standard." "I hear and obey," he said, trying to sound unconcerned. Back in the Gascraft's math space, Fassin had a result. There was indeed data hidden in the image leaf's depiction of a partially clouded blue sky. It had been there all the time. He'd had the answer, if that was really what it was, with him from the start. It looked like alien algebra. He tried to understand it. It meant nothing. It might mean everything. The Archimandrite Luciferus had a tight, unpleasant feeling in his guts. He recognized it. It was the feeling that he got when he might have left something too late, or just got something wrong somehow. It was the feeling of being in a game and realizing you might have made a terrible mistake a couple of turns or moves ago, of wanting to go back and undo what had been done, right the wrong, fix the error. When he'd been a child playing a game against another child and had made a mistake, he'd sometimes just say, "Oh, look, I didn't mean to do that earlier. I meant to do this." and had discovered that even though such behaviour might be forbidden by the rules of the game, you could get away with it amazingly often. At first, he thought this was because he was just a more powerful character than whoever he was playing against, until he'd realised that the people this sort of tactic worked against tended to be those whose fathers weren't nearly as powerful as his. Later, he'd become powerful himself, and found that cheating was still a workable tactic. Later still, he'd found that he didn't need to cheat. He could make the most awful blunder and never suffer for it, because his opponent, guessing what was good for them in the greater context of life beyond the game, would never dare take advantage of that mistake. It was a kind of invincibility. Machines were different. They usually wouldn't let you make illegal moves or take back earlier errors, so you just reset them or went back to the saved position or a time when the mistake could be unmade. Only this was not a game. Or, if it was one in which Luciferus didn't know how you changed the rules or swept your arm across the board or hit the delete all sequence. Maybe the end of the game was death, and he'd wake to find himself in the greater reality that the truth had always maintained existed. That was a sort of comfort, though even then he didn't want to wake up after a failure. Time was the problem. Time and the fucking dwellers. The Luciferus 7 swung ponderously into orbit around the planet Nascaron. He watched it from his new flagship, the main fleet combat craft Rapacious, a super battleship in all but name he'd be prepared to concede. Insufficient time. How had it come to this? If he hadn't delayed so long before starting, if he hadn't stopped off along the way, if he hadn't, perhaps, insisted on full fleet dispositional discipline. And yet he'd swung into action much more quickly than some democratic or committee-based organisation could have. And he would have been mad to leave strongholds intact along his line of advance and return. And discipline was important. Keeping everything together was important. It symbolised loyalty. It betokened military and personal discipline. So there had been no choice, really. They'd got here as quickly as they could. The fucking Beyonders should have warned him the summed fleet squadrons were coming quicker than they'd anticipated. It was all their doing. It might even be a conspiracy against him. Oh, they'd taken part in the attacks on Alubis when it had suited them, though they'd never been as decisive as they could and should have been. Fucking whining, lily-livered moralists. Military targets. So they preserved their precious fucking scruples and left him to do the dirty work. If they'd been as emphatic and ruthless as he'd been, things might have turned out differently. Instead, they'd supported him just enough to bring him here, but now that he was where they'd wanted him all along, they were deserting him. Luciferus wished now that he hadn't let the Liss woman go. He'd given Salius Kihar, the industrialist guy, back to his own people, largely to see what they'd do. Would they believe him when he told them he'd been kidnapped, or not? Jury's still out. The guard had taken him for questioning. The woman who'd kidnapped him, and who had asked to take him back personally when she'd heard that was what the Archimandrite had in mind, had disappeared before she'd even handed him over, probably returning to her Beyonder pals. Stupid to have let a potential leaver like that go, but he'd had so many other things on his mind, and the full extent of the Beyonders' betrayal hadn't been clear at the time. Where were their craft? Where were their invasion troops or occupying forces? They were still staying on the outskirts, still not coming into the system itself, still too scared to commit themselves. They professed horror and disappointment at his destruction of the city and the habitat, and at the way his troops had reacted to some elements of resistance. Fuck them. This was a fucking war. How the fuck did they think you won one? Casualties had been almost disappointingly light. Luciferus couldn't remember a full-scale invasion campaign which had ended with so few dead. They'd arrived in such overwhelming numbers that there had been little the other side could do apart from die pointlessly, surrender, or run. They'd had a bit of luck, too, and the intelligence provided by the Beyonders about military preparations and fleet dispositions had made a bit of a difference as well, he supposed. But basically, it was just big guns and plenty of them that had done the trick, and the really impressive space battles he'd kind of been hoping for just hadn't materialized. So the system was his, even if the only ground he'd trodden personally was when making one brief appearance at a small mansion in the middle of a jungle to accept the formal surrender of the Hyakon. He'd preferred the symbolic value of the big spherical palace in Borkiel, even if it was damaged, but the security people felt there was still a danger from a well-hidden nuke or something equally unpleasant, so a house in the middle of nowhere it had been. The Hyakon and his people were being held aboard the Luciferus 7. Let the summed fleet kill him, if that was the way it had to be. The Beyonders reported that there had been a few engagements with elements of the Ulubine Mercatoria military, which had turned tail to run, and then encountered their forces. But even there, the Archimandrite was hearing rumours that the fleeing Navaki ships were being allowed to surrender, or even accept a sort of neutral internment, still fully crewed and armed, rather than being destroyed or captured. So Lucephorus was alone again, abandoned by his treacherous allies. They'd lured him here, got him to remove part of the threat against them, and now no doubt hoped that he'd take on the summed fleet squadrons when they arrived, doing the work they were too cowardly to do themselves. Well, the strategists and tacticians were seriously considering cutting their losses and heading back home again. This would seem ignominious to some, but if it was the best thing to be done, then that was all there was to it. Again, he'd kept calm when he'd first heard this latest galling concept. He wasn't stupid. He could see the situation for himself. Do what the enemy least expected, what they would least want you to do. They might, it was still just a might, set off back for the relative safety of Epiphany 5, far away across the empty regions of space they'd spent all those years crossing. It would be unfortunate, but it might be the best thing to do all the same. They'd have to leave a lot of ships behind, and they'd certainly have to abandon the Lucephorus 7. It was too slow and too tempting a target, but they could do it. They'd leave behind sufficient forces to force the summed fleet to first fight within the system and then station some craft there. They'd take only the fastest ships and so have a head start, and they'd hope to lure away the main part of the remainder of the summed fleet squadrons, the bit that would be likely to come after them, by sending the Lucephorus 7 and a small escort screen of lesser ships off in a different direction. It was a horrible thing to have to think about, this running away so soon after getting here and achieving complete victory. But it might be better than standing and fighting when the outcome of the resulting battle was so finely balanced. Or, of course, they could find what they had really come for. This dweller list key, this transform, this magic formula. With that in his possession, Lucephorus would have a bargaining counter of almost infinite value. So he was told, anyway, and for the sake of their own hides, his advisers had better be utterly spot-on right with this one. Literally. He'd have the fuckers skinned alive if they'd led him all this way for nothing. In the meantime, one last throw, one final chance to find what they'd come for. All far too rushed and desperate, but, like all the greatest leaders, the Archimandrite knew that he was at his best when he was under pressure, when the odds were against him and victory was far from certain. Of course, this didn't happen very often to him, because he didn't allow it to. Always better to win easily. But he'd had his share of narrow victories and pressure situations in the past and come out on top, and he hadn't forgotten, and he certainly hadn't lost his touch. He knew he would prevail. He always did. Victory was the only thinkable option. He could do it. He just had to be decisive and determined. That was what he was best at. It was almost better this way. With so little time, with just the one chance, there was no question that it had to be an all-or-nothing, no-holds-barred approach. There was simply no time to go through all the other, more reasonable techniques. Forget playing it calm and quiet. Fuck diplomacy. Abandon all thought of being reasonable and hoping people would be reasonable in return. Just fucking do it. The Archimandrite had made his preparations as best he could. The tacticians thought the first elements of the summed fleet could be hurtling past at near light speed in less than a dozen days, with the rest not far behind. No more waiting. It was now or never. They were in the belly of the great ship. The hideous, swirling, hallucinogenic face of Nascaron lay beneath their feet, visible through diamond film. The Archimandrite had risked coming aboard the Lucephorus 7 for this. If there was some attack on it, unlikely but not impossible, so far ahead of the main part of the summed fleet squadrons, then it would almost certainly have to come from above, and the sheer bulk of the vessel ought to protect them. He had the Rapacious waiting immediately underneath the main hull nearby, linked by a short ship-to-ship. He could be out of his impressively large seat, across the chamber and aboard and away in a minute. To be on the safe side, he had dressed in an emergency e-suit, a thin, constrictive but reassuring presence beneath his formal robes. The collar helmet was hidden by his cowl, which, like the rest of his outer garment, was made of tanned Verne blizzard skin. Cradled against the Rapacious, now that it had been fully checked for bugs and bombs, was the ship that the Liss woman had used to bring the man Saluas Kihar to him. The tech people were very impressed with it. They thought it could probably outrun any ship the other side had. Lucephorus would have been more impressed if it could outrun any missile or beam the other side had. They were here for a conference. a meeting ostensibly to discuss how the new regime in power within the rest of Olubi's system might liaise with the dwellers. The Hyacon Ormilla was present, as was the rest of the surviving Mercatoria top brass. There hadn't really been time to start serious alterations on the Mercatorial power structure, and when he'd found that, as the Beyonders had reported, the Mercatoria was disliked and resented by most of its citizens/subjects, but not actively hated by them, Lucephorus had left the bulk of the civil authorities in place. The main players had all pledged allegiance to him, apart from Fleet Admiral Brimies, who'd been killed in action, the Shrivalti Colonel Somjomion, who'd disappeared and was probably on one of the ships that had run away, and the Caesorian clerk regnant Voriel, who'd chosen death rather than what he seemed to regard as the dishonour of recanting his religious vows. Idiot. Lucephorus had shot him himself. He'd had some of the people who'd been involved in the Dweller embassy, set up a few months before the invasion, brief him on what to expect from the floats. Most of the embassy people had been killed when the commander of the ship they were in had refused to surrender, but a few had survived. Lucephorus wasn't sure he trusted them, though. 3 of his own top half-dozen commanders were present too. The rest were engaged elsewhere, keeping an armed presence wherever it might be needed, and preparing for the anticipated high-speed pass-through of the summed fleet's advance units. No Beyonders, of course. They were still in shock from his unconscionable behaviour in the matter of the single small city and a habitat full of artists, weirdos and do-gooders. He must tell them he'd only chosen the city, whatever it was called he'd forgotten, because it was on the coast and sheltered by mountains so that he could do his sculpting trick again. That would horrify them all over again, with luck. The delegates, representatives, whatever the fuck they were from the Dweller side, were an unprepossessing bunch. They looked big and impressive, especially in their giant wheel-like e-suits, but there was the apparently perennial Dweller problem of finding somebody with sufficient authority to speak for a whole planet. He'd learned early on in his career that Dwellers were best avoided. Leave them alone and they'd leave you alone. He wouldn't have chosen to have anything whatsoever to do with the damn floats if he could possibly have avoided it. But he couldn't, so he was doing his best. Present were 3 Dwellers. All were supposedly as senior as each other, and they were each alone. No aides or secretaries or underlings of any sort, which with any other species would have indicated that these were not serious people at all, but with Dwellers meant nothing in particular. They were Furish, some sort of political scholar who spoke for the red-brown equatorial band they could see beneath them; Chinsian, who was the current chief of chiefs of an umbrella organisation representing all their clubs and other voluntary organisations. Sounded insulting, but allegedly their clubs included their supposedly highly effective military; and Pedipule, who was the city administrator of their largest city, though this was not a capital city in the accepted sense, and apparently being voted to be city administrator was regarded as an imposition, not an honour or a chance to enjoy power. They all had grandiose-sounding titles that didn't really mean anything. All they did was tell you how old the Dwellers were. The Occamandrite would have preferred more obviously senior people, if such a thing existed in Dweller society, and more of them, but he had to work with what was to hand, especially given the time constraints. They did have other Dwellers on the Lucephorus 7, however, over 300 of them. 2 whole shiploads of adolescents and young adults had been welcomed aboard for an extended tour as part of what sounded like a school trip for grown-ups. An alien ship enthusiasts club, apparently. He would never have allowed this normally. Lucephorus was fairly certain that he didn't really have the Dwellers' full attention. His alien-watching experts advised him that the majority of the population of Nascaron was unconcerned about the small war that had just taken place and the presence of the invasion fleet. In fact, the majority didn't even know what had happened and would be unlikely to care. The planet's news services, such as they were full of reports concerning something called a formal war taking place between 2 of the atmospheric bands. This appeared to be a form of extreme sport played out on a vast scale, rather than what Lucephorus would regard as a proper war. They were playing. Well, he would just have to see what he could do to make them take proper notice of him. Suspended over the vast view, the attendees seemed to hang as though about to fall. Above them, on a network of gantries, Lucephorus's personal guard stalked in exoskells, the pads of their claw feet stalking with a steady, silent precision.
"Let's get to the point,"
Lucephorus said, after some desultory inconsequentialities had gone on far too long.
"We want the Sir Facintak," he told the Dwellers. "Even more to the point, we want certain information he's supposed to have been looking for."
"What information?" Chinsian asked.
The club's chief was proving the most voluble of the three dwellers so far. His huge e-suit sat cradled in a sling seat poised over the shallow concavity of diamond film beneath, the planet's bilious reflected light shining faintly up from underneath him. His e-suit was grey with garish pink chevrons. "We are not at liberty to divulge that," Luciferus told the dweller.
"Why not?"
asked the scholar Furish. His e-suit was a kind of dirty white. "I can't tell you," Luciferus said. He held up a gloved, ringed hand, and please don't ask why. Just accept this. The dwellers were silent. They were probably signalling to each other. His tech people had warned him of this and had attempted to design the sling seats so that the creatures couldn't communicate like that. But as soon as the dwellers had seen the seating arrangements, they'd protested and fussed and started pulling and prodding and attempting to reconfigure their seats, and even began rearranging them so that they were in positions relative to each other, which they liked better. Luciferus had ground his diamond teeth, signalled to the tech people to help, and waited for the dwellers to declare themselves happy. Finally, they were all sitting in a great circle, the dwellers and the Hyrcon and his handful of advisers forming most of one half of the circumference, the humans and others, including the Archimandrite, making up the other half. "We don't know where Sir Fasintark is," Cinsian told Luciferus. "Last heard of, he was making for a city in the northern polar region called Eponia, though that is just a rumour."
"Eponia?"
the third dweller, Peripule, said. His e-suit was deep gleaming brown, frilled like seaweed.
"I heard he was seen in Dilt."
"Dilt?" Cinsian said scornfully. "At this time of year?"
"He is an alien," Peripule said. "He knows nothing of fashion."
"Well, first of all," Cinsian began, "he has a minder, and gentlemen," Luciferus said. The three dwellers all rocked back as though shocked.
"The Archimandrite Luciferus is a busy man," the Hyrcon Ormilla boomed. "Discussions regarding the seasonal fashionability of cities in Nascaron might be best conducted between sessions, not during."
"Little dweller," Cinsian said to the Hyrcon, "we are, as a favour to your latest batch of masters, and notwithstanding the likely and faintly hilarious brevity of their precedents, attempting to establish the whereabouts of this Tuck fellow. Luciferus stopped listening. He turned to Tulua, who sat just behind and to the side of him. He looked the other man in the eye. Tulua held his gaze. Luciferus saw the other man swallow. Still his gaze was held. Tulua had never dared to do that before. Luciferus bent fractionally towards him and said quietly, "Desperate times require desperate solutions, Tulua." The other man looked down, then nodded, and started finger-tapping signals into his glove. The Archimandrite turned to the front again. A distant thud sounded, followed a second later by another, then another, like a great clock ticking. Luciferus listened to the two Ulabine Perigals, old men called Tlipain and Emuert, trying to wheedle the dwellers into being more cooperative. The dwellers gave every indication of being sincerely unable even to understand what the word meant. Out of the corner of his eye, minutely silhouetted against the filthy yellow-brown clouds of the planet beneath them, the Archimandrite could see a line of tiny specks drifting off to one side, heading towards the passing cloud tops thousands of kilometres below. "Believe us when we say that we are serious," Commander Bincy, his CNC of ground forces, was saying to the three dwellers.
"Oh, I'm sure you are," Cinsian said airily. "That does not alter the fact that we may be entirely unable to help you."
Commander Bincy started to speak again, but then Luciferus interrupted him. "Gentlemen," he said quietly, and Bincy fell silent. "If I may direct your attention to the view over to one side there." He waved one ringed hand over to the side where the stippled line of specks was moving slowly across the gassily distorted face of the planet. Everybody looked. The dwellers twisted slightly in their seats. Those present in the chamber with especially good eyesight were already reacting. He could hear mutters, gasps, all the usual expressions of shock. "We are serious," Luciferus told the dwellers. He stood. "Do you hear that noise?" He turned his head as though listening. The dull, ticking noise went on, steady, remorseless. "That is a drop bomb chute, firing once a second. Only in this case it is firing people, not warheads. Unprotected human beings are being thrown into space towards your planet at a rate of over 3,000 per hour. They are men, women, and children, old and young adults. People from all walks of life, mostly captured from surrendered ships and damaged habitats.
We have over 20,000 of them aboard. They will continue to be fired at this rate until we make some sort of progress here." He waited for some sort of reaction from the three dwellers, but they just kept on looking at the view. "Now," he continued, "do any of us here present think we might have just remembered anything useful?" He watched the people and the aliens staring at the stippled line of black dots moving slowly away from the great ship. A few people turned to look at him, then looked away when he met their gaze, trying to hide hatred and fear and horror. Odd how people reacted so severely to something unpleasant happening right in front of them, but were prepared to ignore much worse horrors taking place elsewhere. He nodded to Tulua, and a great screen lit up across one side of the chamber, showing the process. People, humans of all sorts, as he'd said, were shown being loaded into a number of huge circular magazines. The humans were almost all struggling, but they were each constrained by a tight wrapping like an elastic sleeping bag, which covered every bit of them except for their faces, and prevented them from doing anything but squirm like maggots and spit at and try to bite the exoscale-wearing soldiers loading them into the launcher magazines. The floor of the vast hold was covered in wriggling, struggling bodies. The sound turned up, and those present in the conference chamber could hear the humans screaming and crying and shouting and begging.
"Archimandrite!" the Harkon shouted. "I have to protest at this. I didn't—"
"Shut up!" the Archimandrite bellowed at him. He looked round the others. "All of you! Not a fucking word!" For a while, the only sound was the muffled thud, thud, thud of the launcher. The scene switched to the muzzle of the launcher on the exterior of the ship, firing, very gently for a gun, the people into space. Their wrapping came off as they were expelled, snapping back around their ankles, so that they could writhe and jerk and spasm satisfactorily as they met the vacuum, naked and suffocated. Some tried to hold their breaths and bulged fit to explode. Blood specked from ears and eyes and mouths and anuses. The cameras followed them. The people usually moved for about a couple of minutes before they stopped. Then they just assumed the one frozen pose, some curled fetal, some spread-eagled, and tumbled slowly, part of an invisible conveyor belt towards the faraway cloud tops.
"Exactly why are you doing this?"
the Dweller Furish asked the Archimandrite. He sounded merely puzzled. "To concentrate minds," Luciferus said coldly. He could hear somebody being sick in the chamber. Not many people were meeting his gaze. The gantries above were thick with immobile guards, weapons already trained on the people below.
"Well, my mind was perfectly concentrated,"
Furish said, with what sounded like a sigh.
"We still can't help you."
"Give me Sir Fassin Tak," Luciferus said, feeling some sweat start to break out on his forehead. He put a stop to that at once.
"We haven't got this talk, fellow,"
the city administrator Peripule said reasonably. "Tell me where he is," Luciferus demanded.
"Sorry," Chinsian said. "Can't help."
"Fucking tell me!" Luciferus roared.
"How can we?"
Furish began. Then Chinsian broke in.
"Perhaps we can ask the people who claim to have seen Siatak last where they think he might be. There were people from the embassy who were reported to be looking for him," Furish pointed out. "Perhaps they found something."
"I thought they were all killed when the embassy ships were destroyed," Chinsian said. "Weren't they?"
"Look,"
Peripule said reasonably to the Archimandrite.
"Why don't we just sleep on it, eh?"
Luciferus pointed furiously at the line of bodies heading slowly towards the planet.
"Don't you fuckwits understand? That doesn't stop until I get what I want."
The three dwellers twisted to look as one.
Peripule said thoughtfully. "I do hope you have enough people."
Luciferus's fists clenched. He felt close to exploding, as though he was one of the people in the little production line of death sliding past the bowed diamond window. He struggled to keep his voice icily calm as he said, "There are 300 Dweller youngsters aboard this ship. Perhaps if we used them instead, or for target practice. What do you think?"
"I think you'll annoy people," Chinsian said and laughed. "You're not seriously trying to use threats against us, are you?" Furish asked. "I had better point out, Mr. Luciferus," Chinsian said with what sounded almost like humour, Now, some of the clubs I represent are of a military bent. Wonderfully enthusiastic, of course, proud to personify them naturally, but sometimes, I don't know, perhaps through boredom, they display characteristics which might almost be said to be bordering on those one would expect to be evinced by fellows of a shoot-first mentality. If you know what I mean.
Luciferus stared at this cretinous float. The plodding thud, thud, thud sound went on. The line of tiny dark shapes continued to move across the tortured, livid face of the gas giant. He turned to Tulua.
"Go to full action stations," he said. "Dark the view."
The vast face of Nascaron disappeared as the diamond bubble went obsidian black. The whole great chamber grew still darker and seemed to shrink. The thudding noise sounded louder.
"You three are to be held hostage," Luciferus told the three dwellers, "as will the young of your kind currently aboard this ship. If there is any attempt to rescue you or them, or any assault on this ship or on any of my ships or assets, you will all be killed. If I don't get something provably useful on Sir Fasin Tak, or whatever it was he was looking for, in the next 6 hours standard, I'm going to start killing you anyway, starting with you three. Understand?"
"Really, Mr. Luciferus," Furish said, "this is no way to run a conference." "I have to say that I have to agree," Jinxian said.
"Shut up!" Luciferus told them. "I also have numerous ships with multi-real-ton antimatter warheads stationed right round this gas giant. Planet busters. If there's still nothing happening after you're all dead, I start detonating them in your precious fucking atmosphere. What passes for the authorities on your giant rotten fart of a planet will be informed of the above in due course."
The Archimandrite looked up at the guards poised on the gantries above.
"Take them away. Get them out of those e-suits, by cutting if necessary."
A dozen giant black figures, like suits of ancient armor, encrusted with huge dark jewels, sailed down, landing on the black diamond film on great talon-spread legs. 4 surrounded each of the 3 e-suited dwellers.
"Well, gentlemen," the dweller called Peripule said ruefully to the other 2, "I suppose it is not open to us to claim we went unwarned."
An instant later, 3 violet circular curtains of light blazed out within the dark chamber, one encircling each dweller. The exoscale guards were either rocked right back or physically blown over. Those unprotected people, standing or sitting further away, were picked up and thrown towards the walls. The shockwave hit Luciferus's tall seat a fraction after the safety shield deployed, so that he watched the resulting chaos through a clinker of half-silvered diamond shutters. The blast shook his seat, shook him, and then reflected and echoed back off the distant walls. The 3 violet cylinders disappeared and left 3 huge, neatly circular holes in the black diamond film beneath. The sickly light of Nascaron's yellow-brown cloud tops shone through. The air in the chamber was whirling and screaming out through the apertures. Blinks of white light flickered outside. 2 of the exoscale guards were tumbled across the floor, scrabbling for grip, and were sucked out of the holes. Luciferus just stood, staring. People, mostly unconscious and badly injured, started to slide in from the edges of the chamber where they'd been deposited by the triple blasts, towards the 3 shining holes. A third exoskeleton-clad figure was being pulled, giant hands scraping and scrabbling frantically at the smooth diamond surface towards the nearest hole and the whirling vortex forming above it. Then the ship's systems finally woke up to what was happening, and a dark shape flicked across the 3 puncture wounds in the vessel's skin, sealing off the light and keeping what remained of the atmosphere within. Relative calm returned. The thud, thud, thud noise continued. A rushing sound signaled replacement air being pumped back into the chamber. The exoscale guards got to their feet, looked around, then ran over to form a protective shield about the Archimandrite. More black shapes came plummeting from the gantries. Luciferus could hear people in the chamber moaning. He turned to look at Tulua, who was limping up to him through the phalanx of exoscale guards, his own emergency e-suit and helmet deployed, the shiny bulge of faceplate reflecting the silvery diamond bubble that enclosed the Archimandrite and his chair.
"Kill the other dwellers," Luciferus told him.
Tulua leaned in, hand to the side of his head, seemingly not hearing.
"Kill the other dwellers!" Luciferus shouted.
He clicked a stud on the arm of the seat,
and the diamond shuttering fell away. "Get us away from here," he told the other man. "Warn the planet. The AM warheads launch in 3 hours if they don't start cooperating." He looked at where the 3 Dweller representatives had made their sudden exit. "And make sure the Rapacious wasted those 3 comedians." "Sir," Tulor said, "and what about the chute supply?" It took a moment before Luciferus realized that he meant the people being launched towards the planet. He waved one hand. Dump the lot." The Archimandrite Luciferus clicked the E-suit's communicator and told the Rapacious he was on his way. He marched through the moaning wounded towards the ship-to-ship and the waiting vessel beneath. The exoskull guards fell in around him, forming a giant hedge of armoured limbs and menacingly jagged torsos. He was almost at the ship-to-ship entrance when he was thrown off his feet. The exoskull staggered as the whole vast ship shook. One of the giant guards nearly fell on him, regaining his balance only at the last moment, servos whining. "Now what?" Luciferus demanded. "Damage control here, sir," a voice said from the E-suit. "Energy bolt straight to the whole ship, dead amidships, about 2 meters diameter. Plus, the bows have been shot off, back to about the 80-meter mark. Just gone. Same novel energy profile as the midships beam. Light speed, 0 warning. Reactive defense systems still looking for a countermeasure against any subsequent usage. Nothing coming up so far, sir." "Come, sir," another voice said. "Dwellers demanding return of their people aboard. Apparently those were just warning shots." Tulua came striding up. Luciferus looked at him. "Hand the Dwellers back," he told the ADC. "Then get this thing away from here." He strode towards the ship-to-ship. "And the AM ships, sir?" "Leave them where they are. Delay the ultimatum until the Luciferus 7 is clear." "Sir!" This time, the Archimandrite made it all the way to the waiting flagship. An hour later, the Luciferus 7 was still making its lumbering, injured way out of the planet's gravity well. The Rapacious was already 500,000 clicks away and still accelerating. The Archimandrite, still shaking with rage, even in his acceleration couch, the full awfulness and sheer insult of what had happened at last sinking in, his patience finally exhausted. Those 3 facetious shithead Dwellers had even escaped, E-suits reflecting or deflecting everything the Rapacious had thrown at them after they'd exited the Luciferus 7, disappearing apparently unharmed into the cloud tops. Ordered that the ultimatum be made to the Dwellers immediately, and that one of the ships carrying an AM warhead should drop its weapon into the planet's atmosphere just to show that they were serious. The reply was almost instantaneous. The ship with the AM bomb, each one of the 20 ships with the AM bombs, vanished in a sudden pinpoint flare of light. All the warheads went off partially, reacting messily with the ordinary matter debris left after the destruction of the ships. 20 ragged little suns guttered round Nascaron like a tilted necklace, flaring, flaring again, and fading slowly once more. Moments later, a hypervelocity missile rose out of the turgid skies of the gas giant and found the Luciferus 7, despite all its desperate countermeasures, within 2 minutes of clearing the cloud tops. The radiation front tripped the Rapacious' sensor buffers. That was how a proper antimatter warhead was supposed to work, seemed to be the implication. The last signal from the great ship, before it was ripped entirely apart and turned into radiation and high-speed shrapnel, was from aide-de-camp Tulua, calmly informing Luciferus that the Archimandrite was a cunt. Fasin Tak looked up at the stars of home. He felt tears in his eyes, even within the shock gel. He rested on a windswept platform above a small cloud-top city low in the South Polar region, just a couple of 1,000 kilometers from the torn fluid boundary with Nascaron's southernmost atmospheric belt. He tried to locate a friendly satellite, some signal that the little gas craft could recognize, but he couldn't find anything. All broadcast signals were either terribly weak or scrambled, and he couldn't locate any low-orbit devices to bounce a hail off. He tried to lock onto one of the weak broadcast wavelengths and use the gas craft's biomind to decipher the signals, but the routines didn't seem to be working. He gave up. For the moment, he was content just to sit here and look out at the few familiar stars. Despite Yusul's injuries, they'd still had to undergo an, albeit slightly gentler form of the wild spiralling. Fasin had lain in the gas craft, feeling the series of nested corkscrewings and helixes build up like some coiling spring, thinking that this was them entering the wormhole, though in fact, as it turned out,
They'd already been through it, and this was the unwinding. Then, suddenly, they were here, back in Nascaron, in the southern polar region, not the northern one they'd left from. Sinking down just a few kilometres through the cloud tops, the ex-Verne ship Protreptic had come to rest in a slightly too big cradle in an enormous echoing cavern of a hangar here in the lower regions of the nearly deserted polar city of Quaibrai. The city administrator and a crowd of several hundred dwellers had met them, hooting and throwing streamers and scent grenades. A delegation, comprising individuals from several different alien ship enthusiast clubs, had become particularly excited when they'd seen the Voan craft and had bobbed up and down with impatience as Isul had been carefully offloaded and given into the care of a hospital squad. As soon as Isul, Fassin and the true twin Quersa and Janath had exited, the chirping, sizzling mass of enthusiasts rushed aboard, jostling for position as they tried to fit down the corridors and access ways. The true twin had thoughtfully expanded the ship from its needle-ship portal-piercing formation to a fatter and hence more commodious configuration, but it still looked like a tight squeeze. Isul, already looking half-mended, though still shaking off the grogginess of his semi-coma, had twisted a fraction in his scoop stretcher to look at Fassin as the hospital squad brought their ambulance skiff down to him.
"See," he'd croaked. "Got you back safely, didn't I?"
Fassin had agreed that he had. He'd tried to pat Isul, but used the wrong manipulator, and instead just jerked in mid-gas. He'd swiveled and used the gascraft's other arm, clutching the wounded dweller's hub hand.
"You off home now?"
Isul had asked. "However much of it is left. I don't know. I don't know what to do."
"Well, if you do go, come back soon."
Isul had paused and shaken himself, as though trying to wake up more fully.
"I should be ready to receive visitors again in a couple of dozen days or so, and I anticipate a very full social calendar indeed thereafter. I fully intend to exploit my recent injuries and experiences without compunction and exaggerate outrageously my part in the taking of the Verne ship, not to mention embellish my fight with the Verne commander to the point of what will probably seem like complete unrecognizability the first time you hear it. I'd appreciate your corroboration, providing you are able to enter into the spirit of the thing and not insist on being overly encumbered by the vulgar exigencies of objective truth, whatever version of it you may think you recall. What do you say?"
"My memory's kind of hazy," Fassin had told the dweller. "I'll probably back up anything you say."
"Splendid.
If I can come back, I shall." Privately, he didn't even know if he could get away in the first place. He didn't know what sort of infrastructure remained to get him off the planet, get the gascraft repaired, and return him, if whoever was in charge would let him return, nor whether the dwellers would allow him to return. During the last part of the 6-hour journey from the wormhole, when Quersa and Janath had allowed him to see where they were and let him access the local data-carrying spectra, he tapped into the Nascaron news services to see what had been going on during his absence. The Dweller news was all about the war, the formal war between Zone 2 and Belt C. Apparently, it had become deeply exciting and enthralling, and was already being talked of in respected critical circles as a classic of the genre, even though it was probably barely halfway through yet, and still, with any luck at all, had a great deal to offer. Fassin had to search out a specialist alien watcher service to find out that, starting about 30-plus days earlier, the Alubis system had been invaded and taken over by the Epiphany 5 Discon, or Starveling cult forces, under the leadership of the Archimandrite Luciferus. The last significant, organized Ulabine mercatorial resistance had ended just a dozen or so days ago, following the formal surrender by the Hyakon Ormilla after the destruction of a city on Sepecta and a habitat in orbit around it. A counterattack by several squadrons of the summoned fleet was expected to commence within the next few dozen days or so. The latest was that a peace and cooperation conference was taking place about now in the Starveling ship Luciferus 7 in orbit about Nascaron. Fassin had sent a message which would at least attempt to find Valsir. He would wait a bit and see if that raised a reply. He'd thought of contacting Setstaien, but then he remembered vaguely that somebody had said something to him that had made him uneasy about the Dweller. No. Wait, it had been the other way round, hadn't it? Setstaien had always been a charming and helpful friend. Setstaien had warned him against the old Dweller who'd been in charge of the great spherical thing that had risen out of the clouds and demolished the Mercatoria's raiding force at the gas clipper regatta. Yes, that made more sense. He wondered why he couldn't remember in more detail. It was strange. He'd always had a really good memory. Quersa and Janath seemed to be surrounded by well-wishers wanting to know more about the Voan craft. The true twin dweller had seen Fassin looking at them through the crowd and waved. Fassin had waved back. He'd watched Isul being placed into the ambulance skiff and tried to work out what he knew and didn't know, what he could and could not remember. He could have gone with Isul in the ambulance, he supposed, but he felt a need to get away for a while, to be alone for a time. He'd come up here to see the stars and wait and think, and maybe do a bit of mathematical analysis. He took the little image leaf out of its locker in the gascraft's flank. He looked at it. Since whatever had happened aboard the protreptic, the little gascraft couldn't see as well as it used to, but its close-up detail vision was good enough on one side for the image of blue sky and white clouds to be perfectly clear. He zoomed in, rechecking the image he had stored in the... The image wasn't there in the craft's memories. That was strange. He had the feeling that he had recorded the image and already half-deciphered something that was hidden inside it. He was sure he had. It had seemed really important at the time, too. He was certain. Fassin tried really hard to think back to what had occurred after they were attacked by the Voan ship. He knew they'd been captured and interrogated, and the Voan had messed around with his brain and with the gascraft's biomind and memories. Then a ship that the Iain had sent to rescue them had attacked the Voan ship, and somehow he and Isul and the true twin had overpowered the surviving Voan crew. They'd overpowered Voan. How had that happened? The Iain ship had been able to distract the Voan, and the Velpin had played a part too, some sort of anti-piracy automatics kicking in and helping to take on the Voan. Quersa and Janath had been distinctly cagey about what sort of techniques that old ship had used against the Voan. Fassin had no idea. Maybe it had happened the way they said. Maybe not. Maybe the Velpin had had an AI aboard, and that had wasted the Voan, only Quersa and Janath didn't want people to know about it. They could have told him practically anything and he'd have believed them. The Voan had messed with his memories so badly. He remembered sitting on the steps of a temple, looking out over a wide, slow-moving river, talking to an old... man? An old dweller. This was quite a vivid image, rather than a linear strand of memory. That had to have happened in some form of VR, didn't it? Maybe that old man had been the representation of the Velpin's AI. Perhaps that was who or what he had been talking to, or at least met. He tried to concentrate and looked down at the image leaf again. He'd been given this by Valsir. Was that right? It had been a sort of calling card, a letter of introduction, leading him to... He seemed to feel it had led him to Valsir, but that didn't make sense. No, wait. The house in the depths, and the old wandering dweller. He'd given him the image leaf, and it had led him somehow to Valsir. But there was something else. He'd discovered something else. He'd woken up thinking about this before the wormhole transition. There was something hidden in the image leaf. A message, a code. Fassin looked round the empty platform. There was nobody else here. He let the little gascraft's image processors drink in the view shown on the image leaf in as much detail as it could offer. Various routines started running. In a few minutes, his gaze was torn away from the sparse but familiar-looking starscape above. He looked at the results. There had been something in there. It looked like alien algebra. There was about a page and a half of it. It looked like one long equation, or maybe 3 or 4 shorter ones. He felt very excited. He wasn't entirely sure why, but he had an idea that this linked into the dweller list. The details evaded him, but he knew that he'd been looking for the transform that was supposed to open up the famous list, and maybe, just possibly, this piece of alien mathematics had something to do with it. Maybe what he had before him here was the transform, though that was a little difficult to believe. Fassin tried to figure out what the symbols in front of him might mean, but couldn't even get started. The gascraft's comprehensively mucked around memories might once have contained something which would have sent him in the right direction, but they didn't anymore. He linked with the city's data nets, synced with an Equatorial University library, and looked up a data reservoir specializing in alien mathematics. He chose a couple of symbols at random and pinged them to the database. It answered immediately with references. What he was looking at was expressed in translatory 5, a pan-species universal notation of just under 2 billion years age, devised by the long-extinct Wappold from earlier dweller elements. He downloaded a full translation suite. He had to stop and look out over the cloud tops. He was experiencing a strange mix of emotions. This might be the thing he'd been sent to look for, the very object of his mission. Their mission, rather. He ought not to forget Colonel Hatherans. This could well be what he'd been looking for all that time, and yet, if the Mercatoria, or at least the Ulabine part of it, had hoped that this would save them, then it hadn't. He'd got back too late, and the invasion had already happened. It was all over. And there was so much he seemed to have forgotten. What had the Voan done to him? His soul had been badly injured, but apart from the effects of his healing coma, he seemed, and professed himself to be, fine mentally. Quersa and Janath didn't seem to have suffered at all. Maybe that was just luck, or something to do with being a true twin, he didn't know. Still, there was this to be done, this deciphering. It might still lead to something momentous. The invasion might have already happened, but the counterattack was still to take place, and anyway, there was his own take on the rights and wrongs of what was going on. He would still rather the Beyonders had the information, if there was any useful information to be had in the equation. Something glinted in space, just over the horizon to the west, way out across the cloud tops. A ship, perhaps. Fassin returned his attention to the equation and the alien translation suite. He applied one to the other. In the virtual space which the gascraft's crippled biomind projected into his own mind, the image split, and a copy of the equation appeared alongside the original. He watched the symbols shuffle and change in the copy, turning into Dweller standard notation. The symbols on both copies of the equation flickered and highlighted, turned different colours, and seemed to swell out, and then lapse back in again, amongst the rest, as the equation worked itself out. It was truly an equation too. He'd had some vague idea, thanks to something that somebody had said, that it might be a frequency and signal or something. But it wasn't that. Or if it was very oddly disguised. The last few terms flicked and flashed on both sides of the split image. The answer appeared right at the end, blinking slowly. It was a 0. He stared at it. At them. A 0, in Dweller standard notation, was a dot with a short line under it. In translatory V, it was a diagonal slash. A dot with a short line under it winked at him from the copy of the equation. A diagonal slash lay at the end of the original, also slowly flashing. He tried again. Same result. He rechecked the image, pulled the hidden code out of it again in case the processor systems had made a mistake the first time. There had been no mistake. The equation he came up with the second time was the same as the first. He ran that one as well anyway. 0. Fassin laughed. He could feel himself inside the shock gel, nested within the little arrowhead craft, chest and belly shaking. He had a sudden, vivid image of standing on the rocky shore of a planet, waiting for something. He stopped laughing. 0. So the final answer was nothing. He'd been sent to the far side of the galaxy, had the answer with him all the time anyway, and what it was fuck all. But in maths. He started laughing again. Ah, well. Another glint, out over the cloud tops again, nearly directly north and high. A scatter of tiny lights lit up the sky just beneath whatever it was that had just reflected the light. A hint of violet, then white. He watched the same region of space for a few moments, looking for more. Whatever it was, it had to be fairly far away. If it was the same thing that had glinted earlier near the horizon, then it was something high over the equatorial zone, tens of kiloclicks out. 0. Well, that was illuminating. Fassin wondered if there really was a true answer somewhere, if what he'd found, what Valseer had stumbled onto, and then what Fassin had unknowingly brought out with him after his long-ago delve, was part of a whole suite of decoy answers. Was there just this one,
Or were there more? Was the myth of the Dweller list's famous transform footnoted with hundreds of false answers? Well, if it was, he wasn't going to go looking for them. He'd done his bit. He'd even, in a sense, accomplished his mission when he'd thought it was never going to happen. He was too late, and the result was a nonsense, a joke, almost an insult, but by any given god you cared to name, he'd done it. He ought to start thinking about how he was going to get off the planet, or at least get the information out there just for form's sake. Share the indifferent news. Another couple of flashes from space near where the first crop had shone. One tiny blink, one longer flare. A few moments later, what looked like a ship's drive lit up and floated away, gathering speed quickly. Fassin looked for evidence of any shared facility satellites, or indeed any mercurial hardware anywhere around Nascaron. There didn't seem to be anything. He told Aon Liss he'd tried to ping a position between two Seer satellites, EQ4 and EQ5, but the satellites weren't there anymore. He wondered if he could work out where they would have been, and so where the microsat that he'd suggested the Beyonder's position between the two might be. He looked inside the gascraft's memory, trying to find the sat schedules, dug them out, then fed in the local time and his current location. A position blinked on his field of vision, away across the cloud tops, a little off due north, some few kiloclicks beneath where the recent activity had been, in line of sight now. He decided to treat this piece of luck as a good omen, and sent a signal saying he was back, so that, if nothing else, he'd have done what he'd said he would do. He waited a while, but there was no acknowledgement, let alone a reply. He hadn't really expected one. He wondered what was left of the Shrivalti Ocular, and whether he should even try to report to it. He needed to do some research into exactly how much had changed since the invasion, see whether he was listed as dead, and whether he was being looked for or not. Maybe people had forgotten about him in all the excitement. Fassin laughed again. Oh, if only. The whole E5 Discon invasion, so they'd been told, was happening quite specifically because of the list and the transform. If that was even partly, even slightly true, and his mission hadn't been hidden from the invaders, then they probably would be looking for him, and quite hard too, given that they might not have much time before the summoned fleet crashed the party. In a way, the zero result equation was a relief. The information he'd brought back was such that he didn't mind sharing it with anybody and everybody. If it had truly told the location of the wormhole portals, it would have been the most crushingly awful burden he could have borne, an infinitely precious and probably infinitely deadly possession. He should be glad it was a joke. If it had been the useful truth, if it had been what they had all hoped it was going to be, then almost certainly, no matter who he chose to tell, would first torture him, or at the very least tear his mind apart to make sure he was telling the truth, and then kill him to make sure he couldn't tell anybody else. He'd kind of hoped that the Beyonders might be more humane than that, but it was a big risk to take. He'd be better just broadcasting the result, then disappearing if he could. Maybe the Dwellers would let him stay. Valseer. If nothing else, he ought to let his Dweller friend know that the information they'd all been so concerned about in fact amounted to nothing more than a piddling little zero. Then there was the matter of telling Valseer that for this nothing, his friend and colleague Lacecroft had killed himself. Not all good news he'd arrive bearing then. Fassin looked up the storm sailing news service. There were fewer regattas than usual, thanks to all the interest in the war, and a lot of sailors who'd normally be on the gas clippers and storm jammers would be required to crew the dreadnoughts and other combat craft. But there were still a dozen meetings going on at any one time throughout the planet. If he was going to go looking for Valseer at regattas, he might have a long search. He thought about contacting the city administrator to arrange for transport. Yusul would most likely be transferred back home to Houseskip City in a day or two, and Fassin could probably just accompany the injured Dweller back there. Then he wondered if he ought to be more careful. Nobody seemed to have paid him much attention at all when he disembarked from the protreptic, but that didn't mean his arrival hadn't been noticed by somebody. Were there any humans, other seers, or anybody else present in Nask? Somebody. Valseer? Oh, damn this suddenly failing memory. Somebody had told him there were factions and differences of opinion within the Dwellers over the list, and even the seemingly endemic, congenital disregard the Dwellers displayed towards the rest of the galaxy's inhabitants. We are not a monoculture. That had been Valseer, hadn't it? Would any group of dwellers wish him ill, or somehow be under the command of somebody who did? He called up the usually most reliable alien watching service and accessed the global map. It was, for the first time since he'd been looking at it, completely clear. According to the display, there was not a single alien entity alive in Nascaron. That appeared to include him. So his return hadn't been documented yet, at least not by the enthusiasts who run this service. He was being called. Quersa and Janath. He put the image leaf back in its flank locker. Fassin. Anywhere we can take you. Locally, hasten to add. Ship at our disposal. Favour road. That sort of thing. I don't know, Fassin replied. I've been thinking about that. Do you know any more about what's happening with the invasion and the Starveling cult forces? Getting reports coming in just now that there's been some sort of breakdown at some conference. Firefight, bluntly. I'd like to find my friend Valsir, Fassin said. I've sent a call, but no answer's come back. I thought I might find him at a... As he spoke, he thought suddenly of the Rushwing Shumarith, the dwellers, hanging, trailed on long lines behind the great long flexible wing forever powering its way into the high skies of Nascaron. The Rushwing. That was the other place Valsir had said he might be found. Yes, he told the Tree Twin. I do know where you could take me. Be in atmosphere, you realize. Not that quick. Entirely used up our luck quotient, bringing the ship into Nask unseen in the first place. Vern's ship, see? Nervous-making sort of thing for a lot of people, apparently. That's fine, Fassin told them. They were scudding through the cloud stems under the topmost haze layer less than an hour later when the AM warheads went off. One was directly above them. Oh, wow! Look at our shadow! A minute later, what they would later discover had been the destruction of the great ship Luciferus 7 cast part of a giant halo of light all over the western sky. Quersa and Janath freely confessed to being terribly impressed. The protreptic tore serenely on. The first 12 ships of the summed fleet streaked across the inner system of Volubis at just 1% below light speed. Kilometre-long black minarets, girdled by fast-spinning sections, loosing missile clusters, pack munitions, scatter mines, stealth drones and suicide launchers, they lanced across the whole system in less than 4 hours. Nascaron's orbit in less than 1, and Sepecta's in 15 minutes. Billions of kilometres behind them, on the same course and decelerating hard, lay the Mannlicher Kakano and the main body of the summed fleet. Taints Yarabokin floated in her pod. In the VR command space of the battleship, there was something approaching total silence as the entire command crew lay quietly listening to the sparse exchanges beaming back from the 12 advanced units darting across the system dead ahead. Taints was amazed at how nervous she felt. She could feel her body trying to exhibit all the classic signs of the fight-or-flight response, and the pod's biosystems doggedly countering each one. There was no doubt that this was an important mission. It would arguably be the most crucial one she'd ever been a part of. She was of sufficiently senior rank to have been briefed at the start on the strategic momentousness of what they were being sent to do. But even so, she was surprised how similar she felt now to the way she'd felt on her first few combat missions. You never fully shook off the adrenaline rush, no matter how many missions you undertook. The consensus was that the day you felt completely blasé about a forthcoming engagement was either the day you were going to die or the day you should resign your commission forthwith. But the way she felt now was worryingly similar to how she'd felt before those early missions. Somewhere, her nervousness would be being noted too. Even if a live human medical officer wasn't watching her life signs now, a program would be flagging her current state of anxiety as worth further investigation later. No privacy. Well, she'd known that when she joined up. Taints took her mind away from these perplexing, almost embarrassing feelings and watched the data coming back from the lead ships. What happened now? What these 12 craft discovered or didn't discover as they crossed the system at accelerated particle speeds would determine how the next part of her life was lived out. There had been some odd energy and drive signatures from the system over the last few days, though nothing as bizarre as the sudden commotion around Nascaron a few days ago. 20+ antimatter explosions, all but one, it looked like, spread around the planet in a neat, if wavy circle. They detonated too far out to do any great damage to the gas giant itself or to its inhabitants, and the explosions had been very messy, almost as if they hadn't been functioning warheads detonating efficiently, but rather 20 very big ships losing AM containment at exactly the same time. Then, a minute or two later, an even bigger AM burst, less than a light second out from Nascaron, with a profile of something the size of the behemoth ship they'd identified earlier getting thoroughly blasted. Then, nothing, apart from the ambiguous maybe leaving indications. Because one plausible explanation that fitted most of the signs, no explanation anyone had come up with so far fitted all of them, was that the bad guys were pulling out. Nobody in Fleet Command really believed this was what could be happening. The starveling cult force had crossed decades of space to get to Ulubis. They wouldn't turn tail and face the equally long trek back after just a few weeks, would they? But it looked like one of the more likely explanations. The data about to arrive would decide it one way or the other. The battle cruiser 88, the advanced squadron's flagship, collating the real-time intelligence of the spearhead-shaped force and signalling it back to the main fleet, reported 3 heavy craft within detection, though not attack range of the first point destroyer. It signalled 2 of the following cruisers to adjust their trajectories and prepare remote munitions, guided and dumb. Little comms bleed. Possibly this was just good discipline or marginally better tech than they'd anticipated. Flank cruisers and destroyers reported a few missile platforms, firing at them futilely, given their speed. A lot of mines well spread. Evidence of AM material still floating free near the planet Nascaron in a debris profile that fitted exactly 20 ships having blown up at the same time 8 days earlier. One big debris field still heading outwards from the gas giant, spreading consistent with a very large ship having been destroyed. A few other small enemy ships showing, the closest responding to their passing, firing beam weapons. No hits. The destroyer Bofors passed within a kiloclick of a vessel of about the same size as it, identified it as a hostile before the other ship had even registered the craft hurtling past, and hit and destroyed it with a high X-ray laser from its phase modulation collar turret before the hostile had time to react. Halfway across the system now, still just the 3 big targets. There should be hundreds. The 4 craft at the trailing end of the advanced squadron's spear point had time to spare while they nudged, deflected, and picked off some of the targets that the point and mid-body ships had identified. They turned long-range sensors on the outer system and beyond, in the general direction of the E5 Discon, getting a straight-down look along that track which the main fleet had only ever been able to view at a 90-degree angle. Drive signatures, hundreds of them, most of 1,000 ships, all heading for home, taking a slightly acutely angled route that had hidden their drives from the main body of the fleet for the last 6 or 7 days. Half an hour later, it was like party time. The advanced squadron was almost all the way through the system, braking hard to return in a few dozen days, and the small formations of ships between them and the main body of the fleet had been ordered to forget about follow-up high-speed passes and start decelerating at their individual safe maxima. All the signs were that the system was almost clear of enemy ships, and the starveling cult's main fleet was in high-speed retreat back along roughly the course it had approached on. Even the 3 big targets were powering up now and heading in the same direction as the decamping invasion force. A few dozen smaller drives lit up as smaller, lighter craft got set to bail out too. There would be some clearing up to do, and no doubt various mines and automatic munitions to try and keep them occupied while the enemy fleet made its escape. But there would be no main fleet engagement in Ulubis system, no mega battle. Their orders were to retake Ulubis system at any cost and hold it. A fast, light force of a dozen or so ships might be sent to harry the tardier fringes of the retreating fleet and provide continuing incentivization for their speedy withdrawal, but they were specifically not to risk chasing en masse for some decisive battle. They had already achieved victory. They were expressly forbidden from taking the slightest risk of throwing it all away. The command staff was celebrating. Taints lay curled in her pod, listening to her colleagues babbling with happiness and obvious relief. Various people talked to her, gabbing away about how the mere threat of their arrival could turn away a fleet 3 times the size of theirs. How they wished now they'd been with the advanced squadron just to have seen some action, damn it, and how they were probably going to get a hero's welcome when they got to Ulubis. She tried to respond in kind, mustering expressions of tension released and fears assuaged, and all the time pretending to pretend that she'd have preferred a proper fight.
Vice Admiral.
The image of Admiral Kisipt appeared in front of her, automatically displacing all the other images of celebrating crew. Sir. She tried to pull her thoughts away from the sick feeling inside.
You must be pleased. We won't have to turn your home system into too much of a battleground.
Of course, sir. Though there will be mines, booby traps, no doubt.
No doubt. And I'm keeping a full sweep alert in operation between here and the system, just in case.
Gissept paused. The old Vaughan's head tipped to one side as he regarded her.
I think it has been very stressful for you, anticipating what might happen when we got to Alubis, yes?
I suppose so, sir. Taints wondered if he'd already been alerted to her earlier nervousness, if this was a conversation, even a kind of evaluation inspired by that.
Well, the place doesn't look too badly shut up, judging from the advance results. You ought to be able to relax soon. We'll need you for liaison and ceremonial duties mostly, I should think.
The Admiral made a smile.
That will be all right.
Of course, sir. Thank you.
Good.
The Admiral made a show of looking around at the other images distributed about his own icon.
Well, I'd better talk to a few more people, calm them down, remind them there's still a job to be done. As you were, Vice.
Sir. The Admiral's image disappeared. Taints didn't bring any of the others to the fore, but turned away from the social space altogether for tax space. What have I become? She thought, staring into the dark volumes of tax space, watching and not watching coloured lines move and slowly extend. Groups of figures, groups of ships, tracing their way through the deep space skies bordering Alubis system. I wanted a proper battle. Death and destruction. I wanted death and destruction. I wanted the chance to die, the chance to kill, the chance to die. She stared into the awful emptiness as people celebrated around her. What have I become? Fassin felt restless as the protreptic powered its way through the belts and zones of Nascaron, heading for the rushwing Shumarith, riding high in the clear gas spaces between two haze layers in Bandai. The ex-Vaughan ship shredded clouds as it sped through the atmosphere, keeping just under the median cloud level. Quersa and Janath amused themselves by taking turns to pilot in real time and see by how little they could miss shaving the edges of plunge stems. This involved quite a lot of whooping and the occasional softish collision, making the whole ship shudder. Fassin left them to it and floated away back through the ship, ending up in the chamber where their interrogation and the fight had taken place. He looked round it, at the dent seats and restraints, at the scars and burn marks on the floor, ceilings and walls, and could remember nothing about what had happened. He felt frustrated, even depressed. He floated back towards the command space, stopping just before he got there to look inside what appeared to be the commander's cabin, close to the flight deck. The cabin was sparsely furnished and decorated. Fassin suspected that it had lost a few bits and pieces to some of the more acquisitive alien ship enthusiasts back at Quebrai. He looked at a square on the wall where something had been removed. The protreptic shook very slightly. A distant whoop sounded from the command space, a couple of open doors and a short corridor away. Fassin experienced a shudder of his own, and a feeling of something like déjà vu or swim. I was born in a water moon, he thought to himself, knowing he was quoting something or somebody, but not knowing what or who. Another shudder ran through the ship. High-pitched giggles rang from the flight deck. 0. Hey, Fassin, Quersa and Janath said. Call for you. Patch through. Who is it? He asked. No ident. Human female voice. Hold on, we'll ask. 0, Fassin thought. 0. It was a fucking answer. On list, name given. Any bells rung? The rushwing Shumarith, a thin blade across the dun sky, held no sign of Alcea. The protreptic went off to bag more plunge stems, promising to return. Fassin flew the little gas craft wearily along the line of tethered, oblivious, wing-hanging dwellers waiting for a sign. In the end, the other gas craft was obvious. He spotted it from a couple of 1,000 meters away. The other device saw him at the same time and sent, Fassin? No, I'm a warhead. Who are you? Iain. See, you've brought a gun. He'd taken a Voan hand weapon from the protreptic. Once he'd found an armory that hadn't been raided for souvenirs by the ship enthusiasts of Quaibarai. Quersa and Janath hadn't objected. On the contrary, they'd advised him in rather too much detail on the different capabilities and skill profiles of the various guns on offer, when all he wanted was something robust, reliable and powerful that he could use to defend or kill himself with. So in his good manipulator, Fassin now toted a chunky device of what Quersa and Janath had termed the CBE persuasion, crude but effective. He made a show of holding the charged weapon in front of his primary sensing band as he approached. "Yes," he said. "It's a souvenir." He drew up by the other machine. It was about the same size and shape as his own, if in rather better condition, and oriented at 90 degrees, the vertical axis longer than the horizontal. It rode inside the cup of still gas behind the open diamond shelter trailing behind the rush wing, near the port limit of the 10-kilometre wing. Wary, unable to be anything else, he noted that the two enclosures on either side of the one holding the other small gas craft were each occupied by large dwellers who looked rather young to have given themselves up, even temporarily, to a life of high-speed, high-altitude contemplation. The nearest few tether points beyond those on either side were all empty. "Come on in," the other machine said, moving forward until its nose nestled into the inner surface of the diamond enclosure. He pulled in behind, wobbling in the sudden pool of still gas after the howl of slipstream. They were almost touching. Most of the upper surface of the machine facing him turned transparent, showing somebody who certainly looked like Iain Liss lying nearly fully prone in a high G seat. He saw her fight to raise an arm and wave, a grim expression on her face that turned into a grin as she looked out at him. He deopaked what he could of his own gascraft's carapace, though the results weren't perfect. Fassin didn't even try to smile back. "Think you could point that thing away from me?" she said. He saw her grin. "I realize this is the first time I've ever said that to—" "No," he sent back, still pointing the Voan gun at her. "Okay," she said, smile vanishing. "So, welcome back. Good trip?" "No." "You got a manipulator you can use in that thing?" "Yes. Won't claim I'm an expert, but—" He moved his own gascraft forward until it was centimetres from hers. "Talk to me the old way." He saw her frown, then smile uncertainly. "Okay," she said. "This might be a bit, He could see her shifting her gaze to look down at her right forearm, lying squashed on the cradle arm of the G-chair. She looked like she always had, and at the same time quite different. Hair dark, not blonde or auburn or white this time. The high gravity and her attempt to look at her arm as she worked the unfamiliar manipulator interface gave her jowls. He was already fairly sure it was Iain, but he was still quite prepared to kill her. The manipulator came out slowly, unsteadily. Fassin kept his own well out of the way, still holding the gun on her. The two big dwellers on either side hadn't made any move. The manipulator came forward and touched the hull carapace of his own little gascraft, finger ends spreading awkwardly. In the end, he saw, she had to close her eyes to do it. The fingers on the abraded, nearly insensitive gascraft skin spelled out Sol. He could see her getting frustrated. He watched the expression on her face deepen into a profound, eyes tightly closed frown as she struggled to make the manipulator do exactly what she wanted. He felt tears prick his eyes again. Though he could still shoot her or himself. Anybody. "So, still crazy," she managed at last, and her eyes opened, and she flashed a hugely relieved and pleased with herself smile at him. He switched the gun off. They rode together in the still ball of gas behind the cup of diamond, held on a deep curve of line behind the rushwing's thin blade. "Not us. That wasn't us. Not guilty. It wasn't even the Starvelings, murdering fucks though they may be." "Then who did it?" "The Makatoria Fass. They killed your people." "What? Why?" "Because they found out that Sept Bantrabal had kept whatever they were sent that briefed you. They were supposed to junk it from the substrate as soon as it was finished, but they didn't. It wasn't quite an AI like they sent to the Hyakon, but it had a lot in common. It was a big step along the way to a true AI,
and it was onward engineerable. That's why. The attacks we and the starvelings were making gave them the cover, but even if the truth got out, it would just reinforce how seriously they took the no AIs thing. Fassin supposed it made sense. Old Slovius had always been looking for an edge, some advantage over the other septs. That was what had brought Bantrabal to its position of prominence over the years. It sounded plausible, sounded like something Slovius would do and browbeat his underlings into doing. And certainly he'd put nothing past the Mercatoria. "And how do you know all this?" he asked her. He saw her shake her head. "Spies everywhere, Fass," she told him, almost rueful. "We have a lot of friends." "I'm sure." Did he believe her? Well, until further notice. The Beyonders had known about the list, about the transform. Like, it seemed, a lot of people, they had known long before he had. He'd only discovered what he'd stumbled upon during that long-ago delve when he'd been told, along with everybody else, by the projection of Admiral Quile in the Hyakon's palace. By then, the Beyonders had long since sent their own fleet to the system's Zateki, believing, like the Geltic, who had first deciphered the information he'd retrieved and had understood its significance, that the transform was there in the second ship. And they'd already met defeat at the hands of the Verne. Half the fucking galaxy seemed to have been buzzing round Zateki, searching for a ship that wasn't there, if it even ever had been, and meanwhile he'd known nothing. "You could just have asked me to look for it for you," Fassin told her. "I'd have started the search for the transform in Nask centuries ago, if you guys had just fucking asked." She looked at him for a long time, an expression on her face of, he wasn't sure. Sadness, pity, regret, despair. "What?" he said. "The truth?" she asked him. "The truth." Fassin. She shook her head. "We didn't trust you." He stared back at her. Fassin told her what he thought he'd discovered, what he believed he'd worked out. She didn't believe him. "You're coming with us?" "Can I? May I?" "Of course, if you want." He thought. "Okay," he said. He thought some more, though I've one last person to see first. When the visitor arrived, Setstein was water-bathing. This was a new fashion, not unpleasant. His servant announced that Seer Fassin Tak was here to see him. Setstein felt surprise and elation, and a kind of delicious, if slightly grim, anticipation. "Tell Seer Tak I am very delighted indeed to welcome him," he told his servant. "Ask him to wait in the upper library. Do all you can to make him comfortable. I shall be with him in 10 minutes. "Fassin, wonderful to see you. I really can't tell you. We really feared the worst, I swear. Where have you been?" Fassin didn't seem to know what to say. "I don't think you'd believe me if I told you," he said quietly eventually. The little gas craft floated in the middle of the library. The circular space was lined and floored with crystal stacks. Light came from a translucent ceiling and a single great door giving out onto a broad, rail-less balcony. Setstein's house was in the city of Aoun, mid-gas in the equatorial zone. Deep orange and yellow clouds swung slowly past the wide window. "You think so?" Setstein said. "Do feel free to try me. And please, is there anything I can do? Come, let's sit." They rested in a pair of dense seats with a low table between them. A rather more substantial and grand desk lay just to one side. "Well, it's a long story I have for you," Fassin said. "My favourite kind," Setstein exclaimed, gathering his long robes about him. Fassin took a moment, as if collecting his thoughts. The fellow seemed, Setstein thought, dulled, a little slow compared to how he'd appeared before. Fassin told the Sur something of his adventures since he'd last seen him aboard the planetary protector Deniable Issaut. He also told him a little more of what he'd been doing before as well, apologizing for any hesitations or forgetfulness. He'd been through a lot recently, and some memories were still sort of shuffling their way forward into the light again after being lost. He didn't say exactly what it was he'd been told to look for and bring back, and he wasn't able to tell the Dweller very much that happened after the Voan attacked the Velpin, but he went into as much detail as he felt was possible.
I don't understand, the dweller said. You're saying you were in other stellar systems? You were on the other side of the galaxy? I just don't. I could not have been more skeptical myself, Fassin said. I did all the tests I could think of, but I certainly seemed to be in the places the True Twin Captain claimed I was in. They can do wonderful things with fully immersive VR, you know, said Steinson awkwardly. I know, but this was either real or something well beyond even fully immersive virtual reality. Sid Stein was silent for a moment. You know, and please don't take this ill, you do look rather beaten up, Fass, my boy. The dweller was looking at the various dents and scars that the little gas craft had picked up during its last few months of use. The malfunctioning left manipulator arm hung awkwardly at the flank of the arrowhead, slightly out of true. Fassin felt almost ashamed of the gas craft's appearance, as though he'd turned up in a rich gentleman's library in dirty rags. Yes, he agreed. As I say, I won't pretend my memory is all it used to be. The gas craft's storage has suffered, and my own brain doesn't seem to be as sharp as I remember it being. He laughed. But I know what I saw, what I felt and heard and tasted. I stood on rocks, watching the swell waves of a salt ocean breaking. And I was really there, said Stein. I was there. The dweller ruffled his sensory mantle and made the tiny up-and-down sigh motion. Well, I'm sure you believe what you believe, Fassin, and I would always tend to believe you rather than not. However, many other people wouldn't be so forgiving. I'm not sure it would be a good idea to make too big a fuss about this. You could be right. And, I mean to say, if this wormhole thing is so secret, why were you taken to, or apparently taken to, the far side of the galaxy, or to anywhere? Anywhere outside Ulubis? To prove the myth was real. Some people, some dwellers, think it's time for change. They might not know all the details, but they want the truth known. Nobody wants to take responsibility for just telling a non-dweller, but some bumpkin might be pushed in the right direction. And that's me, I suppose. Bumpkin number one. Deniable bumpkin number one. And this travel captain? Who was he again? A True Twin. Yes, I've heard they often are. I didn't realize they even pretended to travel so far afield. What was their name? You'll forgive me if I don't betray that confidence. Of course, said Stein, seemed to think. So, if there is this, wormhole thing near Nascaron, who does it belong to? Who controls it? And, it has to be asked, where exactly is it? Are they rather large and obvious, these wormhole ports? They can be made quite small. But yes, you'd think people would have noticed them by now. Well, yes. And I'd guess they're operated by a club or fraternity or something, like the same sort of organization that takes care of planetary defense. That would be fairly obvious, I suppose. That's why I came to you, said Stein, Fassin said. I wondered if you'd heard anything about this, about a group of dwellers who used these portals. Me? The dweller reacted as though surprised, almost shocked. Well, no, I mean, none of this would be the sort of thing I'd normally get involved with. But this would be quite something, would it not? I mean to say, if it turned out there was this wormhole here all the time, wouldn't it? There are stories, myths, about a whole network of them. This dweller list. Said Stein paused, then stared. Is that what you were looking for all the time? Not the list. The transform that was supposed to hold the key to the list, Fassin said. And did you find it? Fassin was silent for a moment. Set Stein watched the little gas craft make a show of looking around the library. Is this place quite private? I mean, secure? Fassin asked. I should hope so, said Stein said. Why? Can we signal rather than speak, said Stein. Fassin asked. It's not as easy for me as speaking these days, so bear with me, but it is more secure. Of course, the dweller said. Well, I think I might have found the transform, the human said carefully. Really? Really? You will understand if I am a little sceptical. Only natural. Where did you find this transform? On the body of that dead dweller, in the Yuthin sepulchre, on the far side of the galaxy. Aha. Whatever was it doing there? It was in a sort of safekeep box. And who would put it there? I don't know. And what did this transform consist of? An equation. As in mathematics. That's right. It looked a bit like what some people had come to expect it to look like. A code and a frequency for a broadcast signal of some sort. But in the end, it was just an equation. And this was supposed to unlock the list thing. That's what we were all told. But when I solved the equation, guess what? Oh, I have no idea. Do tell. It came out at nothing. 0. The transform turned out to be, in effect, a contrived mathematical joke. Fassin signalled a laugh. Setstein shared the amusement. I see. So, if this is what you were sent to look for, you might be said to have succeeded in your mission, though not in the manner you might have wished, yes? Those were pretty much my thoughts, too. Well, at least you missed all the unpleasantness of this invasion your people have suffered. Thinking of you, I've been watching the situation. It all looks quite distressing, and still going on, and affecting us, too. There were explosions around Nascaron just yesterday. Did you see any of them? I did. I hear there's a rumour that the invaders might be about to pull out. Possibly our planetary defence people again. They're having the usual denials, of course. I'm afraid, even if I did know more, I couldn't talk about it. You understand? Of course. So, Fassin said, you don't know anything about these wormholes. You've never heard of them. I just thought, you being so well connected, all news to me, Fassin. Possibly some small group might have control of such things, though I find that hard to believe, frankly. Ah, well, Fassin said. He was silent for a few moments. Yes, Setstein said. Well, Fassin replied slowly, I did have an idea. An idea? Indeed. What if the transform answer wasn't a joke? Not a joke? But it's 0. What use is that? You see, Fassin said, and the little gas craft nudged forward a fraction on the dense seat, closer still to Setstein. I had thought, what use would an equation be after all this time? How could it tell you anything useful? A frequency and a code to be broadcast on it was the only thing that really made sense. Then these wormholes could be hidden anywhere in the named systems and only activate themselves when needed. So the fact it was an equation at all made it kind of pointless even before it was worked out. I'll take your word for it, Setstein told the human. You are rather losing me here, but it all sounds terribly convincing. And then there was all that absurd twisting and spiralling when I was aboard the ship heading through the wormhole portals. Being cut off from external senses seemed obvious enough. But why the spiralling? Yes, in the ship. I see. And just the fact that all of Dweller society does seem like a proper civilization. Now you really are losing me, Fass. And you obviously possess technologies that we still haven't understood. Well, we're like that. Us dwellers, aren't we? Oh dear, I think all this is upsetting my balance. You see, if the transform means what it says, what it's saying is that the adjustment you have to make to each entry on the dweller list to find out where the wormhole portals are in relation to those original locations named is... Fassin held the little gascraft's working arm out, inviting Setstein to answer. The dweller ruffled his sensory mantle, which had gone a slightly odd colour. I'm sorry, Fassin. I feel positively dizzy.
Nothing, Fassin said. The adjustment is 0. Is it? Is it really? I'm sure this is fascinating, really. And what was the original list based on? What did it give? Again he gave the dweller a chance to answer, but he didn't. It gave the location of dweller-inhabited gas giants. Fassin put a sort of triumphalist joy into the signalled sentence. I see. I do feel slightly off, Fas. Do you mind if I... Setstein rose, wobbling slightly, and wrote it over to his desk. He started opening lockers and drawers, then glanced up. Keep going, he said. I have my medication in here somewhere. The dweller signalled to his servant while he looked through the drawers, keeping his signal pit below the level of the desk, out of sight of the human in his gas craft. Was Mr. Tark armed in any way? After a moment, No, sir. The house checked automatically, naturally. Aside from his manipulative devices, he is unarmed. I see. That's all. The arrowhead swiveled to keep line of sight with the dweller. The list doesn't need the transform, Fassin told Setstein. All you need to know is that the planets are the location. Really? Indeed. And how can that be? The little gas craft rose up into the air above the dent seat. Because your wormhole portals are inside your planets, said Stein. Fassin said calmly. The dweller froze, then opened one last drawer. But that's ridiculous, he said aloud. Right in the centre, Fassin continued, also speaking out loud now. Probably every single gas giant you guys inhabit. There were only, 2 million when the list was drawn up, that right? But that was long ago. And it was a historical document even then. I wouldn't be at all surprised to hear you'd connected up every last dweller planet by now. I'm sorry, Fassin, Setstein said. You wouldn't convince a child with this. Everybody knows you need a flat region of space to make a wormhole portal work. Ah, that's the beauty of it. The very centre of a planet is flat, Fassin said. Right in the very centre of a planet, of any free-floating body. Sun, rock, gas giant, anything. You're being pulled equally in all directions. It's just like being in orbit round a world and feeling weightless. The only problem, of course, is keeping a volume of space open in the core of a planet or a sun or whatever in the first place. The pressure is colossal, almost beyond belief, especially in a gas giant the size of Nusk. But in the end, it's just engineering. Hey, you guys have had 10 billion years to get good at that sort of stuff. Anything that isn't impossible, you learned to do easily when the galaxy was a quarter of the age it is now. So you don't need to position portals in space where anybody could see them or use them or attack them. You don't even need to leave your own planet to access them. You just head for some well-hidden shaft that leads you down to the very centre of the world, maybe at the poles. That would be an obvious kind of place. And if you've got somebody aboard your ship who might be keeping track of where you're going somehow, you just throw in all these crazy spirals and flash some screenage of space into wherever you're keeping them, so they never can tell they've gone down, not up, and have sunk into the core, not flown out into space. Ah, here we are, Setstein said, and pulled out a large handgun. Suddenly, perfectly steady, he aimed and fired before the little gas craft could react. The beams tore the arrowhead apart, slamming through it and sending it whirling back against a stack of library crystals, and then somersaulting over and over as Setstein kept firing the gun, spreading fire and scattering wreckage all over the library floor. Wildly spinning pieces of debris were sent shrapneling across the glittering stacks, cracking spines and smashing crystal pages to powder. What was left of the little craft crashed into the windows by the balcony, shattering the diamond as though it was sugar glass. Setstein stopped firing. Debris pattered down. Smoke drifted, gradually sucked towards the shattered window. The big dweller rotated carefully over to the broken window, keeping the gun trained on the smoking remains of the little craft as he approached. Sir, his servant called over the house intercom. Sir, are you all right? I thought I heard... Fine, Setstein called, not shifting his attention from the wreckage as he drew closer. I'm fine. Be some cleaning up to do in due course, but I'm fine. Leave me now. Sir. A warm breeze ruffled his robes as Setstein floated out of the window
and drew up almost on top of the guttering wreck. He prodded the ruined gas craft with the muzzle of the gun. He prized part of the craft's upper shell away. He peered inside. "Fucker!" he screamed, and whirled back into the library, tearing through the gas to the desk. "Desk! Seccoms, now!" Iain Liss watched the man as his little craft, his second skin, was destroyed. Fassin winced just the once, twitching as though pained. Iain thought he did not look well. His body was thin inside the borrowed fatigues, and he was trembling slightly, but continually. His face looked much older than it had, pinched and drawn, eyes sunken and surrounded with darkness. His hair, looking crinkled and thin, had grown a little while he'd been inside the gas craft. His eyes and the edges of his ears and nostrils, plus the corners of his mouth, were red from the effects of coming out of the shock gel and having the gill fluid come out of him after all this time. He turned to look at her. She was glad to see there was a twinkle in his eye, despite it all. "So, still think I'm crazy?" he asked. She smiled. "Pretty much." They sat in the bright, if cramped, command space of the Ecophobian. Beyond a shock craft, a medium-weight warship, half a light second out from Nascaron, linked to the now-defunct gas craft via a twin of the eyeball-sized microsat, which had been exactly where it was supposed to be a day earlier, when Fassin had pinged it from the high platform in Quibrai. They were amazingly still receiving basic telemetry from the shattered gas craft, though no sensory content. The machine had been very thoroughly blasted. On a side screen, they had a freeze of the last visual that the little gas craft had sent, said Stein, levelling a sizable handgun straight at the camera, a tiny sparkle of light just starting in the very centre of the weapon's dark barrel. Fassin nodded at the image. "I hasten to add that that does not constitute standard dweller hospitality. I'd guessed. Sure it wasn't because you just wouldn't shut up? I'm serious." "You're serious? What you call the guy with the big fuck-off gun?" "Iain," Fassin said, sounding tired now. "Do you believe me?" She hesitated, shrugged. "I'm with your belligerent friend. I believe you believe." The gascraft telemetry cut off. The chief remotes officer leaned in, manipulating hollows above one of the displays. "That wasn't the gascraft totaling," she told them. "That was the microsat getting fried. Fast work. Suggest hightail promptly." "Hold on to your hats," the captain said. "Sit well back." They were thrown, pressed, then rammed back into their seats as the ship accelerated, the command officers shifting to control by induction rather than physical manipulation. The whole gimbaled command sphere swung to keep the G-forces pressing on their chests. "Were you serious, Mr. Tuck?" the captain asked, her voice strained against the clamping power of the acceleration. "Yeah," was the best Fassin could manage. "So, there's a secret network of ancient dweller wormholes linking, what? Every dweller gas giant?" Fassin took the deepest breath he could and forced out, "That's the idea." Another breath. "You send all we got from the gascraft to your high command?" The captain managed to laugh. "Such as they are, yes." "Shit," said the defense officer, his voice strained. "Lock on." They heard him breathing hard. "It's fast. Can't outrun. In 14. "Fire everything," the captain said crisply. "Ready detach command. We'll risk a drifting. Hope the impavid's local." "Need to yaw before the detach, or we'll be hit by the debris spray," the tactics officer said. "Copy," the captain said. "Shame. Always liked this ship." The ship wheeled wildly. Fassin blacked out and never felt the explosive detach. The jolt ship Impavid picked the command sphere up 3 days later. "Tains," Salius Kihar said. He grinned. "Hey, so good to see you again." He came up to her and put his arms round her. Tains Jarabokin had succeeded in producing a smile. She'd chosen an old-fashioned formal cap as part of her uniform, and so had the unspoken excuse that she needed to keep this clamped between her elbow and her side for not being able to hug him back with any great enthusiasm. Sal didn't seem to notice anyway. He pulled away, looked at her. "Been a while, Tains."
Glad you made it back. Good to be back, Taint said. They were in a hangar in the Guard Security Holding Facility, Axel 7, a triple-wheeled habitat orbiting Glantine. Saluus had been held there for the past couple of months, while the authorities had decided whether they really believed him about having been kidnapped, rather than having run away or even turned traitor. He'd consented to and undergone dozens of brain scans, more than enough to put the matter beyond any doubt in an ordinary case. And of course, he had connections and friends in high places who would normally have been only too happy to have discreet words in probably quite receptive ears. But there had been a feeling that this was an exceptional matter, that Sal was rich enough to have afforded technologies or techniques that would fool the brain scans, that the starvelings themselves might have been able to implant convincing false memories, and, anyway, such a fuss had been made at the time when Saluus had seemingly gone over to the invading forces that to let him meekly out just because it looked like he was blameless somehow didn't seem right. When Saluus had disappeared, apparently turning traitor, there had been strikes and attacks on Kihar family and commercial property, and he'd been denounced by every part of the Ulabine Mercatoria in terms that owed as much to finally having something understandable to hit out at as to any moral indignation. People who had called Sal a friend and been regular guests at many of his family homes had decided that they owed it to the popular mood and their intense personal sense of betrayal, not to mention their future social standing and careers, to compete in out-vituperating each other in their condemnation of his odious perfidy. The calumnies heaped upon Sal's absent head had mounted to a thesaurus of despite, an entire dictionary of bile. In the end, he was kept incarcerated as much for his own safety as for anything else. When the starveling forces left and the summoned fleet arrived, the general feeling of relief and euphoria pervading the Alubis system meant that news of Sal's shocking innocence traded rather better on the floor of the public's perception, and it could be announced that he was to be released in due course. Most people chose to recant their earlier expressions of hatred and condemnation, though it was still felt best for all concerned if Sal's return to public life and rehabilitation was gradual rather than abrupt. Taints had volunteered, pulled rank indeed, to pilot Sal from the holding facility back to the original Kihar family home on Glantine. A guard major got Taints to sign Sal out of custody. Sal watched her signature on the pad. "That's my freedom you're writing there, Vice Admiral," he told her. He was wearing his own clothes, looking slim and casual and bright. "Glad to be of service," she told him, then looked at the guards officer. "Is that us, Guard Major?" "Yes, ma'am." He turned to Saluus. "You are free to go, Mr. Kihar." Saluus reached out and shook the guard major's hand. "Med, thanks for everything. Been a pleasure, sir." "No clothes or anything?" Taints asked, looking at his empty hands. Sal shook his head. "Came with nothing, taking nothing away. No baggage." He flashed a smile. She tipped her head. "Pretty good at our age." They walked to the small cutter squatting on the shallow curve of the hangar floor. "I really appreciate this, Taints," he told her. "I mean, I really do. You didn't have to do this." She smiled. His gaze flicked over her insignia. "It is okay to call you Taints, isn't it? I mean, I'll call you Vice Admiral if you like." "Taints is fine, Sal. After you." She showed him up into the little cutter's tandem cockpit, settling him into the seat in front of and below hers. She fitted herself into the pilot's seat, clipping on a light flight collar and waking the small craft systems. The facility's flight control cleared them to leave. "So, you're what, System Liaison Chief?" Sal asked over his shoulder, as they were trundled under a door into a sizable airlock. "Yes, well, it's pretty much all ceremonial," she told him. The door behind them closed, the lights in the lock dimmed. "Receptions, dinners, tours, addresses. You know the sort of thing." "Sounds like you're just loving every minute." "I suppose somebody has to do it. Serves me right for being Ulabine." Pumps thrummed, a rush of air and a deep hum at first, then after a while just the hum, sounding through the fabric of the cutter. No real fighting to do anyway, just clean-up stuff, and not missing much. "Any news on Facin?" Sal asked. "Last I heard, they thought he might be alive again, if you know what I mean." The outer door opened silently to the stars and a great silvery fawn slice of Glantine. "Just give me a minute or two here, will you?" Taints asked. "Been a little while since I did this." "Hey, take as long as you need." The cutter edged its way out of the lock,
stowed its gear, rolled very slowly, and drifted away on little whisper bursts of gas, heading towards the atmosphere. "Yes, Fassin," Taint said. "Well, they're still looking for him. I heard he'd been lost in Nascaron and then reappeared. There have been rumours. There were always rumours. If you believed them, he's been all over Nascaron for the last half year, never left, or been in the Ortcloud for the last few months and just returned, or even wilder stuff. Plus, he's been declared definitely dead at least 3 times. Whatever the truth is, he's still not here to tell it himself." Taints rotated the cutter, lining it up for entry. "You think he is dead?" Sal asked. "Let's just say it's odd that he hasn't made himself known by now, if he is still around." They met the atmosphere a little later, pressed against the seat restraints, a pink glow building, then fading around the canopy, the small ship whistling in across a sequence of thin clouds, deserts and shallow seas, hills, scarps, lakes and low mountains. "Taking the scenic route, Taints?" She gave a small laugh. "Suppose I'm just a sentimentalist at heart, Sal." "Good to see the old place again," Sal said. She watched him lean to one side, looking down. "Is that Piri down there?" She looked, checked the nav. "Yes, that's Pirintipiti." "Looks like it always did. Thought it might have grown a bit more." "While since you've been home, Sal?" "Oh, too long, too long. Kept meaning to, but, must be 10 or 12 years, maybe more. Feels more." They were high over the edges of the thin polar plateau ice cap, crossing into darkness, falling all the time. They could see stars again. She saw him looking up and around. "You forget how beautiful it is, eh?" Sal asked. "Sometimes," Taint said. "Easy enough thing to do." The glow in the sky faded around them. She watched the canopy up the brightness, exaggerating the incoming light until they could see the starlight on the north wasteland, the great long streaks of coloured sands and outcrop rocks, silvery ghosts coming closer all the time. "Ah, right," Sal said quietly. She tapped a few display icons, dimming the screens. "Thought we'd take a pass," she said. "Hope you don't mind." "Old time's sake." He sounded thoughtful, even resigned. "Well, why not?" Taints checked the nav again, lined the craft up, and cut its speed a little. A light was blinking urgently on one of the displays. She turned that one off too. "I certainly haven't been back here since that night," Sal said. She thought he sounded sad now. Perhaps regretful. Perhaps not. The ruined ship showed up ahead, a little off to the right. Taints started the cutter on a long starboard curve, levelling out as she did so. Sal looked side down at the desert, rushing past 70 metres below as they banked. "Wow," he said. "Quicker than that flyer I borrowed from Dad." "One of your own ships, Sal," she told him. "This little thing?" He laughed. "Didn't realize we made anything this small." "It's old." "Ah, one of Dad's. More money in the big stuff." They zapped past the great dark hulk. Its exposed ribs clawed at the sky. "Hoo-hoo!" Sal shouted, as the black wall of hull slid past 20 metres away. Taints zoomed, looped and rolled, levelling out again, approaching the wrecked alien ship once more for an even nearer approach. "Whoa-ho-ho!" Sal said, seeing how low and close Taints was taking the cutter this time. Taints rolled the craft so that they were upside down. "Shit! Wow! Taints, yeah!" Right to the end, she hadn't known if she'd actually do it or not. She didn't really know the truth of what had happened after all. She only had her suspicions. She could, despite everything, just be plain wrong. It wouldn't be the first time somebody had taken the law into their own hands and been proved to be hopelessly wrong once all the facts were known. Fuck. That was what justice was supposed to be all about. That was why you had laws and everything that went with them. That was one of the things that made a society a society. But still, she did know. She was quite sure. It was his time. And if she was wrong, well, Sal had had his share. It wasn't like killing a child or a young woman with her life before her. It was still killing, still wrong. But there were gradations in all things, even circles in hell. And
Frankly, right or wrong, at least she'd never know. It was her time. She knew that. She'd really thought there would be tears, but they stayed away. How strange not to know oneself after so long, at such an extremity and so close to the end. What else? Well, she'd thought of telling him, of confronting him, of bringing it all back up again, of listening to him rage at or plead with or scream at her. That had been something she'd rehearsed a lot. That had been something she'd thought through time after time after time, as she'd played and replayed this scene in her head over the years and decades and centuries, taking both her part and his, trying to imagine what he'd say, how he'd try to explain it, how he'd imply she was mad or mistaken. Ultimately, Taints had just got bored with it. She'd heard it all before. There was nothing more to say. She was taking a man's life on circumstantial evidence, on a hunch. She ought to give him the chance to appeal. She ought at least to allow him to know it was about to happen. But then, why? The cold sheen of desert and the vast impenetrability of the dark, ruined ship rushed up to meet them. Shit, Tain! Sal might have tried to use the eject. It was one system she couldn't disable from her controls. But then, that was why she'd flown the last bit upside down. In the end, all it took was a single, quick flick of the wrists. The cutter slammed into the side of the ship, just 10 meters off the desert floor, at about half the speed of sound. Epilogue. There is, along the higher latitudes of the northern tropical uplands of the planet-moon Glentine, in the system of Olubis, a bird, which, thanks to its call, people call a heifelehe. The bird is a migrant, a passer. That is, a bird that does not dwell in the given region, but only ever passes through. The heifelehe passes through these latitudes in the early spring, heading north. It was a cool day, mid-morning. Nascaron, half full, cast a ruddy brown light over the soft shadows of the day. Once, one might have seen sky mirrors away to one side or the other, bringing sunlight to us, even when Nascaron filled most of the sky above. However, many of these devices were destroyed in the war, and so our little planet Moon is a literally gloomier place now than it once was, returned, until new mirrors are emplaced, to its primitive state. I was working in the old formal pasture, wading deep in an exasperation of juvla weed, choking a, by now, almost hidden pond, and trying to work out what to do with the weed and the feature, for both are pretty in their own ways, when I heard the distinctive call of said bird. I stopped and listened. "Hey fella, hey fella, hey fella, hey," the bird sang. I turned slowly, looking for it in the higher branches of the nearby trees. While I was looking, I never did locate the bird. I saw a figure walking along the high path towards the stream and the perimeter wall, which gives out onto the slope, holding, a little further up, the ruins of the old Rechlide temple. I looked carefully, zooming in and trying to filter out the effects of the intervening bushes and shrubs, because the figure walked very like Siatak, who had been a long time gone from us. Us. Always the same hurtful mistake. There was no us anymore. Just a few sad remnants left behind at a house abandoned. The figure disappeared behind a clump of thicker shrubbery, though they would reappear shortly if they continued to follow the path. I thought, in retrospect, perhaps the person walking on the path had been somewhat older than the gentleman I had been pleased to think of as the young master. He was slightly stooped, which Siatak never had been, and he was perhaps too thin. Plus, he walked like somebody who had been injured in some way. So it seemed to me, at any rate. I would not claim to be an expert in such matters. I am but a humble gardener, after all. Well, a head gardener, but all the same. Still humble, I hope. The figure did indeed reappear, though not exactly where I had been expecting. Whoever it was had taken a side path and was now walking almost straight towards me. They raised a hand. I raised a trowel, waved back. It was Siatak. Or, by all reason, it was somebody doing their damnedest to look like a rather more aged version of him. I clambered out of the pond, shook some juvla weed from a couple of legs, and lumbered up the path bank to meet him. "Young master," I said,
dropping trowel, rake and spade, and brushing soil and weed stems from my arms. The man smiled broadly. H.G., it is you. He was dressed in long, loose, casual clothes, nothing like those of a seer. It is you, Seer Tak. We thought the worst. Oh, for you at least to be alive. I confess I folded, going down on all eights, staring at the gravel of the path, overcome. He squatted in front of me. We never see what's in front of us, do we, H.G.? Sir? H.G., tell me you're not an AI. I looked up at him. Emotion? Was that it? I should have known that would give me away one day. He smiled. Your secret's safe. Well, perhaps for now. Patience, H.G. You imply that things may change, or that I should just wait for death. We do not die easily. We have not been allowed to. He smiled, a slow, painful smile. Change, H.G. You think? Oh, yes. All sorts of things are happening. I have heard something. They say there is a wormhole mouth in Nascaron. I looked up at the great planet, which seemed to hang over us, its vast circlet rivers of gas, cream and brown, yellow, white, purple and red, forever sliding in contrary directions. Fasin Tak nodded slowly, thoughtfully. It turns out we were all connected all the time. He picked up a pebble from the path, looked at it. The dwellers may even let us use their wormhole network, if we ask them nicely. Sometimes. There is a furious debate going on in dweller society even as we speak, and probably for some time to come, dwellers being, well, dwellers, regarding to what extent the undying admiration of every even vaguely sentient species in the rest of the galaxy, and possibly beyond, could possibly constitute a general increase in the background kudos level for all dwellers, and therefore a valid reason for throwing open their galactic transport system to all. That would indeed be a great change, and not one that the Mercatoria would be allowed to control. It would still be the Mercatoria. It can change too. It won't have any choice. Patience, H.G. Well, we shall see. But thank you. I looked at him. Fasin Tak did indeed look older. His face was more careworn, the lines around his eyes deeper. Has all been well here, H.G.? All is well in the garden. The house, well, that is not my province. Now he looked down. I took a look around, he said. His voice was quiet. It was all very quiet. Very strange and quiet, with nobody there. I try not to look at it, I confessed, except sometimes at dawn and during the very early morning, when it looks much as it always did. Bright light upon it, but no sign of life. That I can bear. I saw the image even as I spoke of it. I am lucky that I have the garden to tend. By looking after it, it looks after me. Yes, he said. We all need something to do, don't we? I hesitated. Still, there is not a day goes by when I do not curse my luck to have been stuck here, rather than with them, somehow, when the end came. I envy the head gardener of the winter house, where they all died together. I pulled myself up a fraction. But enough. And you, sir, what do you do these days? Please don't call me Sir, H.G. I'm Fasin. Oh, thank you. Well, what are you doing? And where, if I may ask? Oh, I've gone off with the Beyonders, H.G. I'm already a citizen of the galaxy, albeit slowly, without using wormholes. But a start. And the Sept, Fasin? There is no Sept, H.G. It's gone. He threw the pebble back along the path. Maybe they'll start another Sept. Who knows? He looked away in the direction of the distant house. They might fill this house one day.
You won't come back? He looked around. Too many people would still want to ask me too many questions, probably until I died. He looked at me. No. I just came back here for one last look around, and to look you up. Really? Me? Really? Really? I cannot tell you how gratified, no, honoured that makes me feel. He smiled at me and started to rise to his feet. This humility is a great cover, HG. I hope you can set it aside when the time comes. I meant what I said, Fasin. And I mean this, HG, he said, as he brushed down his clothes, Nascaron forever behind him. One day, we'll all be free. This has been an Hachette audio production of The Algebraist, written by Iain M. Banks, read by Peter Kenny, produced by Darren Edwards, post-production by Christian Gates and Jane Hansen. The Algebraist is also available in print and as an ebook from Orbit, an imprint of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2004 by Iain M. Banks. Audio production copyright 2024 by Little Brown Book Group Limited. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. And any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.